Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Like and share the video, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel. Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosancheztv.com/beats-by-Sanchez. Click on package discounts if you are looking to purchase 2 or more leases. Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosancheztv.com/beats-by-Sanchez.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Yo, peace, welcome back, y'all. I don't have to explain these, do I? Hey, it's Monday Mother Madness. Now, I know a lot of people got beef and smoke with you, boy. Because I saw it in the comments on my Ukraine video. I know a lot of my African brothers and sisters feel some kind of way. Hey, look, if you got any disagreements with me and anything I've taught previously, come on up today and I'm going to mute my mic and let you say what you got to say. Yeah, y'all, I'm just now. It's been a long night and day for your boy, so. Let me get a little of this coffee in me. I know it's too late in the evening to be on some coffee, but you know. Yo, I was up to like 5. I'm on a vampire schedule right now. Salutes to everybody in the chat room, though, man. It's good to be back, and I know this gonna be a lit Monday Madness. That I do know, because people got that smoke, and we're gonna see if they willing to come up with it. Oh. All right. Bro Sanchez always have me semi-twerking on the chair while I study. All right. Hey, salutes to all the sisters out there. Appreciate y'all love. I really do. Yeah, they said I was wrong for my stance on what I was saying about the Africans in Ukraine. I'm going to actually read some of these too. While we wait on the links, wait on the people to join, my bad. Whew. I got hella comments on this video. You know what people like to say? Stop smoking weed, bro. Stop smoking weed. As I hit my blunt and respond, you know, just because you disagree with me, you don't have to hit me with the stop smoking weed shit. You do know that, right? You can just say, man, I think you wrong about this one, man. You know, you wrong about this one, bro. Hey, why you gotta hit a nigga with the stop smoking weed?
For all things Bro Sanchez, go to www.brosanchez.com to access it.
Why I'm like, it's a ghost in this motherfucker. Yeah, man, had another tab open in one of my videos. Hey, man, salutes to the angry man, yo. I don't know how many of my people follow the angry man. Let's go ahead and give that brother salutes, man. Y'all check him out and tell him I sent you if you go over there. Fellas, that brother over there, he's been going in on Kevin motherfucking Samuels, man. And hey, he been ripping that nigga a new one. And goddamn it, hey man, shit, hey. I hope that man accomplished what he trying to accomplish as far as reclaiming his motherfucking empire. Because I feel that man's passion. with that bullshit that Kevin Samuel was doing to everybody in that manosphere, man. They got a whole Armageddon going on right now. Pro-black, what it do? Hey,
Peace, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. You got some smoke for me? Were you able to see my Ukraine video?
Oh, the Ukraine was going on over there with our peoples? Yeah, that's messed up.
Were you able to see my response to what's going on over there?
No, sir.
Yeah, so basically I feel like, though, it's not our people and it have nothing to do with us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. You know what I'm saying? I would
feel,
expect that. Right. Okay.
but when you agree with me on that?
No.
Why wouldn't you agree with me on that, brother?
You talking about the black people over there, right?
The African people over there.
Because if you're talking about like the white people and what they got going on, yeah, I agree with you. Those are not our people. That's their own problem. You know what I'm saying? We should stay out of their business. That's white people bullying other white people.
It ain't that many blacks over there.
Right. Yeah, it ain't that many blacks over there. But then again, you gotta expect this. And whenever you dealing with white people are always gonna put their people first. That's just like in America. Something happen, they're gonna put white people first and they're gonna shove black people to the side. The examples have come up throughout history. You know what I'm saying? We know how white people are. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not surprised. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't shock me.
Yeah, so I mean,
first to be fired, last to get hired.
Yeah, so you don't have no smoke with me. You understand what you're basically saying is that the black people that's trying to leave who reporting racism, what do they think was gonna happen?
Well, yeah. I guess I ain't got no smoke with you, man, today.
Right. You like, hey, what do they think was gonna happen, right? That's what I said.
But yeah, don't steal our people. But yeah, you gotta expect it. It's gonna come. The same thing that's going on over there, eventually gonna happen over here. When a crisis happens, we're gonna get pushed to the side, and we're gonna be crying, "We Americans," and all that. We never been Americans at all. America was named after a colonizer, a person that came over and stole a whole land. So it's the same thing gonna happen to us. So we can't point the finger and laugh at them and be like, aha. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't want to do that.
No, we don't want to do that. But yeah, bro, I don't really have no smoke. No, I agree with you.
Yeah, so what I was saying was like, also that them trying to run, put it this way. If you are a colored person in Ukraine and you fled the Ukraine to escape oppression and Ukraine allowed you in and protected you, and now that Ukraine is under attack, you're running. What do you think about that, pro-black? I think that's kind of messed up right there. Now, what you think?
Well, they had the same rights as the white Ukrainians. So the white Ukrainians are running, they're allowed to run too. They citizens too.
Well, goddamn it, pro-black, you just now officially gave me a goddamn dagger. Let's drop this man a bomb. Hey, guess what, pro-black? The pro-blacks that was going against me, they couldn't formulate an argument like what you just did, man. You got me with that one. You right, though.
Okay. Hey, this first time we agree, right?
You got me on that one, man. I can't push
Okay,
back on
man.
that one, bro. Like, yeah,
Right, right,
the Ukrainians was protected by their government. They reap the same benefits as the people who fled, and they want to leave
right,
too. They don't want to fight. Right, right.
right. But we all know, man, that the white man and the white woman don't play fair. So you can expect, I expect that to happen for them to push the people to the side and to deny them their rights to leave. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't bother me.
Let me see something here.
It's been
Pull my chat up. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been happening for centuries. We've been going through it all over the world. Nobody's untouched by it. The hypocrisy of white supremacy. Yeah.
Salutes to that. Nobody's untouched by it.
Nobody.
So now, let's go into some stuff that I know you got smoke for then. And I like the way this is going right here, man. So, pro-black, name some stuff that you disagree with. We'll start with the first thing you disagree with Bro Sanchez, man. We're going to start right there.
Oh, the stuff I disagree with, the Aboriginal thing.
You don't think...
Here's another thing I disagree. Last time we was talking, I think that was a Friday or it was a Monday debate. But you had held up a canister or a drink. You asked me what color was the drink. I responded it was black in color. Then you asked me what color was your hand, right? And I said I don't know what color your hand was. Yeah, brown. Okay, so I got some smoke with you on that right there. Okay, it really doesn't matter what we call ourselves. Whether you call yourself black, whether you call yourself black, brown, or you can call yourself
let me ask you something. It don't matter what we call ourselves?
Right, because look, check it out.
What about shitheads?
Okay, no, I'm talking about positive thing, like me. I'm real dark. Now, I can call myself oil. Oil is a valuable mineral. So people will be proud to call themselves it. Or you, like your color is like a golden color. We can call you gold. We call people with your complexion.
Yeah, you can call
the golden
me
people,
the golden child. The golden child.
Right. It does still. What my point is, bro, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. The enemy has deemed us a threat. So people, whether you the darkest of dark or the lightest of light, like pale like snow in complexion, the enemy deemed us a threat. So calling ourselves all these different names, come on, it's pointless. We're black. I'm saying calling ourselves.
Now let me ask you something. So look, if it really don't matter what we call ourselves, why don't we call ourselves what we want to call ourselves instead of let them call us something? Because I'm with you. It don't matter what we call ourselves, but we didn't call ourselves black. We didn't do that.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't.
The Black Panthers called themselves in the 60s. They redefined the whole term.
Black came to us simply through the TV and media. And guess what?
So the Black
listen, all of that was media, bro. If it weren't for your TV and radio, you wouldn't have known about this stuff widespread. All the black people didn't get together in the building and say, hey, so we agree on black? You voted black? Okay, we going with black. That didn't happen. Media started to call us black based on these big groups that rose from amongst our people. Like you said, the Black Panthers, the Black Power movement and all that.
Stokely Carmichael.
And that's just like Black Lives Matter, but it ain't owned by a black man. So again, you have the media, social engineers, and white people telling you who you are. And my only thing is you just said it don't matter what we call ourselves, but we ain't calling ourselves nothing. They the ones labeling us.
No, we label ourselves. See, during the 60s movement, we took control of the word black.
You know
We
what?
understand.
Listen. Through media, bro. I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. It was through music, Hollywood, TV. So that's
Right.
not we. That's not we, bro. That's
Well,
not we.
bro,
That's
media.
Hollywood. That's Hollywood. Yeah, me. Listen to
Well,
me. Listen.
wait.
Listen. Media didn't give the Mexicans an identity. Media didn't give the Chinese an identity. Media can't give you your identity. That's up to those people. You would be the only motherfuckers on earth when people ask you who you are, who labeled you, you gonna go to time about a song, TV, the me. Everybody else, they forefathers, they did it. They spiritual system. They did that as a people.
So, sir, the media influence ideas, right? Newspapers, that's media, right?
Listen. But media shouldn't influence identity.
It does. FBA,
It
ADOS.
shouldn't. No, that's not a media influence movement, bro.
That's how we understood the term, like caught on to the term through media.
No, bro, you caught on through the term FBA through the people who happen to be on a social media platform called YouTube.
No, sir,
But no,
I
bro.
disagree.
Bro, show me the FBA rap song like I'm black and I'm proud. Show me the black like Black Lives Matter, BLM all on TV and Fox 6 every day and all on the big main. Show me the fucking Aboriginal group like that. It's not out there, bro.
Okay. First thing, we learned about FBA ADOS.
Bro,
where?
show me the
On
FBA.
YouTube.
Bro, show me the FBA Panthers, man. You're not hearing yourself. I'm telling you that media promotes the identity as black for us. They don't promote no FBA and no media. Show me the news station that's referring to us as FBA. They all saying we black people.
Because let me tell you something. They promoted blackness because blackness was a threat. FBA
I
is
don't
just
care
an
why
internet
they
cult.
did it. I don't care why they did it, long as you know they did it and we didn't do it.
Right. Dude, they had to do it because they had to do it. It was the black during that time. The Black Panthers was the greatest threat to the American government. That's why they had to do it.
So they had to start calling us black because of the Black Panthers.
We called ourselves black because it sounds
No.
good.
The Black Panthers call their panther black because the panther is black. Panthers are black.
Okay. And we called ourselves black because we're black.
Listen, stop saying we. My mama and my granddaddies and all them didn't sit down with the Black Panthers and agree on that. They didn't call all the black people together and say, y'all agree? It's going to be black. Final decision now. Black.
Well, I'm going to tell you why black makes sense.
Okay, well, do that because so don't lie like we all just, yeah, okay, do that.
Right, it makes sense that we all agreed on it because it makes sense. See, white
we
folk,
didn't all agree. Here you go. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
If you ask anybody in America, if you ask anybody in America right now today, just walk up on anybody,
right.
Black boy, black girl, old,
ask them
young,
what? Ask them what?
Ask them what color, what are you? They're gonna say black. Nobody
and now listen. If you walk up to anybody in America for the most part and ask them now, is that black man violent? They gonna say yes to that too. So I mean, what's your point?
No, bro. Nobody.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Even police, bro. A chief of police out of her mouth just came out and said, yes, us officers have been taught to see black people as more violent. I had to argue with dudes that she wasn't wrong for saying that. I had to argue with them why she said that because of our hip hop music, all of our music and stuff.
We getting into semantics, bro.
No, I'm not getting into. No, I'm getting into reality, bro. They see the black man as more violent, and if you're gonna bro, you can't debate against that if your name pro-black. What the fuck are you doing right now?
Wait, check it out. Check it out. I just want to say this. Okay, so if we stop calling ourselves black, would they stop seeing us as violent?
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm just asking you, bro.
Bro, ask that again and listen to it yourself.
listen. We talking about the
Stupid.
name black, right? You saying that the chief of police and all these people, when they see a black man, they see violence. Now, do they see violent because he's a man who's happen to be not white, or is because of his classification as black? Which one is it?
All right, pro black. So you're asking me, why do they see him as nonviolent?
No, we talking about that. If he changed, if we stop calling ourselves black, would they still see us as violent?
We don't call ourselves black. They do, is what I'm telling you.
Bro, everybody call if you come on, man.
Man,
Everybody
listen
calls
to me.
themselves
Listen
black.
to me. Let me show you what happens is. You live in a fairy tale. Just listen to me without interrupting. I'm going to give you the mic. What's happening is cognitive dissonance, and you live in your own fairy tale world. You don't know how big of a bold statement it is for you to say everybody agreed to black and everybody called themselves black. And bro, you're so wrong. It's so many people with my skin shade in America that'll tell you I am not black. I'm Nigeria, or I'm this, I'm that, or give you their tribe. So listen to me. It's several people that's darker than you, bro. That if you go around the world and ask them if they're black, they don't even know what the fuck you talking about, some of these tribes. They'll tell you who they are. Black people think everybody see reality through our eyes, and that's so fucking delusional.
Right, bro. See, once again, man, we already talked about that. See, you're talking about tribalism. I already told you, tribalism is the old system. It doesn't work. That's how we got in this position right now.
Wow.
That's the reason why That's the reason why Africa, the black people in Africa, they behind. That's the reason why the black people in America and the Caribbean and all over the world is behind because of tribalism. Look, check it out.
Bro,
Wait,
do
I
you
just
know
want
what
to
a
finish. I just want
tribe?
to finish.
Oh
Give
yeah,
me
you're
10
right.
seconds.
You
Wait,
no,
give me
it's
10
your
seconds.
turn.
Yeah,
You got it.
10
You got
seconds,
it.
and I'm gonna be done. Look, 10
No,
seconds.
take your
You know
time. Take your
I don't
time.
try to be long-winded.
Take your
But
time,
the
man.
point is, yeah, the point is, the white man, when he come in, he can use those differences to take over one tribe. After he take over that one tribe, then he take over all the tribe. It's like playing chess, bro. He can use the light skinned one to fight the dark skinned one. Whoever wins, then he just conquer them all. That's how they all ended up on a slave ship from different parts of Africa. They got outsmarted because of tribalism. Tribalism was the greatest tool that the white man has used to conquer our people. That's the reason why we got to get rid of it.
Wait a second. You do know we invented the concept of tribes, right?
And it doesn't work. I'm saying get rid of it.
Let me explain to you what a tribe is. It's a social division in a traditional society consisting of families or communities linked by social, economic, religious, or blood ties with a common culture and dialect, typically having a recognized leader.
Okay.
That's literally the synonym of what a nation is.
Okay.
So how can you be against tribalism but be for nationalism?
Because and when you have a nation, all the people are on the same page.
You know what you're
nation.
saying? That's like saying I hate women, but I love ladies. Like those are synonyms.
No, bro. What I'm trying to say is, let me give you an example. You can better understand. Okay, the in LA, the Crips and the Bloods. Okay, now you know this is documented that there's more Crip gangs in LA than there is Bloods. True or false? Right. Okay. True. Now, since it's more Crips in LA than it is Blood, some of the Crip gangs are fighting other Crip gangs. They live literally blocks from one another, and they enemies. That's what I'm saying. Tribalism doesn't work, bro.
Bro,
Bro,
let me share something to you. For you to equate tribalism to gangsterism is a goddamn shame.
Right, you gotta do it because guess what? Look, check it out, bro. The Hutus. Now let me go back to Africa. The Hutus and the Tutsi, two tribes, bro.
I get what you doing, but it's a little different though. Like it's all about being territorial and all that, and making a distinction, like based on the things we just said, cultural things, all of this stuff. Just like all the gangs got their own little slang talk, which you crossing boundaries by these tongues. Like we can go in here, blood ties. I see why you can make the gang comparison, but the purpose of the gang and the purpose of the tribe might be slightly different, might be very different when I think about it. Yeah.
Right. Well, you right about that. But what I'm saying right here, man, is it doesn't work. That's the old system. Just like the
What's your proof?
Well, the Declaration of Independence. Before that, they had the Auto Codes or the Confederation. That didn't work. They seen where they had to change things. Then they created the Declaration of Independence. I mean, was it the Constitution? Yeah, the Constitution. I don't know too much about U.S. history. Now, I failed that claim. But yeah, I'm pretty sure with the U.S. Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. But the point is, what I'm trying to say is, tribalism is the old way, bro. The new way is Pan-Africanism. Is all black people coming together and doing things on the core.
Wait a minute. You can't say tribalism the old way, then say the new way is all black people coming together and doing all that, because that would be all black people coming together to form a tribe.
Well, you got to understand. Look, this is what I'm saying. You're right. You're right in a way. But
so you promote tribalism while condemning it is what I'm saying. You don't see that.
No, what I'm saying, when I say tribalism, I'm talking about we can come together as one tribe, not 100 different tribes based on distinction. Like,
let me show you something, man. Let me show you how this works. No,
I just want to say this.
I got you, bro. Go ahead, man.
I just want to say now, I know you about to shoot me down right now, but I'm gonna just throw this on out here because.
Hold on, let me just say this one time. When you say we could come together as one big tribe versus many different tribes, that's like a county telling the United States government, "Hey, United States government, we can come together as one big county." Why we got to be, that's like a county telling the federal United States government, why don't we just all come together as one big county? See, all of these tribes come together to form nations. Like this would be when you going into nation building, if you want to look at this on some fractal shit. Because check it out. Let me show you how this work, pro-black. Each of these tribes are like states. They're like different it'll be like sections where people are separated by customs, culture, tongue, like crossing a cup, going from Alabama to 100 miles north up there to New York. You just changed cultures. You just went from hunting and fishing culture to city life. Now, metropolitan. I'm just showing you can leave there and be back in Minnesota and deer in winter type shit. I'm just saying, and where people, like the cultures change by the landscapes, the people do shit different in different places. And guess what? When all of these different little groups come together, that's what they call the one unified nation or whatever that you're trying to build. So I'm telling you, you can't have unity without units. Is literally the root word of unit. So each tribe would be a unit of a whole type thing, a piece of the puzzle. And then that whole puzzle that you trying to put together, it got to be put together in pieces. You ain't gonna just, you see what I'm saying? That's how states formed governments and shit like that. So it will have to work that way when you try to unify on a massive scale. You will have to do it in units.
Right, I'm talking about under the same under the same system, not under independent system which they got now. See, We're over here under these cult leaders trying to create our own tribe, while at the same time, while at the same time trying to distance ourselves from another tribe in Africa. See, that doesn't work. We're not trying to come together like you talking about counties
Who
and
trying to
states. They
distance
under the same
themselves from a
jurisdiction. They under the same jurisdiction. That's the reason why they can coexist together without Russia coming over there telling New York, work with me and we gonna fight Alabama. And then once New York fight New Jersey or Alabama, then Russia can take over the whole area. See, they all working together. They all one, but they all independently running their government. It's not like that with our people. They divided our people based on skin tone, just like you was talking about skin tone, dark versus light, man versus the woman. That's the reason why you have so much gender divide. You got the tall versus the short. That was the Houthis and the Tutsis. You got the gangs versus the gang, Crip, Blood, GD. So we divided on too many lines. The South versus the North. You know what I'm saying? They consider people from the South slow, and we consider people from the North con artists and stuff. So they got us tricked, man. They got us hating on one another, even East Coast and West Coast. You know what I'm saying? That happened not too long ago in the 90s. So yeah, bro, we divided over here. That's the reason why. And we wasn't taught to love Africa, bro. We were taught and brainwashed through the television that them people over there starving, they backwards, and you know what I'm saying, they cannibals and all types of bad stuff. So you know what I'm saying, we gotta reprogram ourselves. And Carter G. Woodson said it best: the miseducation of the Negro. He was talking about us.
wow.
I'm glad
The
you said that. Hold on a
miseducation of the
minute.
Negro.
Peace and love, bro. Thanks for letting me
Peace
in.
and love.
Hey, man.
Peace, brother.
Psychologically, man, I just got to touch it pro black for a second, man, bro. Sorry about that. I appreciate you shouting back at me. I didn't mean to cut you off. Dude, the tribalism is more like skaters and like gangsters and cowboys and things like that's more like tribalism pro black, not like what you think it is, not like what you're trying to make it out to be. And as far as like for the Ukraine, man, we ain't getting a real story. You go to the Ukraine news, you got to research like Ukraine agency, new Ukraine national news, things like that. Find their newspaper, read what they're saying. They got a large, like 75% of the people in Ukraine support Russia. They're Russian. They're the same people. It'd be as if the Yucatan part of Mexico separated off, became their own state, and then all of a sudden Mexico went back in, and you're going to say they're not the same people. They're the same people.
Right. It's like Mexico and El Salvador.
You know what's crazy, man? I told people, I told them when this shit first kicked off, they was like, ain't that gonna happen after this, bro, Sanchez? Guess what I said? I said, man, I wouldn't be surprised if they go to talking of nuclear war. And the next day I shared a post, Putin activates the nuclear forces. So y'all think a nigga just be fear-mongering and shit sometime in the chat room.
A lot of people forget you military, bro. They forget you know how they think, right? Yeah, this is like, it's clandestine. You know how this works.
Yeah, because it ain't even a war against Ukraine and Russia. It's a war against the people.
It is.
That's what.
Absolutely.
Yo, if I think World War III is gonna play out on a level to where we ain't gonna even know it's happening. Like, what if World War III
can I ask you something, man?
be the rogue war? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, did you notice how quickly, no matter what these people identify, which wing of the bird, red or blue, everybody be all of a sudden waving "I stand by Ukraine" and all this kind of stuff, like
football teams, like the football game.
Exactly. Mob behavior. It's insane.
I'm with Ukraine. No, I got Russia. Bet your money on Putin. I'm gonna bet my money on. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, man.
No, that's insane, man. So it's like, oh, that didn't work. So let's figure something else out, right? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's insane.
Y'all remember how they were getting mad because Trump was talking about China, you know? Like, how you gonna get mad when he blasting and basically telling y'all this damn country just released some shit, in my opinion, in response to him putting, you know, tariffs and all that shit on them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's weird.
Had everybody mad at China and a snap of a finger. Motherfuckers who love egg rolls was like, fuck that egg roll. You know what I'm saying? Facts. Man, pushing the buttons. Like we really puppets on the string where we not.
Nah, yeah, a lot of since I was like 17, I've called people government monkeys. So people in my circle, they hate it when I say that, because half the people, they know I'm talking about them, because it's that cognitive dissonance you was talking about earlier. People know better, but they choose that complacency. Oh no, I want to be comfortable. You know what I mean?
Hey, I fell for that shit when I was young and I was in high school, man. Like, you got to be triggered when you sign up for the military under Bush during September 11th. Like, I really felt that, nigga, you knocked my buildings down, and I ain't even from New York. I was in school when that shit came on, and they stopped the school and cut the TVs on. And it was like the country under attack, all this shit. I took it personal, you know? Know what I'm saying? And a lot of motherfuckers did.
They did too, man.
Because you feel like, bitch, you got some nerve. My mama could have been in that building. What the? Hold up. Yeah, it's on. Yeah.
Man, I was out here in Oklahoma and these rednecks were going off. You know, like every gas station's owned by someone from India, right? And these people couldn't tell the difference. To them, they was as good as an Arab, man. I was like, man, this is insane. I'm just trying to get some gasoline, man. Let me get out of here, right? You know what I mean? It was insane. But they had the Sinclair dude where he was trying to pull the door shut, and they was trying to pull the door open. And this, like you said, like back then, I was all like you, man. I can't tell you what I'm 3-letter certified, and I was trained by Special Forces, Delta, things like that, and along with. That's all I can say. So anyway, I was like, had to check them fools. Man, get out of the way. Hand that cat some cash. Hey, I'm on pump. Hey, give me some gas. Kick that door shut, right? You know, I told them fools, man, he's from India. He ain't even from the Middle East. They didn't know. They didn't care. These rednecks, they ain't educated.
I was about to say to Pro Black, I don't really know that much about the Russia-Ukraine thing. I don't really. I'm trying to wait a little bit to get into that, but with Pro Black, he was saying that black people call themselves black, and I'm like, no, we don't, unless it's a piece of paper that say, are you yada yada yada. That's the only time I know black people is like, if you see a nigga walking down the street, you're gonna say that's a nigga walking down the street. You ain't gonna say, oh, that's a black guy walking. No, white people call black people black. I don't know black people that call black people black, but
where you live?
That's just me.
Where you live at?
Shit, now I live in Vegas, but they don't, you know.
Right, Vegas.
Shout out
right?
to y'all if y'all in Vegas.
Hey,
I live in Atlanta.
Salutes. Hey,
yeah, man. That's how we describe ourselves. That's a black girl. That's a black guy. I mean, come on.
No, we don't. I don't call.
Yes,
I don't call
sir.
my sister black, bro. I don't call my mama black.
Told you, Pro Black.
My mama probably don't call her so black. Well, my mama probably would call her so black, but she watched the news.
Everybody go black. Everybody. Everybody.
And my dad like dark
bad.
with that like macadamia overlay. He like that kind of dark, man, like dark, right? Like, and he grew up in a day where the first half of his life he was in a segregated school. Like he grew up in a Negro school. You call that man black and he will check you. He'll make you feel so stupid for even speaking. Man, he going to will put some knowledge on you.
Right,
real.
you talking about the old time
He go,
before
there
the
you go.
60s, before we woke up.
Call a nigga black and that little
Well, that's 'cause
that little.
No. He called what you just said. Woke up. He called go to sleep because he say black people are asleep. Y'all don't know where you come from.
Sir, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichael,
Identified
we
as
woke
Negro.
I'll give you this,
No,
pro
no,
black.
no.
I'll give you
Stokely
this.
Carmichael.
up. We woke
Here,
up.
I'll give you this with the black shit.
But Markham,
There are certain
Mountain Luther King.
Fred Hampton,
you
Fred
got
Hampton, Steve Bikos.
That's what I was telling you, man. My dad's folks, they walked with Martin Luther King. They did not identify as Negro. He did not identify as Negro. Calling them people
Martin
black,
Luther King did.
That's like
Martin Luther
like,
King
no,
did.
He did not. No, he did
Yes,
not.
he did,
Martin Luther
bro.
King used
Look
that
at
word
his
in the
last
speeches.
speech. He said,
But no,
he said,
look, I'm
at his last
gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this, bro. My uncle
in Chicago.
in Chicago. My uncle, he was like with the Panthers and shit. He went to those meetings. He saw Fred Hampton and everybody. You feel me? I do agree with certain people's definition of black. It's just lately I have not been using that term. And the only people I do know who use that term, they not really that woke, bro.
So let me ask you a question. What is your definition of black? I give you mine. I'm just asking yours. And the other guy.
I think it's dark magic. I think it's the bad magic. I think it's the bad mentality. That's what I think the black is.
You know,
and I think they put that on us.
I want to say something to him. He do know that they call us black based on their definition and not yours. So I hate when guys do that. Because at the end of the day, you can have 1,000 black people on a panel and they can each give a different definition, but it won't be the definition that the law refer to you as. And that's the one that matter.
And that's the same thing with the units too. Like you could have a bunch of people in one unit, right, of a society or some shit, but they gonna identify in their own unit regardless of how much you try to force and constrain them anyway, bro. You feel me? And I know y'all know that, so come on. Man.
No, yeah, for real.
I'm gonna give you
I'm gonna just throw this in there real quick.
definition.
So like when you in them job descriptions and they ask you what you are, and I always put like at the line other, and I'll write in Negro, or I'll write in Negro Indian, or whatever, right? Whatever it is, it's going to say Negro.
Bro, people call back instantly if you put Indian and not
and they're trying to read it, they'll be like, no. I'll be like, it's okay, you can say it, Negro. Man, white people cannot say Negro. They can say nigga better than they can say Negro. I promise you, it's crazy.
That's true.
They can't say it.
Well, my definition of black is problem solve. Somebody who solves problems.
Okay, and black in the Constitution is related to savages.
Yeah, I don't go by it. Yeah, the Constitution was written by white folks.
Exactly. So that's what bro was talking about. Are we arguing their definition of black, or is it?
No, we arguing the black, the 1960 Black Power movement definition of black.
All right.
That's
Well,
black
it's the
power.
source from which all light comes from. Black is the root. That's the meaning from that era. So
No, we talking about the people. They were talking about the people. They wasn't getting into the metaphysicals and the scientific.
but that's what they was about back then. I mean, and that's why
that's
we
what I
just
was
now
talking
being called
about.
black
I'm like,
because
I'll
that's
give
the
you
source of
that.
everything.
I'll
So-
give you that definition. But
Black
still, I
means-
still
black
feel like
means
it's outdated.
Black means anti-white racism. For solving the problem.
Wait
we
a
got
minute.
a racist
Say that
problem
again.
in America. Anti-white racism. That's what black means. Anti-white
Well, listen. Wait. I'm anti-white racism, but I don't consider myself black.
Yeah, but see, the white people, they deem black people as a threat, a problem, whether it's sexually and
You just
all areas
debated
of
against
activity.
me that they didn't do that, though. You just debated against me at the beginning of this thing, and I had to convince you. Wow, that was crazy, but keep going.
They
Keep going.
deemed us as a threat. They deemed us as a problem.
Who remember that in the chat room? Didn't he just debate me?
Yeah, I remember that. I was watching.
No, I'm trying
I got you.
Oh, bro, I'm trying to link up with you. You like when other people see us, they see us as violent. That's how white people see us through their lens. So as black people, we take that name back, and we're the problem solvers. If they see us as a threat, we are a threat to white racism. See, that's what black
Yeah.
is. A power name. It's powerful. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's a reason. It's a reason why they took all of our inventions and enslaved us and shit and all that shit, man. We was a threat to the motherfuckers for some reason, man. We
Right
gotta
on.
tap back into that energy or something, man.
Hey, you
bro.
know
You're
what?
right,
Follow,
bro. But
Hey,
hold
bro,
on, though.
man.
you know
Hold on,
what?
hold on,
Let,
hold
let
on.
me
You know what I'm
explain
saying?
Hey, I
on some
like
real
that, brother.
shit.
Let them talk.
On some no,
Hold
oh,
on.
no.
Real shit.
Okay, let him go. I'll go when he done. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
about
at
to
work.
say
No,
that.
I was just saying. I'm just
yeah,
saying, nigga. I
that's
follow Bro
real.
Sanchez all the way. I follow his beats, his music, man. I follow Bro waking up
Much
everybody, man.
love.
Man, on my mama, man. I sit up here all day working 12 hours after dispensary listening to this shit to get by, man. Nigga, all this shit makes sense, man. We gotta tap into our power, bro. You gotta lead us somehow, some way, my nigga. Some real
Yeah.
shit.
Hey, you know what? You said some real shit. The threat
Yep.
was our spiritual system, I believe. Cause
Man.
like we was on some real, like they just now with all the technology and power that they got, that they tapping into the shit our ancestors was on as far as interdimensional and like the consciousness transport and shit. That was a threat, I think, man. Cause you talking about some people who have an advanced spiritual technology. Like them two words. See when you say spiritual technology, that's the marriage they don't want. That's the science and the church. That's the church and the science, the spiritual and the technology. See, when you bring both of them together in the right way, that's the shit that the Mayan and all them was on. They don't want us tapping back until they making that shit anti-spiritual technology. Yeah.
But you know, going against the church is oxymoron if you want to see the progression of black people. Because the church is the last black institution that's black owned in America. Why would you want to tear that down?
Well, listen, man, let me show you something now. When you say that the church, let me show you why this is silly, why this is dangerous, bro. You saying the church is the last black-owned institution, but blacks don't even own the Bible that the church is founded on, nor the deity that everybody kneeling to. How can you say that they own the black church? Don't own the black church. It's a few puppets that's doing good in that shit, but the whole shit is owned and controlled hope you don't think TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar and all them, because when we think black church, we see them as the owners. That's like saying the president of the United States as the owner.
But
Them
it's
just
black owned.
yeah, the
It's black owned.
pastor is just the dude presiding over the congregation. Real talk, I think that the Vatican still own all that shit. But yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna
Right.
fall
And,
back.
speaking of the Vatican, man, the Vatican got hidden archive. So all this information that we think we know, so-called scholar, philosopher, archaeologist, that they put in these science books, that's filtered knowledge. That's the reason why Google, you can they call this the age of information, where you can just type up something and information is right before your eye. That's all filtered knowledge, man. That they put all that out there, what they want you to know. We don't know the real information. 50% of the information we don't have it, the knowledge about. So we can't make conclusions about what happened in history. That's all speculation based on what they want us
Well,
to know.
look,
That's why I don't get too deep into history.
if you're gonna say that, you might as well change your name from pro-black and start teaching the people, man, don't worry about what happened in the past, because it ain't substantial anyway. We can't substantiate it no way. So why have whole movements that you're a part of whose sentiments are based upon historical events, while saying, you know what, history might be fake anyway, and you shouldn't.
Hey, man, like,
Exactly. It's all
don't.
based off of one story, and the whole point we calling ourselves
No,
something
it's
other
happening
than black.
today.
But the reason we call ourselves something other than black is so we could like communicate and group together and try together on something deeper than this few events. To go back and be like it's pro-black, I think on a certain level, and then you're trying to group everybody all at the same time. You got to be super careful with that. And I don't think nobody really know how to do that. And I think the people that deemed us as a threat are trying to do just that, group us all under one tribe. So it's just weird, bro. Like, it's not necessary per se. Like, I don't see
I feel like
I don't
it's a
see what the
catch-22.
rush
Right?
Let me
is.
ask you a question, man.
So you go.
Oh, I wanted to
Go
ask, you on a question. How would you identify a black person? How would you differentiate a black person from a Hispanic, an
Okay.
Asian, or any other
Wait.
ethnicity or
Number
race?
one,
How would you
okay,
know a
no, I
black
got it.
person?
Wait,
Number
that's-
one, I'm gonna say they.
I want to
I'm
ask him. Orange shirt.
Number one, I'm gonna look at them and I'm gonna think about a person that's a shade of brown. Right, that's number one. Just off top, I'm gonna think a shade of brown though. Like, so if you're talking about a black person, I know what you mean in my head, but I'm saying I'm gonna think of a person that's a shade of brown. That's important, and it's simple. Like, people just be forgetting the simple shit. But anyway, I'm gonna think
Indians are brown, sir.
okay. So this is what goes into dividing the difference, though, bro. Like, I mean, like actually quantifying the difference of what it is to be what we are and what you don't want. Because it's seeming like it's your world at the moment. But anyway,
I got a simple method. I asked you that because I got a simple method. Black people come in all shapes and colors. You know, some are albino. Some
Let
are
me
the
share
lightest
something
of
with
light.
you, man.
Hey, I just want to tell them, bro.
Everybody's black.
Bro, I just want to tell them.
I got you, bro. I got you. Check it out,
Black
though.
people, they come in the lightest of light. They come in the darkest of dark. Like Sanchez, he brown.
Right.
Dark brown. Now,
so there's even
I just want to tell them.
I'm just piggybacking.
Method. No, this is the simplest. I'm gonna be done. The simplest method is to connect our people to find out who's black all over the world is the hair texture. The hair texture. That's how you know who's black because we have
that's way too physical. Because I could,
bro,
I could go pick up
hold on, wait.
And then I could
told
go
him
pick
that.
up fucking.
Look, Fibonacci.
On the planet.
I put up the Australian Aboriginals, right? They got blue eyes and long blonde hair, but they black as hell. And I'm like, how would you identify them, though?
Not all of them look like that.
Oh, hey, you see
Most
these
of
islands
them
behind
do.
me? Right here, these are Fijians, all right? These are Fijians.
So wait, Elite. Let me rock with him a second. He said not all of them look like that. That means, according to his method, what we would be doing is going to Australia separating families, because he's right. One of the key features of these people, some of them, most of them come out that way, but not all of them. You're right. But check this out. So you would tell those folks, all of the blonde hair Australian, y'all ain't our people, but all of y'all without the blonde hair ours, even though they all see each other as one. That's crazy, and I'm gonna show you. Imagine going around the world, lining up motherfuckers, touching their hair, and let me see your hair. He one of ours, you get over here. Take your hat off, bro. See what you got. Yeah, he one of ours. The hair test would be so crazy, bro. Like, come on,
paper
man.
bag test.
And that's
test.
crazy. That's kind of how it is
You
anyway.
gotta remember
like,
that
that's the shit we gotta get away from.
Hey,
Yeah,
look at these
remember,
Fijians
Australia-
behind me. These kids is the first time they ever seen a white man. And look at the picture. Look at the face on some of them.
Why they black?
No, look at the hair though.
Yeah, look at
And
the
look at
hair,
their
though.
facial
Yeah,
expression.
you see that one in the front? He got straight
Right,
hair,
he
bro.
got black hair.
No, that one
He
in the
got
front.
black
No,
textured
that's
hair.
that's red blonde hair, but
He got straight
I got,
textured hair.
but listen, but you know what's crazy? The point is, I can show you groups of black people who got long Asiatic style hair and all that. So we know, but here's the thing, what Pro Black would say is, if you can show me them people, them ain't ours then. They didn't pass the hair test.
Well, you got to remember, there was a guy in the 20s, I think 30s, oh no, in the 60s by the name of Adam Clayton Powell. You know who that is, right? You do?
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was a black man that could pass for white. You know what I'm saying? He had white, he looked like a white man, but he was a black man. He
I
had
told
straight
y'all,
hair.
but let me show you something. When you say a person can pass for this or pass for that, It's a test that's going on. The test ain't got nothing to do with what they really are. It's a social test based upon which boxes they belong in motherfucking society. Let me see your eye. Let me see you this. Yep, you in that box.
This is what you would call naive realism.
That's why I say it's a simple method. You are any one of y'all geneticists? Can y'all take somebody's DNA and do all that stuff? You know what I'm saying? Figure out what they is and how much they
Can you? We want to know, can you do it? Yeah, because if you can't do it, pro-black, then you can't make the claim neither, man. So why you saying?
No, I use my eyes.
Sanchez, but what about the light spectrum? Like, if we only see a certain amount of light, how are then we are able to see that out of all those stuff?
Hold on. Let me one at a time. Let me get through with this pro-black thing, and we finna go to the light or whatever. Here's what he said. He said he used his eyes, right? Now, he just said that we need to see the DNA, but none of us got the machines.
I didn't say that.
Hold on.
No,
okay,
I didn't say that.
So you don't believe in genetics is what you're saying that makes a person who they are?
Nope.
What makes a person them?
Well, you can look at them. You got two eyes. You can look at them.
When you look at them, is what makes them them.
Yeah, you could tell our people, bro. I got a simple method for finding our people. We just scattered on all four corners of the earth.
Y'all hearing this? Listen. So you don't agree that humans have genes?
Well, that's what the white man call them.
Wow. So you do know that your genetic makeup is what gives each unique human their personality and all that. 50% from mama, 50% from daddy. Now, I don't believe that scientists can use DNA to tell a people where they from, but I do believe in genetics, and I know that we have a genetic makeup.
So you proved my point right there. If they lying about something, they lying about all things. In court,
no. Listen. Here's the thing. They agree and we agree that we got genetics. Based on that agreement, they can lie about what these so-called genetics is allowing them to know about a person or not. See, we both agree they exist, but we don't agree on, no, I'm telling them they capping what they saying they can look at it and get from it, though. Like, you can't look at this shit and tell where I been. They capping with that. Like, we can acknowledge that we both got legs, but once you saying, you know, and our legs can fly, I'm gonna be like, no, these legs can't fly, though, bro. Humans got legs. I'm with you with that, but they can't fly, though, you know.
So prove genetics. Prove it. I think it's a bunch of
You know
myth.
what? It's as simple as proving personality. I'm a prove genetics right here. I look just like my daddy. Simple. That's so simple.
It's that simple. That's right, bro.
Right.
DNA.
That's real. That's real. That's real. That's real shit.
That will be how you use simple right there.
That's how
How
the
you
studies.
explain why bro looks like his daddy?
Right, but there's some people that don't. I got a dad. I don't look nothing like my dad. But that's my dad.
Bro, you still look, you have features from both mama and daddy. I bet you I can point. I bet you if you show me a picture of your mama and daddy right now and turn your camera on, I bet you I can point out some features in both of them.
If neither of them one person in your family, you at least gonna look.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, who determines how genetics is rearranged? With one child coming out with blonde hair or another child
look
coming
what my
out
hand
with
point.
black hair?
Look what my hand point.
Oh, God, okay.
Man, I've been breeding for a long time.
That's a higher power, brother. What you want me to say?
That's speculation. I mean, you
that ain't
I've bred
speculation.
reptiles, I've bred fish.
You
I'm gonna
talking
tell you
about
something
genetics.
crazy. There's something called
bro.
recessive dominant.
Bro,
So-
Sanchez, what you think about mixed babies? Like a black and a white baby. Like where would that black energy come from as far as a black and a white baby that's mixed, like mixed babies? You see what I'm saying?
It depends
that's
what the mama is.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It depends what the mama is.
you
Who the
know-
mama is.
He's black.
You know
That
what?
shit is
Let
weird.
me
That
show
shit is
you.
weird, man.
Let me show y'all some real shit though. To the brother that want to ask me about light, are you still there? Cause we want to go to that later.
I'm still in here. Cause,
Yeah, hold that. We're gonna go to that in a minute. But yeah, let me answer you, my brother. See, with that, I'm glad you brought up the Mitch brother, because guess what? Another nail in the coffin to prove genetics. The fact that if he got a black mama and white daddy, we call him Mitch because we saying he's passing down the genetic makeup of each one of them, right? To deny the fact that you don't get that your genes come from your parents, like it go back to what I was saying about how sometimes pro-black be arguing stuff that we shouldn't argue, even though I like the debate. But whether both sides, whether the black side or the mixed person come in at, right, here's how it works. If you got a person with mixed parents and they grow up in a white neighborhood, the white part of their DNA will be dominant and more activated.
Exactly.
If they
man.
grow up in a black,
I don't know why that
I
matters.
noticed
but-
that,
Now
man.
listen,
Man, that's crazy.
right? And if they grow in a black,
I don't
same
know why
thing.
that
Yeah,
matter,
you right.
but shit,
Hey,
I grew up
man,
in a
I can't
couple
believe y'all
white
even went here.
neighborhoods.
Okay, check this out. Check this out,
It's
bro.
what's called DNA, but it's not transferred physically. That's what the original definition of a meme is, right? That's what a meme really is. If you go look it up on Google right now, for y'all Google people, right?
Now check this out.
So,
Check this
so
out.
if you grew up in one of those white neighborhoods, you're going to gather a lot of white memes, period. And then that person, if they honest, you're going to see them. If they not, then they going to start looking like they from Friday or some fucking Boys in the Hood type shit, bro. I done seen all type of flavors of
So
real
you
niggas versus fake niggas.
You basically saying like our DNA is based off of where we was raised and what environment we was raised.
So
The
here's
experience that we had.
hold on.
Is that what he's saying, bro?
It's
Hold
the
on.
experience. I'm telling you, it's the
Hold on.
experiences we had.
Hey,
What
it's
you
this
gotta
simple.
let me answer the
this
man.
simple. Okay, sorry, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, let me answer the man real quick. He asking me, he want me to clarify what I was saying. What I'm saying is you have your mama and father's DNA, but that don't mean, but DNA has to be activated over time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they talk about something called junk DNA, right? This is a part of humans' DNA memory that will give us spiritual abilities that we lost years ago. And I think a lot of what they doing now is stopping that from being activated. Let me show you how this works.
Yep.
Let's say a person daddy is LeBron James, but they ain't interested in basketball when they're a child. But they grow up and get old and all of a sudden want to start hitting the court. In my opinion, based on my research, picking up a nice jump shot, a good layup for them, all of that gonna what we call come natural to them. Even coaches will say, boy, that shit in your blood, boy, when you're doing good, right? And he might say, man, my daddy never played basketball though, but he may look up somebody before his daddy, granddaddy, it can jump. So you may have you may give birth to a goddamn like somebody in your family who's fire as hell on a skill that ain't dominant in your family right now, and may look up in your family history that one of your great grandmothers had that skill.
Okay.
So it's all of that shit is in us, and when we engage in an activity, that part of the DNA is activated, a neural highway is formed, and we in our whole genetic memory based on the whole all the years of humans being on this earth is recorded in us with that skill. We're gonna within your family though, within your particular genetic makeup. So that's why they named families out the skills back in the day. Shoemaker, blacksmith, shit like that. If you do you think that
do you think that just goes for the black race or do you think that goes for all races?
I think that it's something. Let me show you something that's real deep. And I know it seemed like I'm hogging the mic, but let me share something real quick with y'all. This will be quick. Yeah. Each cell in our body is a miniature mind or a brain. I don't want to say brain. It's a mind. It's a little unit of infinite storage. What I mean by that is this tap into something called muscle memory. What that mean is we can remember things inside of our muscle tissue. So what happens is if I want to be a basketball player and I take 10,000 jump shots every week, or if I take 500 jump shots, at some point I won't have to think about it. It'll just be muscle memory. What's happening is the brain is freeing up space. The brain is saying, you know what? Since you're going to be doing this action so much, why don't I store this memory in those muscles? And now I can free up this space for something else. And now you don't got to think about it. You can just do it like Nike say, muscle memory. So each cell is remembering what the brain is sending a copy of that jump shot to each cell that's responsible for him formulating his form and he don't have to think about the form. When he was learning his form, he had to think about it. The coach said, when you take the shot, bend your back. Now he's shooting the shot thinking and shit. But over time, you don't got to think about it no more because the memories now go to be stored in the muscle. So that's a very deep part of us, man, that taps into genetics.
And that
how
also
we get
happens with stress too. There's a lot of how people get illnesses and stuff like that. They have stress that's stored literally, like with women, it'll be in their upper shoulder, upper back area. You feel me? So that's why it's good to like massage somebody's shoulders, because that's where they store their stress. And then
that's real. That's real.
Being is gonna be in their lower back. You feel me? You know what I'm talking about? And a lot of people using their legs properly, and then they shoes, they be working their shoes too tight to the point where the soles get thin, and they don't put no gel in them, right? So now all the pressure from your body is going to your lower back when you lifting. You feel me? So, and then that's where and then if you have like a rough moment, the emotional stress gonna get stored there too. You feel me? Right. And that's important because that's a whole nother reality that you view the world through. You know what I mean?
And what I explain about like muscle memory and all that shit, that explain why a fish come out swimming, while a baby elephant get up off the ground, it strag a little bit, then is walking. Like our muscle memory, this goes into a deeper bill I want to have with y'all real quick. I believe that this world that we in right now, it ain't the real world. It's not the real world. I believe whatever they calling heaven, that would be what we would call real-time experience, meaning in this world, you got to think about something, then do it, right? And the ancestors described this higher heaven where you exist as the thought. That mean the moment you think it is so. Like on when the the person that's thinking in your mind that's creating a house in a second or ocean in a second. What if he was outside of the body? You would be projecting all of those images in infinity. It'll be like that the naked thinker outside of the body. You don't have to manifest the thought through the body. The body you just exist as your own thoughts.
Right.
So I think this is why the ancestors tried to clean their mind up so much, because once you get naked and out the body, you're going to be exposed, like your whole if I tell everybody right now, do this right quick. Close your eyes and think of nothing. Try it. Just do it. Now, whatever popped up, watch this. Whatever popped up in your mind during that brief time, it's the pollution in our brain that we need to be deleting. Now, I'm going to show you how deep this is. I done tried to do that shit before, and Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and all kind of stupid shit be popping up. And I'd be like, what the fuck? All of this in my brain? It's like having a recycle bin cluttered. And so when you die, that's what you're going to be manifesting, I'm saying, outside the body, like creating your heaven or your hell or what. So I think that was the whole reason why like focusing your thoughts and all that. They meditated so much. And then when I say this ain't the real world, I think deja vu proved that. I think if we was in the real world, we wouldn't have deja vu.
That's exactly what you said on one of your last, about like 6 months ago. You was like, when you pass away, if you have positive thoughts, you either gonna have positive thoughts from your life or you gonna have negative thoughts. I remember you touched that topic again, and that goes back to what you just said just now. So you making sense, my nigga.
Hey, I think they do something to us when we babies in this place to delete our memory of our past lives and our whole shit like that. So we're in some kind of here's what I'm thinking. We're spirits that was traveling through this infinite universe. We were landing in these heavenly realms, and in these realms, it wasn't no bullshit. They let you know, okay, you was a spirit. This the world you in a dimension. They didn't. We was always interdimensional. However, there are some worlds in this infinite universe where when the spirit land in them, it forget it's a spirit. They delete your memories like a trap where it's you know. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? So I think this one of those worlds that our consciousness landed in to where it's kind of like a hurdle or an obstacle world, right? Like, but ultimately everybody make it through. But yeah, I
just want to say peace, bro. Sanchez, appreciate you having me on. Peace to the panel, man. Everybody blessings, yo. I love tuning in. It's like coming back home every time, so. I'm just in the background. Cool. I'm listening.
Salute.
Much love. Hey, Sanchez, I want to say I'm out. I got to go. This Mike Ice, man. I got to bounce. I got to get back. And off my little break. I got to put my phone on power save mode. Flat power up. I'm going to listen to everything, man.
Hey, salute. Hey, much love, my brother. Thank you for joining. For sure.
Got you. Go.
Most definitely, man. Salutes to my brother there. I'm going to let y'all keep on building, man. Salutes to everybody that's getting through these Monday shifts with the fam.
You know, one thing I wanted to bring up with Ali, right? Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. But Ali, there's the second X chromosome was supposedly capped because that's the one that stunts your growth and age. We were living to like hundreds and hundreds, but they said in a Harvard study, right? Because I've just been doing some little research, right? There was a Harvard study about a year ago that said about 200,000 years ago, there was some genetic manipulation that happened. Now, about 200,000 years ago is when Adam's calendar was supposedly carbon dated or dated back to right in South Africa, right? And Inca and Enlil was supposedly in control of those gold mines, right? And then when you go deeper and deeper and deeper into what we're talking about, it's leading me down that line of that.
Do you actually believe that?
Yeah, I'm telling you what my research is leading me. That we were original source
created
that was genetically. Huh?
Who wrote the research? Who presented the research?
Well, the research is in English because that's how I read it, but it's from all different races around the world, though.
Right, but most of the races to me, a lot of that stuff, when people start going back 200, 100 million years ago, it kind of gets.
You don't think we can do that? Do you think we can do that?
No.
Do you think we can? You don't? Okay, that's a clear answer.
No.
Okay. Why not?
200,000 years ago? Come on, man. Nobody was living that we know that experienced that.
Well, let me ask you this. Don't you think that we all come from Africa, pro-black?
Yes, sir.
Well, then there
black
you go.
People,
That's
black people.
Brother. Stop. No, I got you. You can't tell him that and be a Pan-African because it say that we come from Africa millions of years ago. I'm tripping.
I didn't say that.
So how many years? It can't be more than 200.
I don't know. I just know that's where the majority of black people is in the world. So that's where we come from.
So where
it's a simple answer. I don't get into a fairy tale.
Listen, let me let the brother get the light question in. Well, let's go into the light.
Nah, fuck that. Let these niggas get it in because clearly they don't have no etiquette at all.
Okay.
I swear to God,
okay, shit. Drop a bomb. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go then. Shit, salutes to that.
Because I really want to know, pro-black, if you pro-black and everything that I've learned from being, my studies of Kemet, Pan-Africanism, that lineage goes back thousands of years. So if you don't even agree, I don't understand why you call yourself that if you don't agree with the the consensus of the pro-black Pan-African Hotep Kemetic teachings. Because the Kemetic teachings tell you we go back thousands of years. So
it wasn't called Kemet. It wasn't called Kemet. A European went over there and so-called found the Rosetta Stone and translated the so-called hieroglyphics, and that's where he got all the so-called name Kemet and Kemet.
You can call it Ethiopia if you want, because Ethiopia is bigger than Ethiopia is now. It was majority of the area. But we call it whatever you want to call it.
Right. What I'm saying is they never deciphered the hieroglyphics. That's
what
I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand. Because you can't really decipher ideographs because it's like deciphering emojis from thousands of years ago.
So we agree. So the metal is fake. We agree, right?
I don't agree with that. I'm saying that it's hard to decipher emojis from 1,000 years ago if you're not part of that culture. But what we're doing here is reading between the lines and deciphering things called,
You can't do that, bro. You gotta actually understand the language. You gotta understand the language to understand the idea.
Yeah. But I feel you, bro. Let's get on back into ion and light talk.
No, we're talking something deep because the metal.
I back myself up. Like, look. So like you basically saying, okay, so like when the white folk come over to the US, right? How did they understand what them Indians was saying? And unless they was part of the culture. They were able to immerse themselves, I'll give you that. But there have been other cases like with languages like Latin where we can't immerse ourselves anymore, but we can still figure it out from a foreign language. You see what I'm saying? So you have this thing which allows you to do that in the first place, which is called, what me myself is calling read between the lines. I understood exactly what he was saying because I understand that like if somebody was just to drop you in Mexico right now, what you gonna do to get home? You feel me?
Well, you're gonna talk to the people.
Exactly. And
broken Spanish.
You're gonna do something that works and come out with an understanding.
Right.
How you gonna talk to them but do body language? It's sign language. It's signs.
Hey. Elite, go ahead. Stone, Rich, welcome. Key Norfolk, welcome, my brother. 7030, and salutes to the sister as well. Welcome,
hey man, all I was
yes,
gonna say is
yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, bro.
Salutes to the sister 369. Prosperity in the house. And so I'm trying to just change the narrative. Pro-black ain't going nowhere with this, y'all. Go ahead.
No, I just want. Oh wait, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
All I'm going to add is one last thing, man. Pro-black. If you look up 1,600 American Indians, you're going to find this picture right behind me. What is that? Look at the hair. Look at the people. All right.
Okay.
You're also gonna find where they elaborate on us being cannibals and all that. However, if you find out who that is that came over and made these pictures, that wasn't white people. That was Sephardic Jews. All right. The reason it was so easy for the white people to colonize the Indians is because the Sephardic Jews were already there. Us right here, our 5 civilized tribes were already integrated with colonial living through the Sephardic Jews when the English arrived. That's the reason we had Indian removal.
I just want to ask you a question. How does a Sephardic Jew look?
It looked like somewhere between me, bro, and you.
So they basically white people.
No.
Here comes the Sephardic Jew argument again.
If you calling me, you, and bro white people.
A Jew is a white person, bro. It's
not, man. Oh my gosh. No, that's an Ashkenazi, and they come through the line of Magog. It's a different
So, do you know a guy by the name of Ben Shapiro?
He love to do that. He love to ask you that. Like, do you know a guy by the name of? He love to do that shit to you. Go ahead.
You know
come on. What you gonna say about it?
Do you know him?
What you going to say about it?
I'm just asking. Do you know?
He did the same shit to me.
That question is irrelevant without your information.
Yeah. Do you know a guy by the name of Ben Roethlisberger?
Okay. Wait. Let me ask you another one.
Sephardic means black, by the way. Look it up. It means black. That's what Sephardic means.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Like, what?
And actually, before 1800, when you said Jew, that meant black person. All Jews were considered black prior to 1800.
Okay. Well, I'm learning something today.
There you go, brother.
Powerful build. Yo, I appreciate that what they call that, the dialogue. Yeah, yo, was powerful.
Yeah, salutes to that, man. I'm glad pro-black sided the way he did, man. Y'all teaching him something here tonight, so that's what's good.
Yeah, back to Ion. Oh, sorry, Queen, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask pro-black. I want to kind of go back to this church issue that he brought up. I'm like shocked y'all just let him breeze over that shit like that.
Oh, they don't want that. They don't want that, man. They don't want that.
So, pro-black, you said that the church is one of the only. What did you say?
Oldest and it was one of the oldest and still running black institutions, black-owned institutions in the black community that survive integration. And why it would be moronish to try to destroy and talk against it, because you're talking against yourselves. And the church does a lot of good for the black community too. It gives out free food. You know what I'm saying? It does a lot of great services. Something the conscious community doesn't. But go ahead.
That's crazy.
I think it depends on who you talk about in the conscious community, because I could think about several just free services I did.
Yeah,
but you know, you can't. But see, the point is, you can't do bad and a little good. We excuse the bad, like the dope dealers give out turkeys too, man.
Yeah, I'm about to add. Let me ask you something. Are you aware that most black churches nowadays are they get tax cuts to basically shut the fuck up on the real shit that they need to be talking about that would really actually change some shit? Do you know that?
Except in Florida, because they don't help poor people. So churches are considered businesses. But you're absolutely right, sister.
Yeah, well, yeah. So like they can help whoever they want to. But what I mean is like they're not. So I'm going to give you a very short story to explain my point. I went to a black church before, and I asked, why do I never hear in the churches them speaking about how cannabis can be used to heal so many ailments? Because in the Bible that they preach, it says that the herbs, the green herbs are for the healing of the nations, right? And I always ask, why don't they never bring up cannabis? They talk about cannabism, which is a type of oil, right? I asked this to the church, and you know, this is the first time I ever found out that churches are not allowed to speak on certain topics. Do you know they told me that they're not allowed to speak on that because that's a government issue. They're not allowed to support. Yeah. Right?
Good.
Hey, sister. Hey, hold on. The next time you hear that, hold on.
The Hebrew word.
It's because they got an agenda against drugs that actually help you.
No, you hold on. I gotta answer this sister. She said something for a second.
So I had went into it with him. I said, you know, we were in California. This was like 2 years after California legalized, decriminalized cannabis, right? So that's what really shocked me.
Cannabis and DMT, they really after those. They really after weed and DMT.
Of the freedom of religion.
And LSD is something that just got out of their control. Oh yeah, they after shrooms too. They after everything.
The black church, they just straight up told me they're legally not allowed to speak on stuff like that. No, it's not. Let me tell you something. Hold up. Let me tell you something. You want to know why that's not good? Do you know how much oils can be made from cannabis that can heal so many different cancers? Do you know how many black people are suffering that could be saved from cannabis oil, Rick Simpson version cannabis oil?
I'm gonna give y'all a story, real shit. My mama got lupus, right? My mama got lupus. They was giving her all type of medicines that was giving her all type of weird side effects. She did not like it. They was ruining the quality of her life, making her more tired. So when she got home from work, all she wanted to do was, have a little wine, go to sleep. You feel me? She did not. I told her, Ma, stop taking these medicines. She like, all right, I'm gonna try to stop taking the medicines real quick. You know, I don't like to put my mama in her place like some people say, but I definitely will help her. So I told her, stop taking this medicine. Try something else. Her man's Antoine, my sister's father. He smoked weed 1,000% of the time. He started giving her some shit. Then she's like, wow, I feel better. It's less pain. I don't swell up no more. I don't get bloated. I got more energy. The brain fog gone. You feel me? They are against weed.
I don't think
People
that's addressing what she was talking about, though. But go ahead.
That is what that's where I'm going. That's what I'm leading to with you, is that you saying the black church is so beneficial. And I'm speaking on the black church in particular right now, but I can throw all of them into that equation because all of them under the same bullshit. Most of them then took that oath. Okay. So what I'm saying
you gotta
is
you gotta understand the black church deals in faith and saving people. They don't deal in medical drugs. That's the conscious community.
that's not a medical drug. That's a God-given herb.
Right.
So
do you understand what you're saying?
Ma'am.
I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, but do you
what I'm trying to say, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. The conscious community deals in herbs and naturalistic things.
Oh my God! Then why? So the Bible
they should be talking about.
Okay, so for instance, in the Native American church, to be a minister in the Native American church, okay, you can join the Native American church and you can use mushrooms, peyote, and cannabis. Right?
Yes,
do you know that? Why in the Native American church when you use the same Bible, but not in the black church? That's what she's saying. All right.
Yeah.
When the very word.
Why aren't they fighting to be able to? That's considered a practice of Christian. If you really
the very word
that's
that
considered a practice of Christianity.
They know how to put a 6-star seal over your whole chakra.
Do you know how holy
system,
oil is
bro.
made?
They put a box around your mentality.
Hold up, man.
Of course they gonna attack.
Wait a minute.
The church.
Hold up, Pro Black. Yeah, and after you explain it, let him respond, and then let me holler at the new panelists that just joined and see what's good with the rest of the panelists, and we'll come back to Pro Black. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead, explain it, Pro Black. You got it.
Yeah, what I was saying is the church, the lady, the young lady was asking, sister, she was asking me, why doesn't the church do this and the church doesn't do that? The church has already done this fight. The church got us to this point. The church was the foundation of the Christian civil rights movement that gave us the voting rights bill, that gave us all these black governors, even our first black president, that gave us affirmative action. The church gave us the law, the rights to sue. The black church did this. And the church provides many services in the community, like clothes for homeless people, and also food. You know what I'm saying? You can also go to the church and get a box of food.
Do all that under non-profit while getting the biggest profit, bro.
It don't matter. I'm not a pocket watcher. As long as they get the sun back.
Man, let me tell you something, bro. The church is why. Listen, man. You know what?
The conscious community don't give you nothing.
This guy.
Niggas be smuggling drugs through the church.
He don't understand the big picture, man. He don't understand the big picture. You know what? Pro Black, the dude, if you give him a turkey, you got a friend for life. You know.
American gangsters, they was handing out turkeys. They were also killing and destroying the community.
What's the basis of living? Having food and something to drink, right? So if somebody give you
give him a bag of chips and a blue Fago,
and
he gonna ride for you.
Black is you holding that up as though that's like the greatest thing. I'm telling you, it's millions of black people dying every year from taking, I'm not gonna say the word, okay, instead of natural herbs and shit. That's what I'm saying. You talking about feeding a few people, I'm talking about millions could be saved of our people from a simple oil.
She's right. Can I share something? Man, I got tumor results with my
Anybody
spine.
remember a person named Dr. Savy? He was a part of the country.
Here he go again. Know Dr. Savy. He mentioned more. You know what? He mentioned more names than the rapper game. You know how the rapper game be mentioning all them names. Yeah, man.
Now, I'm just saying that you're
But you got to
bringing
know what they were
I'm just
talking about.
saying.
that's
Pro-black.
outside,
I'm
but
just
that's
saying.
Stay the same, man.
that's
I'm
outside
just
of the
saying.
church.
Do you
The
have
conscious
cancer?
community. The
I'm just
conscious
saying. Do you have
community.
cancer?
Please let Ali talk because he's about to give us
I'm
a
just
basic
saying.
pro-black.
Do you have
Black
cancer?
people have died from all kinds of diseases. That's one of the main issues. That's why I brought it up. That's why I used that exact example. Because that's one of the main problems plaguing our Black people.
Yo, I want to back up what sister is saying. 369, yo, she's going hard with this shit on some real shit, man. Basically, what she's saying is because of the hypocrisy in the church, bro, it's blinding people to believe that you shouldn't take this herb that's healthy and that will help heal and cure you in more than one way. But because of the religion, people believing in the church, in the religion, and saying, oh, we should do it like this, they're fucking themselves up. And at the end of the day, they're lining the government's pockets for more cheese. So why are you saying that?
I just need 30 seconds.
I don't understand how
30
you're saying
seconds.
that.
That's it.
I
30
don't
seconds.
get how you're saying that the church is something that's benefit and that the conscious community don't do anything opposed to what the church do. Because the same way they're giving out these turkeys and bag lunches and all this other shit, they're getting that same bread. And the ones who are in the community or ones who are in the church can't even get the help that they need because the pastor's eating it all. Pastor's looking something nice. And everybody that's been there for 30, 40 years only wants to get bread because they put in time. And it's all part of the game. It's all part of the hierarchy structure.
Well,
I don't
bro,
understand how you can't see that.
to respond to that, there's a place called the conscious community where they deal in herbalistic nutrition and curing people, and they deal in science and all that stuff. Now, since the church won't do it and you criticizing the church, go ask the conscious community to do it. Why aren't they doing it? Where's the conscious
There
community?
are people who are doing it, like I don't know,
you
Dr.
a part
Bruce
of the
Lipton.
conscious community
Hey,
too,
look,
pro
There you
black.
go. There's
Like,
one
who do
Hey,
you
look.
think running the conscious
Hey, you
community?
said, hey, bro, you saying to go get it from the conscious community? I've gotten more from the conscious community in 2 years than I have an entire life being indoctrinated through a church, bro.
Facts.
Have you got? Hold on.
Facts.
Sir, hold
And
on.
the church has
You're
Have you
gonna
got
go
billions
food?
to
in the
you're
Have you
gonna
got
go to a
food?
church and they're gonna
Billions.
put your whole
Sir,
chakra
have you got your
system in
bills
a
paid?
ple. Look,
Have
bro,
you got food?
your body is like chia for the
Have you got
church,
food
bro. And
from
you
the conscious
once you go to the church, they're gonna grow you like a plant. That's what it
That
is. You know what I'm saying? It's even harder, bro.
Hey,
They're
have you
growing you, they're grooming you. That's what the
have you
church
got
is. It's
anything
like
to eat
Man,
it's
from the
they
like
don't
you
conscious
putting
even.
your kid in a
Hey,
fucking summer camp, bro.
Hey,
Have you
And
got
you
the
don't
church
know
anything to
doesn't
eat?
nobody
teach
at the
what the
summer
word
camp.
says. The church
cultivation.
doesn't teach what the word
It's called
says. The word
unit
says,
cultivation.
Hey, have the conscious community
You
fed you?
leaving it up to trust to know if you in the right hands or not when you go to the church, bro, and you presenting it with all these fucking lunch cards and shit, bro.
hey,
Like
back to
it's all
prosperity, what she was saying.
Yo, I
Can a
got a
conscious
question
community
for Pro Black.
give you a
I got a
hot plate?
question for Pro Black, bro.
I'm just saying that can a conscious
I got
community give
hey
you a
Pro
hot
Black.
plate?
Have you ever
Pro
heard
Black,
of a
I got a
man by
question
the
for you
name of
real quick.
Sam Adams? Go ahead.
Sam Adams, that
Bro,
Negro.
bro, if we can all agree that black people ain't as a whole, we not exactly where we need to be right now, that can at least be agreed on by everybody, I'm sure of. If that's the truth, and you saying that the foundation for everything that we got thus far is the church, then don't you think that that's the goddamn problem? Because like the church obviously ain't been doing a good job of this where we are now, and they've been here as long as they've been, and they've been here from the beginning. Like they're not doing what they need to do, bro. You need to rethink that shit, bro.
Right, bro. The church got us this far. Now we got to pick up the torch.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. How far exactly are we?
That's
I mean,
what I
bro.
want to know.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Well, compared to compared to the 60s,
Come
we
on
ain't
with
got
the bullshit now. Come
we
on.
ain't
And
got
it's still
two.
black.
Right, compared to the before the 60s, we ain't got where we want it to be, but it done got us far enough.
You
Bro,
ain't
what are you
see
talking
how
about?
he
You talking
didn't
about, hold on. You talking about slavery?
no,
Hold
but
on.
wait, he didn't answer my question at all. I said, how far exactly are we? That means be specific. and he said we ain't got where we want to be, but we got far. Bro,
Hey,
that ain't a good enough answer.
Yeah, man.
But
Look, Pro Black,
guess
check this
what?
out, right? Check this out, though, right? You
We
said
made
before the
progress.
60s, right? You said before the 60s. Well, back in the 60s, you know, blacks was married at a higher rate. We had more land ownership, and, you know, we had more businesses and whatnot, if you want to think of it like
And
that.
we was getting hung, and we was getting hung too.
Yeah, but that doesn't defeat the argument, though. The argument is that we had more shit.
Right, but
had
we was
more
getting
progress.
mistreated and hung. We was getting.
We're still
dogs was
getting
being spit on us.
mistreated and killed by police, sir. We're
But
still
are we
getting
going to the?
mistreated and killed by police, sir.
But are we going to the
Kyle,
back
you
of
know
the
how to
door?
talk
Are
to
we
him,
going to
bro.
the back door?
Sir, what I'm trying to say is the argument, you still straying from the argument. The argument, the point was that we're not further than we were in the 60s. That's the point. And
Our
the church
civil
is
rights
not
was
helping with that. That's the point.
was getting violated.
Hey, my brother,
The church ain't help with civil rights either, bro.
Right. Everything is a
Then
lie.
or now.
Everything
Then
is a
or now.
lie. Everything is a lie.
Hold up,
Everything
one
is
at a
a lie.
time.
They was hanging us because we was better off and more educated than them. All right. Only 3% of them could even read. All right. Only 3%. They record everything. Only 3% could freaking read. It's always been black on black crime. All right. Always. It's always been black on black crime. They got us crisscrossed and thinking this and that whenever it's this and that. You want to show me one church, one school, one government official or policy that is black that has helped out the community since Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Name one. I'll wait. Now, as far as like going all the way back to
Damn,
like
he got you
black and
quiet
black and
on
black,
that one.
man, look at George Washington. Nobody ever put it together. He was the first black president. How do you know? He was a slave baby. His mama was a slave. And who was her master? A Moor. And he bought her from another Moor. So that means he probably looked like me.
Okay.
They did. Abraham Lincoln too. Yeah, they all did. But
yeah.
Hey, that
So there
right
you go.
there.
That's your black president right there. Everything we were ever taught.
I was hearing that
ain't my black president.
Mount
It's not
Rushmore
my
actually
black
looked a
president.
little different.
Hold up,
bro.
brothers.
Barack Obama, my president.
Let me go over.
No. He wasn't the first black president.
He
I
said
don't care.
Barack
That's mine.
That's what they
Obama.
taught you.
He said Barack Obama,
It's
his
pro-black
president.
over here, man.
Wow,
Bro,
man.
let me ask
But
you
you
a
know
question,
what?
pro black.
Barack
Hey, pro black.
Obama don't identify as black. But hold up with the questions, my brother. I
Did
got
you know
other
that
folks. Hold
Barack
on.
Obama,
Hold
George
on.
Washington, George Bush, and about 40, maybe 38 other presidents are all related back to King?
Yeah, he don't
John?
know that. We're gonna have to
No.
school him. Go.
Yeah,
Hey, let
bro,
me
that-
pass
that-
the mic
that-
to my brother Key Norfolk real quick, pro black. We'll come back to you, man. Hold on. Let's get some more people in.
Hey, peace and power, bro, Sanchez.
Peace and
Salutes
power,
to you, my brother.
Salutes, my
Yeah,
brother.
pro black.
Appreciate you, man.
I want to tell them, man, you know, that church, man, the problem with the black church is not by them not talking about herbs. The problem is they're a big fucking sleep center for black people. That's the way you go when you want to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? And they not preaching, they not taking care of us, no civil rights, and they not feeding people. What they doing is preaching prosperity. What they doing is doing prosperity preaching.
Prosperity pimping, yeah.
Prosperity pimping. Yeah, so I don't know where he getting these where he getting this from, man, but you know the church hasn't done. I mean, and back to the question, where are we? I mean, what have it done besides keep people asleep and put them inside that cross box?
That's all it done. Facts. And you know what? Whenever folks say what he's saying, they can never specifically say what the black church has done as a collective. They can never do it. Just like he tried to explain, he said, we ain't where we want to be, but we can. That's all you got to say you up here arguing for what the black church done as a collective, and it's this hard for you to formulate something specifically. And after you do,
I had already done that. I done that like earlier. I told you the black church was the foundation for the civil rights movement. The movement that spawned the voter rights act.
No. I think we confused the black family with the black church. The black family was the foundation of the civil rights movement. Just because we had our meetings in a building called a church, Christ wasn't the motivating energy behind it. Protecting our children was.
Brother, I think you might be a little.
You got to drop a bomb, man. That was powerful, man. That was powerful.
Brother, there was a guy named Martin Luther King that implemented the Jesus Christ teachings, turned the other cheek, which they used as a strategy during the Christian civil rights movement, which got us the Voting Rights Bill and all these other government.
You know what? You know what's it's cringeworthy
that we have today,
bro. I'm gonna tell you what sucks, y'all, and I'm gonna pass the mic. It don't hurt. I'm gonna tell you why it does kind of hurt and I'm gonna pass the mic to somebody else. People died for the shit that I'm talking about. Our folks didn't die for bills and statutes and paperwork to be signed and all of that dumb lunatic stupidity shit. I'm serious. We got to stop doing that. I'm going to pass the mic, y'all. Go ahead.
I think where pro-black is kind of getting it mixed up at is like, bruh, evil is polite. Evil is nice. It comes in like many different clothes. So like what you think that the church is doing is still under a evil foundation. That's the whole point that we're trying to get to you.
Well, let me respond to that, bro. Do you know the church is burned down, is targeted for hate crime almost every year? By
but
racists?
See, look at this.
They burn it. The church is the.
Hey man, listen. Let me tell you something, bro. You talking about the church getting targeted for hate crimes, man?
Right,
bro,
right. Yep,
bro. Cut that out, man. Really, cut that out, bro. Because I'm gonna tell you something right now. The church targeted people for hate crimes and put you to death if you didn't believe in Christ during the Inquisition and Crusades. They went on witch hunts, burning women alive. You see what they doing to the women in the Middle East under the guise of the Quran and all that? This is what the religious order is doing. Quit, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Yeah, the church got so much blood on their hand. You can't talk about a hate crime when you open up the Bible and it start off with hate crimes.
Well, I was talking about the black church. You talking about the white church. We talking about the black church. Two different things.
Okay, so don't the black church use the white Bible?
No.
So so the black church don't use the King James Bible.
We talking about two different things. You're saying that
he just did one against us.
No, you're saying that
you can't separate the black church from the white church when they both.
Yes, you can,
bro. Let me show you why you can't.
Right.
Let me show you why you can't. Cause it say that the world, Jesus won't come back until the whole world have heard the gospel and it's proclaimed to the world. That means Jesus said he's going to proclaim the gospel to the Jew and Gentile. In the kingdom of heaven, black and white people will dwell there together as one. So on the kingdom of earth, a white person can come to my church and I got to open the door for them. Where does your separatism come from in the Bible when your God is not a separatist? You can't have a black and white church when your God got a gray heaven.
Well, Sanchez. I understand. You made a good.
Y'all got the illusion of a black church. You just need to call it the black. Go ahead. The black genre for the same white religion. Yeah.
That's a good example, but you got to understand that white people go to white churches and they don't, and black people go to black church. Now, black people, they follow the things. White people don't follow the things in the Bible because guess what? The KKK is a white organization. In the Bible say, thou shalt not
kill. And the KKK got a contract with the NOI, which is a black organization. What's the point?
Wait a minute. But the KKK don't follow nothing. They're not Christians. They're white. They're pretending to be Christians because they don't follow.
You can't. Let me tell you something. Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
then you ought to know you can't tell no other man he ain't no Christian. You gonna go to hell for that.
Well,
That's
no,
between
check it out.
That's between that man walked with God. God forgave murderers in the Bible. Paul went around killing Christians and was forgiven. So you can't say what a man is or ain't from your perspective when your God will allow pedophiles into heaven. Come on.
Paul repented.
And that man may repent. So he may repent.
Now the KKK under the banner of Christianity, pretending in disguise, went around justifying murder, even though it's against that in the Bible.
That's what the whole no. If you read about Joshua's army, God justified several murders and sent his army.
Right, God justified it.
Okay, so
right, God did that.
So if
that's different.
So no, it's not, because if I'm striving to be like God, then we learn his call. I'm gonna learn by the actions that my parents do. If it's okay when my God did it, I can do it, right?
No, God ordained them people to go do that. God didn't ordain the Ku Klux Klan to go bomb.
They said he did. They said God ordained them to do that.
He didn't.
Well, you don't know that though, because you don't know what.
It wasn't the Ku Klux Klan that bombed Tulsa. It was the United States government.
Right, white people.
You can't. Let me ask you something. Is God inspiring you to stand up for your black people, pro-black?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then that's what the Klan members saying. God inspired them to protect the white race by any means necessary. Like what Malcolm was saying with through the faith of Allah, by any means necessary. Like, so I don't know why you saying God ain't inspiring them, but for their racism, but he inspiring you for yours.
Let's agree on this. To be in an organization, you got to follow the rules, right? To be in the gang. If you in the gang, you got to follow the rule. You can't disguise yourself, wear blue or wear red while not doing gang stuff. If the gang say you got to go out here and do that, you have to follow the rule. Now in the Bible, they got rules in the Bible. You got to follow the rule for every individual person that call himself a Christian. If you going out there, if you proclaiming Christian, you got the symbols, which you ain't supposed to have no symbols and stuff like that. You burning crosses. You terrorizing people, intimidating people, raping, killing. No, you ain't supposed to have that, bro. You ain't supposed to have no symbol, no graven symbols. Come
on. You're not supposed to have the cross either, pro-black. The cross is
you ain't supposed to have. Right. Okay, man. We on the same page, bro.
Yeah, but you saying burning crosses. You saying burning crosses, though.
That's the KKK.
Okay, well, since you're going by what the word says, all right, what the word actually says, you're supposed to have one mark, and that's the X. That's actually the Southern Cross, right? And that's been here since before white people, I'm sorry to tell you. But then as well, is what the girl was saying, prosperity, is Kanehbosem, Kanehbosem. It's actually Hebrew, and it's pronounced, wait for it, cannabis, and it's the secret ingredient to the holy oil. It is all throughout the Bible, and that's the reason why the church won't speak on it, because we have the freedom of religion.
Girl, she got super tight shoulders and her back stiff like this. You're gonna rub it on her back and she gonna feel better. Why she gonna be more relaxed? She gonna actually want to go to work tomorrow, bro. And then y'all gonna have a little bit more money. You're gonna get that whip, feel me? Flip it. Gonna be decent.
You like giving massages, bro.
You will. Hey, I'm telling you, man, he know that the girls like that too, man. That's a good way up in there too. I'm telling you, when they sit down on easy. See, that's the only time a woman ain't gonna care if you just touch her randomly. Like she's sitting there, you just walk her like, before she can snap, she gonna be like, oh shit. Yeah, keep doing that. Hey, what up, Raven? Salutes to the sisters. What's up, Raven? Thank you for joining us. You got the flow, sister. Yeah, that's better than just.
I'm fine. I'm muted, y'all. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sister, loud and clear. You got it.
Peace and love to everyone. I love what y'all been doing. great work together. Y'all make me feel so good to know that our men are coming together and building together, coming up with ideas for to make our life better. I want to go at pro-black for a minute. I'm gonna give them a story about the church and what it's not doing because I was raised up in the church. So
Hey, you from New Orleans, right?
Yeah, I'm from New Orleans. Don't go on
yeah,
there. We not gonna go there. Let me tell a story first. My daddy would, after he retired from disability or being disabled or whatever, he made sure that he took 10% of his tithings and put it into the church every month. This was a debate whether he was going to buy necessary things that he knew that he needed or whether he was going to give the money to God in the representation of the pastor, which was his partner. When my dad died, he probably had to put about $20,000 into the church. And guess what? They still charged us to have his funeral there. So tell me, what are they doing for our people? It's nothing but a bank system that is not doing anything to elevate our people, but keep them at the same level of needing the word so that they can have something to buy into. There's no such thing as double jeopardy when you're going to heaven. Why am I going to have to pay for my crimes upon this earth in the law system, which is the judicial system, and then after I die, I still have to be judged? Somebody ain't gonna hold me accountable for that. I don't believe in double jeopardy. Either I'm gonna, sin this life and then pay in heaven, or I'm gonna do it all in this life and pay on this life, and when I go to heaven, is none of that paying. Something is not right. But I'm just saying that because I see it every day where people are struggling with trying to decide whether they pay their bills or pay their tithes, and I'm gonna fall back on that.
And then I don't think the church do nothing. They don't do nothing to help that, right? So my grandfather died recently, right? My grandmother, she's a church-going woman. All of her life, she's super, super Christian Baptist, right? So I just feel like them doing that service not for free is a disservice to everybody. But just because of her Christianity, she stayed with a man that didn't give her massages all the time, a man that had these weird type of ego problems, a man that was slowly dying because of his diet and the type of media that he consumed. And I feel shitty going in on him like that because he was like instrumental and part of my life. So really, it's like
things was going on over the weekend. I went out and I saw my man.
This man has several things wrong with him that are common for regular ass people out here, and that go to church all the time. And I don't think the church help them unless you got a really good church. But then you got lucky. But you should never leave it. You shouldn't have never left it up to the church anyway. And like, I don't know if I make it too serious. I don't be making it serious enough, but I'm gonna just fall back. You feel me? I don't wanna.
Hey, salutes to Dane Calloway, man, with the Killer Priest connection. Somebody in the chat was telling me about how they continue in the presentation that he been doing over there. So salutes to that. I just loaded it up. I'm gonna show a little love in the chat room, but I'm gonna continue on with this one here. But at the end of this one, I'm gonna go over there as well. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
He said, yeah, but after this.
Yes. Indeed. Hey, bro, Sanchez.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm down with that.
Yeah, y'all lit today though. I ain't gonna lie, man. Salutes to the Monday Madness.
Word.
Pro-black.
Pro-black, you still there? Oh yeah, he's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for you. Are you familiar with the slave Bible?
The what?
Slave Bible.
The so-called slave Bible? Yeah.
I think your Bluetooth or something's cutting in and out. We can't hear you.
It sounds like a wind tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the so-called slave Bible. Yeah. But since we talking about the slave Bible, let's talk about the slave land called America.
Before we
The
do
slave
that,
doctrine.
let's get some new people in. I ain't trying to
Yeah.
cut you off, but yeah, brother Rich, you got it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bro Sanchez, first of all, long time listener ever since you was on the whiteboard giving your lessons, man. I always enjoyed listening to you. So
Oh, much
appreciate you opening
respect.
up the platform and everything. All y'all going in and everything. I would comment on what y'all was talking about, but y'all pretty much hit it right on the money. The whole church is basically nothing but indoctrination, just like the schools and just like the hospital. They all work in cohesive with each other because it's all about the money. You do not make money making people healthy. Bottom line, done deal. You know what I'm saying? So if you make people healthy, the money stops. Simple and plain. But I actually got on here because I saw the title of this, Bro Sanchez, and you said if we had a problem or anything we didn't agree with, hit you up.
Okay.
I don't necessarily have a disagreement just yet. I have a question first, and I kind of want to change the subject if you guys don't mind, but
Most
it's about
definitely.
the cosmos.
Will we be able to come back to this because I just got disconnected?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we'll definitely go back to that. But Mr. Bro, it's about the cosmology because I'm all about the flat Earth and everything. I love your presentations on that. My question to you is though, since everything is created in duality, I'm pretty sure everybody can agree with that. You got everything needs balance, hot, cold. Man, woman. This cosmology. And within this cosmology, us humans are microcosms of this universe. You agree with that, right, Bro Sanchez?
Yeah.
That's your take. Okay. My question to you is, from your perspective, what is the man's the microcosm of within this cosmology? Because it seems like you lean
The
a lot more
the
towards
man and a woman are a microcosm of the universe. The universe is one thing, right? But when it manifests into what we call man, it expresses itself in a dual form called male and female. So we're both a manifestation of this one great power source expressing itself negative, positive, masculine, feminine, light, darkness.
Okay, all right, because within other cultures and everything, like Egyptians, they got Mother Geb and Nuts. But it seems like in your teachings, seems like the woman it seems like you lean more towards the woman being what's the words I'm looking for?
The
Crap, I'm so
conceiver,
sorry,
the
but
conceiver,
yeah,
the life
yeah,
bringer, the life bringer. Yeah.
yes, yeah, and
Listen,
it
the
seems like
words, let me
you
share some with you what modern religion did. The words life bringer was turned into the words light bearer. Women bear the light of life. That the light, the spark that take place in them, the light that they see under the microscope, they're the true light bearers. So I'm telling you that I wouldn't have a problem calling men the life bringers or the light bearers if they was manifesting the light within their bodies into a human. But see, man is carrying a light himself too. I'm not saying he's not a light bringer because look, the sperm is inside of him, right? And see,
yes,
so
sir.
light
See,
is light being recycled by a black hole is the secret of life. So the woman is the
indeed.
black hole and he's the light, and this just keep recycling. But yeah, go ahead.
Indeed. So would we be the microcosm of the sun and the sky pretty much? Because within life, the man is supposed to be the provider. And I believe our cosmology, our sky is the provider. And, the sun is the light. I believe we act as the sun because we're so energetic with our
Be
testosterone.
the
And a woman
proton to the
acts as
electron. We would
the
be the
woman.
proton to the electron. What you're trying to look at
Yeah.
microcosms,
Yeah,
we would
I
be the
guess you
proton to
could.
the
Yeah.
electron.
Yeah, if you
I
want to
don't really
say
want to get.
man, sun, women, moon, I'm definitely with you on that one too.
Okay, cool. All right. That's pretty much it. All right.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
with
I
you.
could
Hey,
probably
that's
end it
some
there.
good stuff right there, though. Real talk. Salutes to the
Word up.
brother Rich.
Yes, sir.
Dropping the bomb for that. Yeah. If you want to interject again, Rich, if you get something else, feel free to do so. Queen Angel, you
Yes,
want to go
sir.
back with the smoke you had? You want to flip it back to, I forgot what y'all was debating.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry for
The
changing
black
it.
church.
No, you fine, you
you're the
fine.
black.
She remember the smoke. I know she sharp with it.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Queen. Hold on, wait. We can hear you, but it's just a little muffled. Hold on. Let's do a mic check real quick. Let me see. Yeah, we'll come back to you, Queen. Let me holler. Oh, okay. Damn, I heard her, but it was through some crackling. You know what? Unmute when you think you got your mic right, and we'll give you a mic check. 7030. I want a mic check from you, bro. What's good, man? Welcome back.
Yeah, my mic good.
Yeah, salutes, bro. You want to grab the mic, man? We can jump around on anything too.
Yeah, my mic good.
All right. Yeah, we can hear you. Salutes, my brother.
All right, I want to bring a little smoke to the panel. My smoke I got is spiritual. I feel like it's stupid though. And I got a little beef with the title queen.
Okay. Uh-oh. All right, bring it. Bring your beef with the title queen. Go ahead. Like and share the video, y'all.
I'll start with that one first. Well, it basically ties into spiritual is stupido, right? And when we deal with the definition of odd, and we deal with the definition of even, because I'm finna use numbers and explain what I'm talking about. And I also recently started my own show too, so it's Topics in the RV. I explain what I'm talking about on my little channel. So basically, right, when we deal with the definition of odd, right, the definition is different from unusual, unexpected, and strange, right? When we deal with the definition of even, which connects with the flat earth, is flat and smooth, right? So I have noticed that a lot of words that has odd numbers in it, it kind of has a wicked connotation to it. So like for an example, spiritual, that has 9 letters in it. Stupido has 7, right? When we deal with the Dolos God, which is the trick God, when you research the Dolos God, he was able to make the gods lie, right? When we deal with God, that's 3 letters. When we deal with evil, that's 5 letters, right? When we deal with like positive words like family, love, and hate, we all know love and hate is a polarity. I'm just using small words. I don't want to go over nobody's head. But majority of the words that we use that has even numbers in it, it has a positive connotation to it. So now when we get to the word queen, right? Queen has 5 letters in it. Now when you do your research on the word queen, it has 2 definitions to it. It has a royal definition to it, and it has a whorish definition to it. So meaning like you have words like drag queen, queen bee, right? So when women call themselves queens, right, I will assume that they know that it has 2 meanings to it. And if you're royal, then call yourself that. But if you are calling yourself a queen, depending on your behavior, you may be of the definition of the whorish definition of that word. And I yield the floor there.
All right, I got you, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and go about the numerology part of that real quick because I'm a baby numerologist myself. You feel me? So So basically, when you say odd or even, that's one weird way of your intuition going about it, but you can't really argue that. You know, I give you that. But I wouldn't look at it like that. That sounds like something like a number 11 life path or a number 11 birthday number would do, because a number 11 is really just a number 2, right? And a number 2 has to always take a backseat because that's his role. That's what position they have to play. That dude got to play, right? But if you got to play that role, now you have to make a reason why you in that role. And this sometimes it turn into undermining the person who shadow you in, right? All right, so number 11s will do that a lot because a number 11 is really just 2 number 1s. That's why it's a master number. So really, it got the same energy as the people shadow.
I ain't trying to cut you off, but look, I don't want to spend too much on numerology real quick. I don't want to do it. I got too many people, but we gonna come back to you though on that. You know what I'm saying? I think he was trying to ask, understand the difference between odd and even numbers as it relates to micro and macro, but I'm just saying yin and yang.
And then too, my
negative
other
and positive,
beef was
odd and even. Yeah.
My other beef was too, because if people feel like they're spiritual, right? I feel like that's a stupid behavior. And majority of people who are spiritual, they have a low IQ level.
Where they do that?
I would say
watch this. Hold on.
Just coming at just being worried about where other people at in that sense is stupid behavior.
Hold on, let me do one at a time, right? And let me holler at them. See, cause a lot of people who say stuff like that, I'm gonna test your IQ by asking you this: what does IQ even stand for?
IQ stands for your
looking it up.
Hold on, no, I'm not looking it up. And I'm gonna hopefully
I ain't mean to do it to you, but let me show you something. Let me show you something. I looked it up. It's the intelligence quotient, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah,
a total score derived from a set of standardized tests or subtests designed to assess human intelligence. Now, when you do these tests, it's based upon a lot of historical questions that you should have remembered in social studies, math problems, which the correct way to pronounce the English language. Does that really determine a person's intelligence or how well they can follow orders? Because Columbus didn't discover America. But if I say he didn't, they saying I ain't intelligent because I won't lie with them. Right. So do they determine who's intelligent or not by this set of standardized tests, or do they determine who's more willing to conform or not?
I would say more willing to confirm. And when you look up the definition, right, like I said, of odd or whatever, is unusual. And then so what's unusual to me is in 400 that I got the notes, but it's 4100 BCE or however that shit go, right? That's when spirituality, I gotta find my notes. That's when spirituality was like used amongst the community. But when you go to the 300 BC, spirituality wasn't practiced and it wasn't used.
Let me explain something to you, man. Yeah. Spirituality has been around ever since humans had spirits. Now tell me how long that's been.
But see, now that's crazy, bro, Sanchez, because you want to see melon in the cup. I would then.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute, brother. I got proof of my spirit. I don't have proof of melanin.
I think you got proof of your mind.
No, that's my sin. That's my definition of spirit.
Yeah, but then your mind, like a spirit and a soul, is like a cool nickname for the mind. Like, let's just say my name.
It don't matter what we call it, long as we know that's been around prior to them calling it a system of spirituality.
Yes, but then we'll have to both agree that when we have the mind, right? Then once you bring in spirituality, now you adopting a behavior. Like a behavior comes with that nickname.
No, it's not. Let me share something with you. Let me share something with you. The reason spirituality is just acknowledging the fact that we have spirit, and that spirit has its nature. Just like psychology is the study of our psyches. It's acknowledging the fact that we got a psyche, and this the study of it. Spirituality is another way of saying spirituology. It's the study of this thing that I got called a spirit, and the learning of it, having a class for it, a school for it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so then when the people in the church house get filled of the Holy Ghost, and then they start speaking in tongues through the Spirit,
that ain't spirit. That's not spirit. That's not
That is
spirit.
religion.
That is not
that ain't
spirit.
spirit. Go ahead.
Let me share with you what that is. Let me share with you what that is. That's a ghost. That's some foreign ghost possessing them. That's demon possession. Spirituality is me trying to unlock my own spirit, not tap into some ghost. That's some spooky shit.
Oh, so basically what you're saying is a spirit is just something solid. It's not like a yin yang kind of effect, like bad and good, negative and positive.
Let me ask you something right quick. Spirit is what gives us emotion and essence, if you will. You see how your energy is, bro? How you like this laid back dude, you know what I'm saying, my brother? Can't nobody mimic you. I'll be like, yo, you see what I'm saying? Because you're unique. Each one of us is unique, and that's just a unit of the universe, unique. All of them got the same root. You see what I'm saying? So it's infinity expressing itself in many ways, and that's all, brother. Like, your way of expressing your energy, your infinite energy, is called spirituality.
Okay, so now let me say this too, though, before I yield the floor. So you have the word spirituality, right? And you have the word sprite, right? Yeah. What if the word sprite was switched with spirituality? Then we would be calling it sprite. So,
that's fine.
Like I said,
they one and the same.
Feel like it's just a nickname. I know it's one and the same.
See, it really don't matter what you call it, long as you acknowledge it, is what I'm saying.
I can agree to that. I just felt like certain practices, you feel me, is just unnecessary, and it kind of, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way because
show me a spiritual practice that's unnecessary, like, for example, meditation, fasting. Give me one.
Okay, so even meditation, like, everybody don't meditate for positive reasons. You have people who meditate for negative reasons.
Whether they do it for negative or positive, still don't take away the fact that they're tapping into spiritual energy. And it can be dark or light. It can be good or bad. I'm with you on that, but it's still spiritual forces.
Yeah, so then if it's good or bad, then you feel me, that's not necessary. We shouldn't be tapping into it at all.
If we ain't gonna tap
into it one way fully, why is
well, look, that you're having a conversation of individualism, man. However, for whatever reasons a person choose to go down a spiritual path is on that person, and that reason, that motive is going to determine how bumpy that path is or how smooth it is.
All right, I yield the flow. Somebody else
salutes
can get it.
To my brother Ant Dog. Y'all got it.
Already.
Can you hear me now?
Most definitely. There you go. There you go.
Okay. For pro-black, first of all, if you think about the time and period that our people were enslaved, if they were given, which you said supposedly, the slave Bibles, do you know what those books entailed and why our people are so programmed in the church system today? Your Bible says what? Don't question God. Don't you ask no questions. You do exactly what you told. You don't question what I say. You follow the rules. And you got to remember, the slave Bible came out after the Haitian Revolution. Why? Because they saw those black people get together and take their independence. So therefore, the Europeans and the Americans felt like, oh, if these black peoples did it in Haiti, they might try to come over here and start spreading that stuff around. So let's give them this book and leave out all the verses where Pharaoh let my people go, all the verses that talking about anything about being leading the Israelites to freedom. None of that stuff was in the slave Bible. What was in the slave Bible was teaching people how to be submissive to their oppressor, not question the wrong that they do, not have any kind of conversation for nothing. Somebody could kill your child, cut your child's belly out your wife's stomach, and you're supposed to stand there and shut up because your Bible say honor your master. So when you take this same mentality, when a people are not even taught the truth, and then label later, you push this truth in and mix it all up real good and be like, yep, this is what y'all had the whole while. Black people must have been like, this is something crazy, because our other version didn't have all these books, nor was it hardly any of the Old Testament in the Bible. So it was no standing up for yourself. You didn't question nothing. Now, what does that do when this same organization becomes a 501c3 and something as simple as cannabis is healthy for people that can heal them, but they can't talk about it because it's a government issue? And when they come out and the government says do this or do that, what's the first thing most Christians do? They honor their master. If it's taking 40 years for them to come up with something to fight HIV, what make you think that, what, I would say 70% of the Christians that listen to Master, for them to come up with something that say, do it right now or else, and you ain't questioning nothing? Because that's what you've been trained to do. And unfortunately, our grandparents were trained to do the same thing. Turn the other cheek. When that dude come over there and burn your house down, you walk the other way. More people has died. The God of the Bible has killed more people than any type of incident in the whole world, and every murder is okay. It's justified. Now, I'm going to ask you this. You mean to tell me they can make a movie with this is an analogy. Sarah O'Connor, Terminator. They can come down here and look for one woman on the face of this earth, but the God of the Bible can't find the one person he looking for, so he got to go kill everybody firstborn? Man, you got to stop playing with me. Some things just don't make no sense. That means somebody is dumbing somebody down or giving to somebody too much credit. But if you got to go kill a bunch of people's children unnecessarily just to find one baby, do you know what kind of pain that was? And this is your God now. You're happy and proud that this God would say, yeah, go through pro-black neighborhood, and if he has any children, you kill his firstborn and go on to the next house and do the same thing. See, you okay with that. It's a problem with shit like that when you don't think outside the box because you're so programmed. The other thing I got to say to Mr. 7030, Queen is a name that was given to me. I'm a married woman, so yes, I am the queen bee for my husband. I am the queen, whatever he want me to be. It's whatever that's in my bedroom that your Bible says that I can have the freedom to do with my husband. So I can wear that name both ways. I yield.
Okay, I got you. Now, when hold on. Let me address it. Only thing that I'm doing is just bringing awareness, right? Because this is how I came to a conclusion with that, right? Tupac said, as a crack fiend mama, you always was a black queen mama, right? But then when he had that interview with that white lady, and she asked Tupac about his mother, right? He said that my mother was out in the streets doing her thing. She was messing with my daddy and some other men at the same time. The man who she wanted to be Tupac daddy, he was a drug dealer, right? So now when I get into these definitions of the word queen, right? And I hear Tupac calling his mother a queen, and he laid the premise down on his mother behavior. I can only address it how it is. So I'm not
so
bringing.
sorry you never studied and showed yourself approved, sir. But if Tupac is the person that you're going to reference as the speak to be able to speak on the behalf of that word, I rest
No,
my
I was
case.
just giving an example. I wasn't making him the spokesman of it.
Right, but I think what you're doing, bro, is you're imprinting the etymology of the words onto individuality instead of it being a collective whole. A lot of people aren't thinking in the lane that you're thinking about it with being these words of the difference of even and odd. But I think really that it just applies to the difference when it applies to how it's affecting a person's life. If it's taking effect to your life in a wrong manner, then I think that's why you're able to decipher it like that. But if people aren't looking at the word queen being negative and they don't take it as a negative aspect, then I don't feel like it's like don't get me wrong, words are powerful and you speak curses with your words. Yes, you can, but you can also speak life as well. So for every one thing there's the opposite of each other. So yeah, it's based off the individual perspective of how you using the etymology, bro. It's not about this etymology isn't like one world religion for everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's why it is what it is. Like it can be broke down. All words can be broke down and mean different things based off how you decipher it. But again, it's based off the individual deciphering it and not a collective.
I got you, but the universe really don't play with it like that. This English language that we use is a universal language, so it can be utilized by anybody. So when we use the word like fuck, when you go into the definition of fuck, that ties into anger. Hold on. I'm almost done. Let me address them real quick. So when brothers go and be like, man, I'm finna go fuck this bitch, right? Because this how dudes talk. Even when they tell their partners, yeah, I just got done fucking this bitch, right? Then hold on. Then when time go by, oh man, fuck this bitch. She done flattened my tire. Fuck this bitch. She done put me on child support. Fuck this bitch. She done called the police on me. And it all started from the beginning, you going over there, instead of going to go make love to this sister and caress this sister, you telling yourself in your mind, I'm finna go fuck her. And then when months down the line go, then you be in fucked up situations because of the language that you thinking that you're using properly. So when you say these words, it connects to the universe, and the universe is gonna bring it to you. I yield the floor.
Right, but again, it goes back to the personal thought process of that person and how they're using it. Now, if I'm gonna use that in that terminology with a negative intention, then yeah. But it's about the power you put behind your words, which manifests the reality, bro. Hands down.
Right, and furthermore, a person where I come from, the name was given to me. A person that will see a child in the neighborhood with one shoe with the toe torn off and just walk over and be like, baby, is your mama around? Because I would love to get you some new shoes. Can I go meet your mom? And go meet that sister and purchase that baby some shoes or clothes, or see that child don't have a coat and nothing has to be said. I go to the school next day and drop that off and be like, make sure, Jody gets his coat so that he can have something to wear home, because I see him coming to school every day with no coat. So the things that go on in my environment that gave me that name, I appreciated it because it was out of respect that it was given to me. So yes, as a pillar in my community and someone that cares about everybody, and as long as I have, I will share. I deserve that name, rightfully so. So I rock with it. And then, as you said, the other side of it is I'm married. So I'm supposed to be everything that my husband wants. I'm supposed to be his angel, and I'm supposed to be his queen. His queen bee too.
Okay, so you know what? In her case, Aunt Dog, queen would be synonymous with wife. And in that sense, she wouldn't be misusing it at all. Her home would be her queendom, her empire, her family. You know what I'm saying? So in that sense, married women in her position could properly use the title. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. I totally agree. I mean, I wouldn't call myself a king just according to the definition, but she's right because a woman shouldn't even call herself a queen anyway because she would have to be appointed by a man, which is a king, to make her a queen.
Yeah, I think by how we use it today, it's see, a queen don't mean you got to be on some Queen Elizabeth shit. That ain't what it. I don't think if you see family as royalty, right? Then
I'm rich as hell. I'm one of the richest people in the world.
There you go.
My health and my wealth, if my health and my family equals to my wealth, I'm rich as all outdoors. But if you saying, oh, dollar for dollar, or you got Elon Musk money, no. But that's not what I consider.
Yeah, that's not what it is. You don't. Money ain't what that don't qualify you as necessarily as a queen. It ain't linked to wealth. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
We look at it more as and it was a term of endearment because of the way that I take care of my community, to where I don't have to have someone ask me. If I see a person in need, I don't make a beggar of them.
Yeah, like a lot of time the brothers go to trying to make the sisters compete with like Queen Elizabeth and shit, like where your castle and shit. Like I think y'all be a little reaching on that one, but yeah. I do kind of get some of the brothers checking some of these women because they'll be like, I'm a queen, and sometime I'll be like, no, not quite, not quite.
I mean, and it's a lot of brothers that say they're kings too.
Right.
You know, or they get themselves these royal titles and,
you
know, look down on the next man, argumentative, won't listen. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, but you got to be right all the time. And my thing is, a lot of times when people are debating, they haven't studied and shown themselves approved. It's just like you're talking out the side of your neck, and if you ever listen to what you say, once you learn, you'll realize, you'll be thankful that everybody just didn't go in on you at one time, that they had grace and mercy on you.
Yeah, she saw. Yeah, we was giving them a break.
Yes. And as long as you,
I'm very humble. I still stand on strongly, on what I said. Y'all don't have to give me a break. We can have a respectful dialogue. Like I respect the sister, 100%.
Right, and for me more so than you on that issue, but pro-black on his issue, he's like, he doesn't even know what the so-called slave Bible is. And if you know that your people was taught from 14 books with no power, and then that went on into slavery and the mentality that they had to control us, you'll see why the church is 501c3.
Right, man.
And then you talk about they speaking in tongues and doing things of that nation. You got to know in the word it say somebody's supposed to interpret that. 99% of the time you've been in the church, ain't nobody interpreted none of that. When I come in a Honda, none of that.
Right. Earlier, you had brought up the Haitian Revolution. You know, the Haitian Revolution was spearheaded by Toussaint Louverture. He was a Roman Catholic Christian.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh. What color was he?
He was black.
Was he? Oh, okay. I was just wondering. And what did he do? Did he lead his people out?
Yeah, at the Haitian Revolution.
You can't speak on the Christianity they practiced back then. You wouldn't understand it.
You wouldn't, and then you would say it's hoodoo and voodoo when 99% of Satanists have a Bible on their altar for the simple fact that if you read Psalms, Bro Sanchez, do me one favor, please. I never asked for anything. Do me this one favor. Pull up Psalms 109.
I got it. I got you.
No, just pull that up, because these are the type of things that I can go to the Bible and get out when I feel like somebody's harmed me or done me wrong. And these are the words that I'm able to speak and ruin someone's life. Please do, because this is in his book that's so holy.
Now, do you want the pastoral reading?
Yes,
Or do
yes,
you
I
want
would
that?
like the pastoral reading. Please give me the pastoral reading.
Quit
Yes,
playing
sir.
with you.
Can I get the hot too?
No, I ain't gonna fuck with you for real though. No, let me read. I ain't gonna do it. Hold up. Hold not thy peace, O God of my praise. For the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are open against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They compass me about also with words of hatred and fought against me without a cause. So I already see where this going right here.
Okay, see what he requests from his father. Keep going. It ain't long.
For my love, they are my adversaries, but I give myself unto prayer. And they have rewarded me evil for good and hatred for my love. Set thou a wicked man over him, and let Satan stand at his right hand. When he shall be judged, let him be condemned, and let his prayer become sin. Let his days be few, and let another take his office.
Preach. What about his bowels turning to oil? Let his wife be a widow and his children are vagabonds. Oh, we ain't got to the juice of it yet, but this is what I can
Let me
pull
ask
up.
you a question. What did he do? Because he really pissed somebody
Thank
off.
you.
They
That
fucking
part.
him up.
But guess what? You can go into the Bible and pull this kind of work out. And I've read this thing. Scripture to people, and they was like, if you don't put that voodoo handbook, you're weird as hell. I'm like, I need you to turn to your Bible. See, you ain't studied and showed yourself approved.
Right.
This is
Well,
the
see,
book of
ma'am,
Psalms.
the point I was making when you was going against the church, the point I was making is the church has been instrumental in helping us in our
They
liberation.
taught people to turn the other cheek, bruh. They taught people
Wait,
not
wait,
to
wait, but
fight
listen,
back.
wait,
They
ma'am,
blow
wait,
up the
ma'am,
church and they say, don't
I
go
just want,
get them people back.
look,
Be
ma'am,
nice to them white people and make sure that
ma'am,
they all right. Because we got
ma'am,
God on our side. God
I
will
just,
get them.
I just want to present this to you. Okay, turn the other cheek. What's wrong with turning the other cheek?
Bro, back. If somebody come in your house and kill your whole family, you're going to be like, God ordained that. If somebody come in there and rape your mother and your sister and your child in front of you, and you got a 4-year-old and he's got you tied up and bonded, and he's doing it in
Yo,
the name
can I
in his
say something
sickness,
real quick, Queen? That
please.
scripture that I read is the most evil, wicked shit.
Man, I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know, bro Sanchez. It's so evil that
Yeah.
you didn't even read the rest of it because
Ain't
it
gonna
is.
No,
lie.
bro. Hey,
Well, the point,
every scary movie that's out there ain't shit compared to what you're going to find in the Bible. If you actually read that thing, man, you won't need to watch any movies,
well,
man.
see, the
Everything
point
twisted
is,
and everything it's demented is in
Yeah,
that
because you
thing.
know what? When I got this vibe came over me, like, it ain't enough to kill this man. When he die, we want his soul to perish, like, forever and ever.
Generations to be blotted out.
So look, what you need to do when y'all read these kind of scriptures, try to tap into the anger of the writer. Like, think about this. You really got to be a different kind of mad to say killing your body ain't enough. That don't quench my anger. I want to meet you on the other side and keep going. Bro, that's a different kind of anger. And if you think about what they doing with like the mind upload and trying to get us out the body and shit, it's crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? They would want to fulfill some shit like this. But that's a whole nother different level when you on that
But
shit.
that's
Like,
in the holy book, in the holy Bible. You would think that would be in a Satanist Bible.
right,
And
sis,
I've
I want to
never
respond
read
to you
one.
about the turn the other cheek part. Now, the turn of the cheek, now, if our ancestors in the 60s, they went through all that turn the other cheek with white folks, which they shouldn't. Won't we use that method with each other? We have a black on black crime problem in the black community where black people will go out of their way to harm each other. Won't we implement the turn the other cheek philosophy and technique with one another
That would be
and
fair.
watch black
I
on black,
agree.
right?
I
Watch black
agree.
on black crime decrease by 90% in our community. We won't have a thing on black. It won't even exist. That term black on black crime. If we did the thing we did in the 60s.
But you
with the
know
white
what's
folks,
crazy? Let me share something
but
with you though. What's crazy?
implement it amongst each other.
I don't believe in turn the other cheek. I believe in just don't smack my cheek in the first place, and I won't turn it. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep your hands to yourself. I go with the old rule: do unto others as you have them do unto you. Don't slap me and want me to turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really agree with
That wasn't
that.
in the slave Bible. Yeah, that wasn't in the slave Bible. None of that's in the slave Bible.
But you gotta
Do
understand
unto
this.
others as you would have them do unto you.
There's
That
no
wasn't in
such
there.
thing as the slave Bible. What about Nat Turner? What about Nat Turner?
Sir, please,
Hey,
sir.
Pro Black,
let's
check this
go.
out. I'm gonna look. Hold on a minute, man. I got many certifications, man. I got a long life. There's my ordained ministry certificate. You probably can't see it. It's all being messed up. But anyway, in 1690, they changed the Bible. You probably don't know that, but they did. They changed it, and that's where they put in where you eat the cracker and the bread for Jesus's flesh, and you drink the wine for Jesus's blood. That wasn't in there before. And when they put that in there, the people called it cannibalism. They punished the people until they did it and accepted it. The other thing was not going to church on Sundays. All right. So they did these two things in 1690. If you honored the Sabbath on Saturday and you didn't go to church on Sunday, they made you lie and lie. You know what lie is, right? LYE, for hours, maybe even the whole day, until you learned your lesson to go to church on Sunday. They did all this in 1690. So you're telling people that they should honor the word that you have now that's
All
been
right, Pro Black.
indoctrinated.
Hold up.
It's been indoctrinated.
Let's get some more.
What you're following has been indoctrinated at 1690. Just so that you would think the way you think today.
All right. Let's go to lawyer real quick. Welcome back, lawyer. How you doing, man? Salutes, bro.
I'm fine. How's it going? Hey,
I'm going all right.
That brother that say he a Choctaw with the bandana on, or just say he a preacher, man, that dude is straight up, just spurting out all this stuff.
You giving Elite the smoke, man?
Yeah, he needs some smoke because straight up talking about Sephardic means black and Jew means black. Come on, bro. I'm just waiting and buying my time to see if I was gonna.
See, I knew that didn't sound right. Hey, get him, brother. Get him. I knew that didn't sound right.
Look it up, man. You want some smoke? Look it up. Prior to 1895, Jew was synonymous with black.
Bro, and then you said that George Washington was black. George Washington was a Huguenot. A Huguenot.
What do you think a Huguenot is?
A Huguenot is a Moor. American Indian.
A Huguenot is a Moor. That's what a Huguenot is.
Okay, I didn't say nothing while you were speaking, man. Can I just say this? Can I say this? Look, can I say this real quick? George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, freaking Thomas Jefferson, and Theodore Roosevelt are all related. They're all one tribe. They came over here. They're the colonizers. Along with the American Indians are the same fucking people. They the colonizers, bro. Ain't no black Indians.
I know the history.
No, bro. Ain't no black. Ain't no black Indians. Ain't no black Indians. Check this out, because look, at the end of the day,
are a complete
at the end of the day,
one-sided.
See, why won't you let me speak? Why won't you let me speak?
You're trying to say that the
truth hurts, brother. Hey, follow your rhetoric. Follow your Bible, since you're an ordained minister, and turn the other cheek. This is what you should do right here, man. First of all, you need to look into the American. You need to look into the true Americans, the people that they were talking about.
I already have, man.
Hey, man,
and Google 1,600 American Indians. Google it.
Chill out.
Quit your talking and Google 1,600 American Indians.
Hey, man. Hey, I've already done it. I've already talked about it.
Google it and put it up on your background picture.
Hey,
I'll wait. No, stop talking.
This dude's talking about
1,600 American Indians. Put it on your background picture and stop talking.
The Huguenots.
Hey, man.
I'll wait.
Hey, man.
I'll wait.
Yeah,
look, the Melungeons and the Huguenots, or the Huguenots, whatever you want to call them, they are the American Indians. They are the first
they bred
colonizers.
into the American Indians. I
Bro,
follow
the
the
Americans
genealogy all the way back.
Colored
don't tell me. Don't
Hey,
tell
stop
me they
talking.
call
I've
them.
done my genealogy. I found the
Hey,
Moors that married
hey,
the Cherokee. I found the
save
Moor
it,
that married
brother.
the Choctaw.
Why you so upset? Why you so upset?
I'm
Just
not
let me say
upset,
what I
man.
gotta
I'm just
say. You
trying
wanted
to
to flash
talk
your
over you,
credentials
loud
earlier.
ass, man, because you loud.
I just started talking, bro. I've been sitting patiently for the entire time. Listen to all the bullshit you was
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
I
Talk about
want. You know what?
Sephardic means
Let me ask
black.
you an educational question, man. Who were the Huguenots and how did they get that name?
All
The
right.
Huguenots.
I'll
They're
tell you who the
actually,
Huguenots
I
are. The
say that to
Huguenots
make
are
fun
called
of
a
these people.
confederation. The confederation is between Jews and Moors who are being cast out
Bro.
of Europe by the Catholic. All right. The Catholics, aka Spain, the Inquisition, the
Who
Inquisition and all
cast
that
them
kind of
out?
stuff.
What was the name of the king and queen that cast them out?
It was the Inquisition that cast them out. I think
Who
it
was
was Isabella.
who
Was it Isabella? No, Isabella came after, because Isabella was the second wave. But Isabella is what it's known for, I believe. However, it started before her because it started in 700 AD. So that was the first wave of Moors over here, was in 700 AD.
Who did he? Which it was actually Fernando and Isabella. They were called Isabella and Fernando the Catholics. Now this is the thing.
You know
when
the
they
woman
kicked them
has
out,
more power.
hey, they kicked them out because they were practicing Judeo-Christian practices, and they were doing a lot of sacrificial stuff involving that. So they kicked them out. They
took
kicked them out
over land because they got tired of divine rule. That's what the Catholics did. Yeah.
Hey, look.
Who was ruling Europe?
The
Who was ruling
Huguenots.
it?
Hey,
Who was
all you
ruling it?
Indians, all you black Indians are claiming to be Huguenots
Hey,
because
look,
y'all don't know what the fuck
you
is
know that
going
shit
on.
sound like juggernaut, and you know that the J can be pronounced like a H2, so huggernaut, like huggernaut.
same word, bro.
It kind of sound like huge nuts, like the Mandingans, the Mandingans or something, like them the big dick people.
French.
Yeah, the big dick
They
people.
gotta have huge
It's
nuts to come here and
Yeah.
lie and talk about they Americans. They're not Americans. That's why they native. Natives don't mean that they from here.
Huguenot
That
means
just means that
confederation.
after they
That's
got
the
here, they
South.
bore children
Confederation.
here. Bro,
Thus,
every
Indian removal,
Indian
Jewish
tribe,
removal.
every Indian
Dawes
tribe,
Act
bro,
means
is a
David
corporate
Act.
entity,
Dawes
just like
is
these
Jewish.
churches. No wonder you fit so
See,
well
you
into the
talking
church.
opinion. I'm
Because
telling you
you
straight
are
facts.
a
So
corporate
loyal,
entity.
are you saying that there was a civilization here before those natives? Is that what you're saying? You know
Hell
which one
yeah,
it
and
was?
they were called Americans.
So
No
you're
lie,
saying-
they were
you're
called
saying that the
Americans.
Americans was here before our
Yes.
natives, and then before the second Americans, so there was two different Americans.
There is no second Americans. There's only one Americans, and they were here before the natives. Because
That
when
right
they
there is
when
the
they
first
when they met with the natives,
because I don't believe you.
Can
So
I
I
finish
need,
this?
yeah.
Can I?
Go
Hey,
ahead.
you don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me
I
because
just would
what
like
you're
you to
doing
flesh
is
it out.
Hey, Lord,
what do you
For
mean
me,
flush it out?
for me,
have
do
you
it for
Googled
me.
fixed
What are you talking about?
American Indian
Like,
yet?
explain to me what these Americans was, because I want to
Where
know.
did
I
that
ain't
name
never heard no
American
shit
come
like
These
from,
Americans
Royal?
were the
Where?
copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, and Indians are
American come from
Europeans.
Central America. Actually came
Okay,
from
so
Peru
you're
in
saying they
origin.
not called
Bro,
natives
Central
or
America.
aboriginals, they called Americans.
Yes, the Americans are the copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, and now
Picture
applies
behind
to
me.
the Europeans.
I don't have a
Hold
problem
on,
with that.
now applies to the descendants of the Europeans. That's what American means. Now, when people are saying the United States and America, we're talking about two different entities. The United States would not exist without America, bro, because America was the place that they incorporated with. All of these tribes that people are claiming right now, you know what they did? They couldn't get us to claim Africa. Now they couldn't get us to claim wherever these freaking Haitians are from. And now they're trying to get us to claim that we're Indians. By doing that, they're taking us off of this continent again because we are the true Americans. And first of all these churches and all of these tribes are the same. They're all corporate entities.
But what
What
about
are
the
they
term
called?
native? What about the term?
All right, man.
Okay,
So why don't you just say indigenous American, because that's what the real term would be.
Yeah.
Because
Indigenous
the Native
American.
Americans are considered indigenous.
I
too.
did not say no, they're not.
Yes, they are. Look it up.
I don't know if that's true, bro.
The narrative
Native
is
Americans are
right.
not
Check it out. The
I do want to
narrative
know where
is
the word
She
come
right.
from.
They have coined
She
these
right, bro.
phrases.
Hey, look, I
No, they
swear,
coined these phrases.
look, if you pull up Native American, they're gonna pull up Mongolians. If you pull up indigenous people, they're gonna show you the copper-colored, mahogany
right.
red skin.
Exactly. And then
Right. Okay. So in that case, I have to
Aboriginal,
go in that direction.
Hey, type in etymology what it and look up what indigenous say. It's gonna say applies
indigenous
to the
means
Native
that that
Americans.
person was
It's gonna
originally
say
from this
apply.
land.
The first
Not
time
that they were
Aboriginal was
born here.
used, Aboriginal was used on the Americans pictured behind me. Do you see this?
So my
That's
thing
the
is
first
this.
time Aboriginal was used.
Look, the people in this land, here go the big confusion. Indian don't refer to a tribe or a nationality. And the problem we have using that word today to identify the people is we have a national or tribal mindset with the word Indian. But the Indian just was equivalent to like how we use the word Christian or Muslim. It was a spiritual title. If you had these certain practices, if you sat Indian style and burnt incense and meditated and did all the Indian Buddha shit that they do in India, then if you adopted the spiritual practice of ancient India, you became an Indian or Hindu, or all them places over there, even Indonesia, which is another way of saying Indian Asia, right? There's a combination between Asians and the so-called copper people of North America, which is why even the Nation of Islam will talk about the Asiatic black man or whatever. But the whole thing is that when you use the word Indian, it ain't a tribal word or national word. It's dealing with the spiritual system of Hinduism. Go ahead, Hinduism. Yeah.
I wanted to tell the sister, if you look at indigenous in etymology, it tells you, it says sprung from the land, native. That means that these are the Europeans that American are now applied to.
Can I explain it to you? Because it sounds like you're reading some rewritten shit. Let me tell you
I'm reading etymology,
explain
sister.
to you.
I'm not trying to chastise
I don't
you,
give
so
a fuck about the etymology right now. I'm trying to tell you.
It's okay. Hey, sister, wait a minute, sister. You're gonna
Let me tell you, because I'm indigenous.
Because
let me
a lot of
explain
sisters
to you
are
what
leading
it
us to
is.
stray too as well. They're leading us astray too.
I ain't leading
they
your
want
ass
to be
astray. I'm
loyal,
trying to show you
and
the
they
fucking
can't
truth.
accept.
Let me tell you the science.
They can't accept.
Hey,
the fact.
loyal, since you want to be
Oh my
rude
God,
and
can I
rotor talk,
explain it to
hey,
you?
use your etymology.
See, what happened is you have one person, that's a little snowball. Then a second one, that's a big snowball. And after that, hey, you can't hear nobody. Go ahead, y'all, too.
Bro, look. Aborigine means the people who were originally, as far back as they can go and find, on that land. We have Aborigine who are in South America, who were also in North America, but they're mainly in South America. We can consider, if we really want to go there, the descendants of the Aborigine of the Americas, the Mayan people, the Aztec people, the Peruvians, okay? That's Aborigine. But they're also considered indigenous because they've been mixed, right? Then you have indigenous, okay? Indigenous means your people were originated in, let's say, Americas, for example, okay? You can be indigenous and native. You cannot be native and indigenous.
What?
Okay, there's a
Did
difference.
you hear what you just said,
I'm
sister?
trying to explain to you, racially speaking,
He doesn't
genetically
understand.
speaking, there is a difference. When
She
you
just switched it around and said you can't
Bruh,
be the
I'm
other.
trying to
What the hell?
explain to you.
No,
I've
she
done this
didn't.
research for 10 plus years. I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
When you go into genetics, okay, there's a difference between the Native American, an indigenous person, and an Aborigine. Genetically speaking, there is a
Does that
difference.
imply?
There are also
does that apply to
similarities.
DNA as well? Does that apply to DNA as well?
No, look in your etymology that you're trying to.
Hey man, are you a young lady?
compromise.
Are you a man?
I'm just asking her a question. She said genetically. I want to ask her, does that apply to DNA as well? Because all
What
of
the
that
fuck you
shit
think I'm
is
talking about,
pseudo.
I'm
bruh?
telling you to
All of
look
that
in
shit is
etymology
pseudo.
for native.
DNA is
Look up
entertainment.
native in your etymology.
Genetics,
Just
all
Google
that
that.
What your
shit
issue is right now is you're
entertainment,
stuck on
man.
etymology and you're not able to get the full picture of
That's
what
how
we
we
trying to
find out where
explain to
words
you.
It's
What I'm trying to
okay
say too is
because
like,
as soon as
why
he
are we
looks
trying
up
to
native
draw
on his
these boundaries
Y'all
etymology,
just,
with
it's
words
just
like
you know
going to
what it
American?
is?
underline what
You
you're
feel
telling
me?
him.
One
Like
at a time,
American,
guys. I
it
can
don't
only defend
necessarily need to
myself
be
against one
American
person.
or in.
What the fuck? This shit sounds like a medley. What the fuck, man?
I'm just saying it don't gotta be American or indigenous. We know who we trying to talk about, which is the people before. You feel me? The people before this civilization right here, the people before it got colonized. That's all we talking about. Why the fuck we making like
Okay,
such
the
a big
people who
argument
were
out of everything
colonized are
else?
Native Americans. The people who were here before the colonization are indigenous. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
And
And
this
the
man said
people
they was
were
Americans. I want
here
to know how
because
did
there
he
were
get to that
multiple
conclusion?
waves. There were multiple waves of migrations.
They're
There
not
was
gonna let me explain.
multiple colonizations, and there were different mixtures that happened between all of that. Okay, not all these people are the same. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You grouping a whole bunch of people as the same, and they not.
And what she telling you was everybody been fucking, and there's a whole bunch of different ratios of people and different DNA that's mixed in through everybody. So when you say there's a Indian,
Kind of low, soldier.
I'm kind of low, my bad. I'm saying when you saying it's a well, cool, y'all go ahead. I'll come in a little later.
It's like
Look,
as if you
I'm
want
not
to
trying.
blanket all white people as being Neanderthal when they're not.
No. Don't
That's
change
kind
the
of like what
subject.
you
Don't
doing
change the
is what I'm
subject,
saying.
please. Please don't change the subject. But look, this is the
All
thing.
I'm
right,
not
so look,
changing
look,
the
look,
subject.
look,
I'm
look,
I
relating
don't know how we
to
got there either.
understand.
At this point, cut and beep. End of discussion. What up, Stone? You want to come in? I don't know where y'all going with that, but that's a ball of confusion right there. That's kind of turning
Nowhere.
into a, yeah.
I was just trying to
Anybody
figure
want?
it out.
Yeah,
I only
anybody?
brought it up
Let's.
because if you're
It's
trying to
all
claim
good.
money from the
It's
government
all
and stuff
good. We
like that,
want.
it
Hold up,
doesn't
y'all ain't gonna
matter
let me
what you
cut.
claim yourself.
It's cool. Hey, it's cool, sister. You ain't finna get through with the Smoke Brothers, man. Let's get some new people voice in the matter. Go ahead, Stone.
Oh, what's going on, y'all? For what I gotta say, I look at just like Mayans and like Olmec culture, like the hieroglyphics, they have dreads, and I'm a barber, and I'm into like different hair textures and everything, and I have to study those. So when you look at like 4C hair, all of the like mummies and all the like bodies they found had 4C hair. Well, that's directly linked to the Aboriginals, and like I was saying in the chat, the Siberian natives mixed together with the Aboriginals to create the $5 Indians. And if y'all watch Dane Calloway's documentary called Reversed, it'll tell you all of that, and he has all the proof. So that's all I had to say.
Hey, LJ
That's fine.
Senior
See where you
said pro-black and loyal is the Smoke Brothers. Where the smoke at, y'all? Hey, check this out. We finna keep the mic moving for a minute. I know y'all want to keep on that one argument, but we gotta bounce around, man. That's why I'm trying to go to different people. Zone, welcome to the bill. Chiwara, Chosey, welcome to the bill. Q Bryant, welcome, bro. Majestic One, welcome, bro. Sir Drop, always welcome, bro. Let's get some different people in. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
Make some
peace to the
noise.
gods. Peace to the gods in the chat. Peace to the gods and goddesses in the chat.
Yeah,
Yes,
peace,
sir.
peace to
We
the
can speak
panel,
now?
man.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Majestic.
Okay. Well, first of all, peace and light to everybody on the panel and to you also, Bro Sanchez. I'm always just elated when I'm able to join you guys and talk about some things. So I've been listening to everything that everybody's been talking about. And are we supposed to be just talking on the subject of the church and how we feel about it, or can we ask like any other question or
Oh yeah,
talk
for sure. Anything
Well,
anyone.
I have a question to you then, if it's okay. I just heard earlier people were speaking about the queen and stuff like that. Um, I've been following, like I said, your teachings for a little minute now, and I guess my question is, knowing what we know now and the information that we have, I guess I don't understand why we would continue to want to call ourselves queens or be associated with that. So, I mean, am I not getting a good understanding of that, because I was under the impression that we were gods? So I guess that's just my question that I like. I'm still in the process of um, just learning. Now, this is a lot of information to take in, and so I may not be as advanced as everybody on the panel, but I'm just really trying to learn and understand just different things. So I guess I just really wanted to kind of know about that as well. I don't really like for people to call me a queen or anything like that anymore, especially uh, just from, I guess, from the where it derived from, and just all the things that happened over in Egypt and in, I guess, Babylonian times. I don't want to be associated with that. So am I not getting a good understanding of it, or am I still needing to just do more research on it?
If I
Because
may
my
say,
question is, why would we want to be called kings and queens if we know what that's
Yeah.
done kind of to our people? I guess that's my question.
First off, let me say I can definitely see why you wouldn't be want to call a queen a king based on what you just said. That's logical. And I also would say why I think a person would call himself a queen is when they're trying to equate to the height of royalty, and whatever they equate wealth to, that's what they giving them that queen status. I think if you ask that same woman if she a goddess, she'll say she's that too. But she probably be talking about her spiritual nature, the height of her spiritual essence. But I think she's equating the height of her earthly royalty to her queen side, and whether that be her family, her money, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make some sense out of it with you, because I think you ask a good question, but I'm going to fall back and let Queen Angel go ahead as well, because she got the name Queen. So yeah,
Yeah,
let's go ahead.
I would say that based on your perspective of what you see it as. Again, me having the name is definitely equated to a position in the community in which it just came about. It wasn't something I named myself. My mother named me Angel. Every time I wanted to do something bad, somebody called my name. I'm like, I can't do it. I'm reminded of Angel. Be good. No. But the name Queen came because if you was in my neighborhood and you knew where my house was and who I was, you didn't have to be hungry. You didn't have to go drop your children off at somebody else's house that would have done something to them when you got a neighbor in the house. Basically, I took over Big Mama's position. Well, they wasn't going to call me Big Mama because I was Little Mama. The name that I got was Queen because the sacrifices that I made, the work I would do in my community, and the things that I chose to do without having people ask. Most queens don't even do that. Hell, most people that consider themselves gods and goddesses don't do any of that. They don't care about that kid. They don't care about that kid that doesn't have. They care about their family. She shouldn't have had all them children. Well, the child is here now. Don't take that road. Don't take that approach. Be a part of your community. If you know a family lights out and they ain't got food and you got a house full of food, what's wrong with cooking more spaghetti to take them a meal down there so that they can eat? Like, we don't think about community anymore. I didn't ask to be called a name. They gave me a name based off the information and the knowledge that they had to address me, and I was cool with it because a lot of people didn't know my government name. So
But
it was
sister,
just it was
I don't think
easier.
Right. Well, I guess what I'm trying to see. I guess
in that
for
name,
me,
right? But you
yes, the
also
way that I kind
hold on,
of
hold on,
was.
hold on, hold on. So, but you was given that name, Queen, right? But you also was given a God, which was Jesus. So
Well,
you
no.
broke.
Don't tell me what I was given. That's what you given. What you're not gonna do is disrespect me and tell me what my belief system is. Okay,
There you
so
go.
Jesus is your God, but if the
word.
Father sacrificed his son, I think sometimes we need to pay attention to who made the sacrifice. And I'm just saying. If
So
you
you
want to
would.
worship Jesus and that's your belief system, I'm not here to argue, debate religion. I'm not going to do it. You can have that. I'm not going to do it. But that's Jesus is your God. The
Well,
Bible, that's your
Jesus is
book.
not my God. I just thought that maybe you was familiar with the practices that happen with, inside of Christianity. My apologies if you wasn't a member of a church. I apologize for that. But at the end of the day, I think that you
I
gave
grew
her
up
a
in a
person.
church, sir. I grew
Okay,
up in
so
a
if you
church and seeing the
okay,
foolery and the fuckery. Yeah, I
so
grew
that's
up in
what.
one.
Okay, so what we saying is it's some foolery and fuckery with the name Queen. Also,
Perhaps it is, but I'm letting you know the part that I deal with. If somebody want to reference Tupac and his definition of calling his mother a whore and not being there, and he got different daddies that didn't know who the father was, then that's just what that is. But that my mother wasn't like that, and most of the people around me had two parents in their household, and I'm black. And that's a lot of people will say, "Oh, that's I don't know what you're talking about." Okay, well, that's fine. But all my neighbors had their fathers and mothers in the house because that was the community we grew up in. Once the children started taking over and they got older, the community changed and family structure changed. But that 1973, 1968 family structure where I grew up was community, where people looked out for each other. And so in reference to that, I'm not old enough to be big mama. I don't have grandchildren. Okay, so you're
Because the
not getting
type
ready to
of
call me big mama, even though I serve my community like that. Somebody could be like big mama is an insult. They saying you fat. They saying that you got too much weight on you. You eat too much. You cook porks and chitlins. I don't cook all of that. But I don't want to be called big mama either. You could take a positive and a negative with anything, sir.
Indeed.
What the thing I wanted to say, if I can just go back to my original question is, I guess for me, when I learned better, I just tried to my best to, well, I don't know, when I began to just listen to a lot of the different things, especially her story to his story, her story to his story, I'm sorry, it just changed me completely. I instantly stopped eating meat. I instantly stopped doing a lot of things. And I'm not saying that everybody has to be like that, but once I learned that something has been showed to me and given to me in the wrong direction, I don't want to keep with that. And I also don't want to adapt something that wasn't originally my people. I'm trying to be free. I'm trying to, gain truth and stuff. So if that was something I feel like that our ancestors didn't adapt, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen in a video where actually they despise that king and queen. So that wasn't our people's way. That's why we lost right now. Like we trying to take on things that wasn't ours. That's an unfamiliar spirit to us.
How many people would call you queen and how many people would call you God or
Listen
goddess?
right quick.
Well, I
Listen
correct
right
people when they call me
quick.
queen now. I say I am not. I'm in no representation of anybody from Egypt or London, or I don't fuck the queen. Like
So
I
can
know
you
I'm a
imagine?
god.
Can you imagine the shit that I would have if I had goddess angel up there? Or that would be even more confrontational coming from a person that wants me to believe Jesus is my God. It gets
Well, I
worse and
couldn't agree
worse
about
based
that.
To
But
on.
say
people
that
use
you are a god right now is such a
No, hold
huge
on.
misnomer
Listen.
based on what a god actually is.
Can I
That's
say
that's
something?
crazy.
Thank you.
No, don't pass this point. Let me say this. If you look up the mother goddess, listen right quick. If you look up the mother goddess, it's a full-figured woman. That woman got meat on her. Ain't no little skinny, frail, European-centric mindset right here. The mother goddess, look it up. It's actually the Buddha, but never mind that part. But it's a big woman. It's not no little petite little woman. But y'all go ahead.
He left something out
I'm
too. He
saying,
left
right?
out androgyny. He left out the
I mean,
androgyny
okay,
part
so
too as
like a
well.
god is like a field of like it. You got to look at what they pointing at. Y'all be taking the symbols at face value, but y'all don't really like think any further into the meta of what the symbols might be pointing at. So
It's
when
showing
it's a
you just what it looked like. That's what it's showing you. Think about this. Take this out of your mind. Take the blind hair out of your mind. Straight blind hair. Take the pale skin out of your mind. Take those little A size, no milk titty having cups out your mind. Take the flat hips
I might
out
like
your
those.
mind.
I
Take
I
the
I
wait,
gotta
hold up,
like
hold
this
up.
ain't
Cause see, this
going.
the whole thing y'all do. Y'all try to put every woman into this cartoon Jessica Rabbit type of body shape and image that your
I don't
people
know
did
where
not
that came
have.
from.
Look
I
at
don't
the
know where that
women
came
around
from.
you in your family from when they're young to when they're old and their
Yeah, I don't know
transitions.
where that came
The
from.
women in my family start out as skinny, tall sticks. That's the indigenous in us. But as we get older from having babies and being with our men and getting filled out, we obtain features of us that become like a flower that is blossom. We're not a bud, a rosebud anymore. We are a blossomed flower ready to sprout seeds and nourish the rest of the world. So don't give us these cookie cutter surgery having bodies that y'all think is what God is
The
supposed to look
average
like.
man,
God is
the average,
telling you what growth
Okay,
been
so
teaching
hey,
us
the
and showing us
average
in
man,
symbology forever.
hey,
That the
look, the
woman
we
average
talking
man,
about
that was
what it is
she
to be
had
a god
hips.
though.
She
y'all heard
had
me
a
talking, the average,
belly. You know what I'm saying? Don't
hey,
do
the,
that
And
to
we
every
talking
hey,
we
sister.
the
talking about
average
the
man,
God part though. You
all right,
completely
cool,
missed the
God
God
is
all
part.
right,
creating. That's
Yeah,
creation. God is creation.
it's
Man
more than
and
just
woman, we
creation.
are
It's
God
every
alike.
possibility at
We
the same
cannot be
no,
time
God
right
without each
now.
other. We have to
So how
have
could
each
one
other.
person
Y'all
be
stop
like, "Oh,
making
you
it like it's a
everything"?
divide. It's not. We would not
But you
be
can
here
look.
without each other. And that's
Hey,
what
but
hurt
Miss
me so
Raven.
much. And that's why I don't like to
Okay,
get
but it
on
gotta
stuff
be
like
it
Hey,
these
gotta
Miss
be on
panels
a
and
Raven. I
stuff
wanna
balance
I
because
wanna
because you
it
can't
make
report
just
me
make
feel like I
one
need to
person a god
isolate
and
hello.
from
everybody
Hello.
else not a
everybody
god.
because of the hatred
Hello.
that's here because of
Hello.
differences with our features and stuff. That's not right.
Hello. Hey, Miss Raven, but look though, but what you just mentioned was separation. You
all
just
right, who
painted a
look better?
picture of
No,
separation with the white women in the flat hips and the A cups, opposed to the black women with the big butts and the wide hips and the fat titties. But it's all
no,
what
they
you're
was
saying
like
is
that.
it's all the same.
Listen,
Like if you're saying that
Because you
if you're saying
using
that it's
one look to generalize everybody. That's subconscious. That's
But
embedded in
that's
but that's
exactly what you just
but
did
listen,
though.
that's what
but
they
no,
listen, that's
y'all
embedded
misheard
That's
it,
what
bro.
you
in
That's
just
not,
you
did
of
though.
listen,
beauty.
though.
that's
So
not
I'm
Listen,
trying
hold
to
on,
right.
switch your view of what is
hold
We
on.
need
beauty.
one at a
Hello.
time.
You know
We
what I'm
need one
saying?
at a
Listen,
Come on
time.
now. Beauty is in the eye of the
yeah,
beholder. And the Most High
right,
made all of us individually unique so that we
right.
can make our own footprint upon this thing that
But
we
listen,
call life. And like Queen Angel said,
Miss Raven.
queen is just a term. When y'all was calling women shorties, who had a problem with that? That woman probably was 6'9" tall. But it was
Right,
okay
but
for her to be a shorty. That don't
right, but
offend
that's
me
what
because
I'm
I'm
saying.
5'9". I'm not your
But that's what I'm
shorty.
And we
saying.
all
But
got
that's what I'm
differences with
saying.
each
It's
other.
the
You
titleization. It's the titleization that people put on these terms that put the power behind it. As long as you see it, as long as you see a queen as being something as royalty and not what the society claims it to be, then it's what it is from your perspective. But when people going off of what society claims it to be, then it's completely wrong title based off of what
Saying the same thing.
these titles is what confusing people. And it ain't about the title because the soul don't see a title. The soul don't see a race. The soul don't see
No,
nothing like that.
I totally disagree with
Hold
that.
on.
No, I
Yeah, but
totally
they is.
disagree with that because
They is.
you can't check this out. You can't go off of that because he's saying because it's a title. What words have meanings and the meanings mean something. So if you say you're gonna call yourself a queen, you can't just say, "Oh, she called herself a queen. Queen mean this." If you call yourself black, black mean this. So you can't call yourself black if you're gonna say something about her calling herself a queen and coming up with her own definition towards the term or what it might mean to her. You feel what I'm saying?
It mean what you
Sometimes
mean.
men gonna give
But
those titles
actually,
to
it's
a
just the
woman
opposite.
anyway.
It's
They called
pop
my old
culture
man
that gives
called
them.
me Empress, and
Hey,
it
We gotta
never
hey,
do
went
one at a
anywhere.
time.
look,
Mic,
what you
bro.
guys
You
are
know what
coming.
I'm saying?
Hey, mute the mic, bro. Hey, mute the mic, bro. Just mute the mic
So
so the show don't get cut.
it's just
Cool, I'm gonna
that
give it right
okay,
to
yeah,
you.
the titles do play a part in how we see each other.
All right,
Think
cool. Move
about
the mic.
Queen Makita. She
I'm
was a
just
woman
saying.
of her own.
All I'm
She had
saying
her
is,
own
all I'm saying,
kingdom. She
All
was
I'm
a
saying
queen
is,
that had her own queendom. And
Y'all
she
gotta learn how
gave
to
birth
say
to
things.
Solomon. A lot of religious people
argument.
ain't gonna talk about that.
There's
But
argument.
you know what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
cool.
So
Now let me
don't
say
just
this
use
right.
the queen, for instance. It's the both of those
All
words that
right,
go
cool. We
together. You
got you.
can't
Let
have
me
a
say
king
this
without,
right quick.
you know,
All right.
what you
And the
want it to
word
be.
God is a title anyway. It's that you got to know. You do the etymology on the word God and see where that comes from. See
Thank
how
you.
far back that goes. Because you will
So,
stop arguing. You will stop. It's nonsense. Do your study and show yourself approved
Thank you.
from
What's
your
up,
Hello.
now
book.
Soul?
listen,
What's up,
but
Blood?
when we
What's
talk
up,
about,
Cuz? You know
hey,
what I'm
listen,
saying? Think about
hey,
those
li-
words.
hey, listen, when we talk about titles, right? And then you say queen, you say king, you say God, you say goddess, right? You still have to project in your brain what is a queen to this man, or what is a king to that woman, and it changes. It's sort of like cheating, right? If you look at cheating, everybody's scale of cheating is different. Some people you can hang out with a female, it's all good.
Man, look.
Some people, man, look, nothing, man. Listen, bro. Y'all be wanting to talk all fast. I'm about to give you the mic. You next. What I'm telling you
All
is
respect to the
the
panel.
projective, yeah. It's the projective of a queen or a king. A king to you might be this. Something less might be a king to somebody else. A queen to you might be this. And something less might be a queen to somebody else. So once you put a label on it, what is the label to that person? That label is not a broad statement.
Hey,
All right,
that's a product of
That's what pro
all
black.
right. All right, so look, let's just move it forward. The chat room said they want the next topic. So salutes to the panel, salutes to the chat. I'm gonna go with Chi Wari Chosi, and we're gonna go with Loyal, because I saw that he was trying to interject as well. So yeah, let's do. Hey, y'all unmute Loyal as well, and you, since you got your hands up
Yes.
in both.
Hello.
Hey, so go ahead, brother.
This is Chiwara Ochosi.
Salutes. Thank you.
Oh man. Let me just take a breath, you know what I mean? Because I think as a people, we have to begin to understand the power of words. And from a scriptural standpoint, I'm a spiritual individual. I'm not a religious person, but because I'm spiritual, I can interface with all religions. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now, to my knowledge, only man and woman speak words. Also, you can get a parrot to speak a word, but he has to speak the word is the imitating. He imitates man. He does not speak a word of it. The parrot doesn't speak words on its own. You hear you say something like, Polly want a cracker, you know, and the parrot will repeat it, or whatever the parrot hear man say, the parrot will repeat it, but he doesn't speak word. Word originates with man and woman. So it's very important to understand that when we speak a word, we're speaking with our spirit. Our breath is our spirit. What we breathe in and out is our spirit. And when you speak these words have a specific meaning. Because I say it means this to me, and you say it means that to you, and another person say it means something else to them, that doesn't mean it means that at all. The word has its own meaning. Words are not arbitrary, you know, not by our ancestral standards. Words are specific, and they have specific meaning. Give you an example of the corruption and why in this revolution for liberation and self-determination, words will be the first casualty of war. Many of us would not want to destroy words because we are attached to them. We hurt to let them go because we embrace these words and words like church, words like God, and words like specific things like that. But there's a word called nice, N-I-C-E. When you look up the real meaning of the word nice, it means stupid, ignorant, unknowing. When you look up the etymology of the word boy, it means a black slave or one of unknown origin. Now, if you consider yourself a boy, then by all means, take that word, use that word, and refer to each other with that word. If you think you're nice, and you think nice means something acceptable and something beautiful, by all means, take that because that's what you believe. But if you know what the meaning of the word truly is, then it would be incumbent on you and all of us to stop and cease and desist from using specific words. We call our children kids. Our children are not kids. Kids are baby goats. Right. If you know a kid is a baby goat, then why do you call your children kids? If you also know that nobody looks at a baby goat, which is a kid, and call it a child. Nobody does that. You know, so we have to be able to understand when it is time for us to free ourselves. And in the scripture, it also says, it is good for man to reason. So when we reason, we're not arguing. We're not involved in a debate type situation where we're arguing, running around in circles. And at the end of the day, all you get is tired and wore out from just arguing with the individual arguing with you. You're wasting precious energy that can be utilized for us to reach solutions via reasoning. What is reasoning? Reasoning is a special form of communication that resolves itself to specific to a specific goal that can give us solutions, that can give us certain things. One of the things I would like to bring out today as a people, what we need to be looking at, and let me give you a little thing about me so you understand. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a brother, okay? I have done what I am supposed to do. I raised 8 children, 6 daughters and 2 sons. 1 woman, 43 years. So I feel like I'm speaking from my experience. I'm not speaking from what I went to school and studied and all this business. What life has shown me, I'm speaking from that standpoint. I'm a Rasta. I'm a Rastaman because I recognize our king. When the first colonizers came to the continent, our mother, father, Africa, and they saw the pyramids, they said, man, nobody could have built this. The gods built that. They themselves refer to us as the gods. That's who we are. We are gods and goddesses.
I got a question for you.
Creatress. We create. The only God I know is my father that made me and my mother. Any other God is a belief system. Any other thing that I think of is a belief system. Whether we accept what I'm saying or not is irrelevant. It's true. None of us know any other creator who made us than our mother and father.
I got a question for you. Not to interrupt you. I got a question for you. Warrior, if I may.
Go ahead, brother.
So say if I come up with a word on my own and I define it and I give it its meaning, and it means what it means to me. Does it mean that among everyone else? So say, just like how you said, a kid is a baby goat. Is it really a baby goat, or is every meaning of every word exclusive to that individual who gives it meaning or belief? So what I'm actually trying to ask you is, do words actually mean anything at all? But who it means,
especially English language, words are spells, especially.
I would like to answer the question. What is a word? Before a word can be manifest, a word is a sound. The word has to come from a thought.
A symbol. There you go. The symbol come for the word. Yeah.
The word has to come from a thought. The thought has to come from life itself. So it's not really arbitrary. So when you see words come into existence because of a necessity, because of something in actual life, you don't just sit down and, oh, let me make up some words. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
People do that. I know. I don't know.
That's right.
But from
That's right.
my ancestors taught me that all things have a reason and a place. When God created, as is written in the Bible, like I said, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. So I look at things, and I was raised in a religious household, you know. Yeah. But when I look at it, everything that was created, after it was created, and the Creator looked at it and says, "Oh, that's good," and He saw that it was good. It was always good. Here comes another guy that made up another word called nice. Right. And gave it to all those who would eat that word and take that word into themselves. Now everybody's saying, oh man, you got a nice wife, you got a nice husband, you got nice children, you live in a nice neighborhood, you have a nice car. No, not knowing that what they're really saying, you have a stupid, ignorant, unknowing family. You live in a stupid neighborhood.
So that's the spell part.
So what I'm saying to you, we have lost because we have exchanged reality and truth
for words,
falsehood, words that are twisted.
Yeah.
And until we can dig our way out of the word battle and get into the truth battle. And truth is not how you make it or I make it. Truth is self-evident. You know what I mean? Everybody has truth in them. We know what to do. Every man knows when he's doing wrong. Every man knows when he's doing the right thing. Every man knows what is wrong and what is right. That's innate in us. So yes, you know, if one wants to make up their own words, they can make up their own words. You can do that. Nonetheless, words
I have a question. All respects to the panel. What happens after we achieve truth? What you think? How you carry on from there? Because a lot of people don't know how to do that.
You live. Truth is what makes you live in the right and proper manner.
I'm saying
where
we
live in a neighborly way. We live as life would have us live. Look at nature, right? If you look at the tree has roots. Where did those roots come from? A seed. Where did that seed come from? From life. If you look at life and you understand and you see how life is in harmony and in unity, nothing in life fights. Only man does that.
I mean,
man is always fighting. Man is always arguing. Man is always fucking.
You know what let me ask you this, Elder, because we was talking about this earlier. I think that's the nature of this very realm that we're in. I don't think it's no way around war, argument, and opposing forces coming together to settle or reason, as you will. For example, like when I look at the sun and moon, those are opposing forces. They should be fighting, but they're dancing with each other. Like a battery is negative and positive. They should be saying, hold up, nigga, I'm negative. No, you positive. But no, they dancing together, making power. So I think that, and ultimately, man is trying to become what energy is, neutral, what you call reasoning energy. Like, that's when two people who was going to debate, they say, you know what? We ain't got to debate because, look, when you use reason, this is what it is. Debating would be, if we can't reason, now we got to argue. If we can't argue, now we got to fight. That's kind of how it goes. So the reasoning would be the first. So to reason would be to think, understand, or form judgments by a process of logic. Normally, if two people get out of their emotions and embrace logic, they'll both reason on something that'll say, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. senses
they
dealing with
gotta
logic.
harmonize their emotions. Actually, they gotta find the matching frequency between their aura fields. You feel me? In order to form that logic first, and then like I don't know. I don't really be wanting to carry on too much. You got it.
Well, there are specific things that we have to accept, that there's a part of us that is innate. In other words, it's connected to nature, to the universe, to the universal mind. We all have a brain, but none of us possess a mind. None of us. You say, well, my mind, no, your brain is telling you. See, we share the mind. And when we understand that we share the mind, then we begin to respect each other in a different way. There are rules and regulations and laws that pertains to reasoning. It's the laws of communication. Okay? So if you're talking, it don't make no sense for me to be talking, because now we're arguing. We're conflicting. So we're talking about balance. In the scripture, it says, an uneven balance is an abomination unto the Lord Most High, to the Creator. So we don't want to be in argument at no time as a people. You understand? So also, let's look at this. And I hear people say, black on black crime. That is some new, excuse the language, shit.
No, it ain't.
There were no such thing as black on black crime.
It's been around.
Let me explain to you.
Elder, do you think that fighting won't be a quicker way for some people to come to that peaceful conclusion? Like if they had a way to regulate it, so nobody get hurt or nobody family finances are damaged?
Fighting is a base, savage, uncivilized means of resolution and never resolves anything. Fighting is really the height of stupidity.
And you know what?
Hold
on.
a moment. Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna let.
Self-defense. Okay.
Hold on. Let me say this. I think that when you look at it from a nature perspective, you're right. Fighting would be a chaotic way of resolving some, whereas reasoning would be a God-like, more angelic way, like a demonic way of settling this thing would be fight, whereas the angelic way would be reasoning, like you were saying. I'm gonna fall back. You got it.
I don't necessarily mean with fists either. I'm not just saying with your, physical apparatus. You know what I mean? But because a lot of people are more prone to attacking an idea rather than trying to dance with it or even box it in.
Figure it out. Exactly.
That's the tragedy with humanity, man.
When I'm speaking, to be clear, when I'm speaking from an African consciousness position, an unconfused individual, a mature individual. I'm always open to learn because that's the way of my ancestors. Our ancestors was always ready to learn. So we don't conclude anything. A man comes out of the body of a woman. She constructs all his organs within her womb. And then she puts them into the world. A woman is constructed by a woman. So a man don't make nothing like that. The woman is the industry of humanity, that where man and woman is born of woman. It takes the man and the woman to accomplish this. But it's the woman that builds everything that we call who we are and who she is. She builds that.
I believe everything should be, my bad, not to cut you off. I believe everything should be a dance or an exchange of energy between oppositions.
Everything is.
Even sex. Even sex is an exchange of energy, and that's what
everything
like.
Is. Everything is. If you look at nature,
instead of fighting, I believe fighting is idiotic or chaotic because it's not the way, it's the opposite way of what it should be. We don't have to fight if we can both understand where each other is coming from and learn from each other. You see what I'm saying?
Let me give you an insight. Let me give you an insight on something. You hear people talk about the black community, right?
Right. Nah, I'm talking about life, period. I was talking about life, period. Like,
I'm just giving you.
He finna make a point.
We talk about life. We talk about life, but we have to be concerned with the blackness of this life. We are black people, and we have to begin to understand that we must, if we have been given dominion over all things that was created that has life by the Creator, and we were made in the image and the likeness of the Creator, and the first thing the Creator created was light, and spoke everything else into creation in a matter of days. And everything that came before we were created, man, male and female, he made them both, has to be our ancestors. We are disconnected from the light that was created. Say, let there be light, and there was light. That light is our ancestor. Now, when he says, let the skies and the mountain and the beasts and the birds, all the different things within those 5 days, those are also our ancestors. Look at them. They're not fighting. They are being obedient. They are in a set state of living.
What about the people? What about the people? What about the people that came here and like the white people? What about white people? Are they included in that journey? To where?
Well, I'll tell you this: we have evolution, and they evolve. I know that they have two black people, a black man and a black woman.
Where's the bell dinner at, man? We gotta chime something in.
Did white people evolve from us as black people?
Well, this is what I know.
Man, they called adaptations and mutations. There ain't no evolution.
I know that two black people.
If they adapted,
let him speak. Let him
came from us. Oh,
y'all go one at a time, Zone. Go ahead.
Hey, with all that, I gotta disagree with you on a few of your analogies right there, especially with the woman being the industry. Because if you made a comparison with the woman and also a seed, like you was talking about the seed, where the roots come from, it comes from the seed. The tree doesn't create the roots for the seed. The seed actually creates that. When the woman is conceiving a child, the child has all its needed elements already within the egg, and the sperm is what completes that. Also, the evolution of all of this stuff has nothing to do with whether white people came from black people or not. We're totally different individuals. And at the same time, we need to look at the fact is that most of the stuff that we're preaching about is just that, preaching about the Bible and religion and stuff like that, which is a man-made construct. Nature doesn't need us.
I totally disagree. I totally disagree. And that goes back to what we were using.
And after that, hold on, brother. Let me finish this one little part right here. Nature is chaos. It's chaotic in nature. You got animals that kill other animals, and all animals, and then you got animals giving birth in the wild. And then shortly after that, their baby can be eaten by another animal. We got animals that eat their same race of animals. We have nature and weather that destroys everything. Okay, go ahead, man. I'm gonna cut it off right there.
No, nature works in balance because you don't have, say, like a grizzly bear living in the tropics.
That brother right there had.
You know what I'm saying? And
what I was talking about. Sorry.
That doesn't work that way. Sorry.
So what I'm saying is, it goes back to when we were using the definition of these words that we use. You can't say that a seed created a seed, because if it's already a seed, it can't create. It can reproduce a seed. You see what I'm saying? So we as humans don't create life; we reproduce life, because life was created for us. And another thing is when you say
you said the seed don't create.
A seed doesn't create a seed; it reproduces a seed.
You got to keep it real simple, man. Real simple.
Yeah, and when you say,
I'm following him.
And when you say us as black people, that's another ideology that was given to us, and rather than
Okay.
a literal
I get where you're
concept,
coming
a
from,
literal
with the
concept
black people.
that we were
It's
born
an
with.
adjective. The black people is an adjective. Black is an
The same
adjective. I
way, the same
understand.
way, the
And
black people is an
black has.
adjective. Black people is an adjective the same way that queen is using it as an adjective. So
I
black,
understand, brother.
so
Listen to
people
me.
use
Listen
black,
to me.
so
I
people use
understand
black
what you're
and
saying.
Wait a minute.
so when you call yourself a black
I understand
person,
what you're
people
saying,
use
and I
this,
accept what
people
you're
use,
saying.
yeah, people use black in dark terms also and negative terms also, but you use it for your meaning, but and give it your own meaning. So when you want to take
No, I
words
don't.
serious,
No, I don't,
you
bro.
gotta
No, I
get
don't.
rid of
No, I don't.
All right, so
I'm saying.
wait. Let me ask him a question then.
Brother, listen. Listen. Do not allow words to confuse the truth. We are not black people. Everybody knows that. I'm brown. Look at my color of my skin. We know this. This is not nothing to
when
really
you
reason
say,
about.
okay, so question. When you say black people, are you referring to Europeans also?
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
You're not
Do
talking
you know what
about
I'm talking
Europeans?
about?
Are you talking about
No,
Europeans?
he would consider those white people.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, so you would consider those white people. But
hey, what about what started this conversation? The black people in the Ukraine. Do they count?
yeah, like what is black to you? That's your meaning of the word. So when you say you giving words definitions and meanings, each person gives words own definition and meaning. But that's not meaning that the creator gave us all.
Hold on a second. Brother, these definitions and these words were here long before I was born. All I'm here to do is to decipher and to understand. I'm on a journey, and everyone on this line right now is on a journey.
You know what, Elder?
I'm just sharing with you what
And
life
you're giving a lot of reason. Reason is the
Well,
number
OG,
one.
sometimes you gotta
Elder, I just
the
had
older
to
don't like to listen to nothing, man.
With a lot of reason.
When we say black, when we say Moors, when we say African American, when we say Negro, we say colors, everybody know what we're talking about. So
Exactly.
People
I
are just
don't know what
OG.
y'all talking about.
I'm just saying,
But check it out. Look, both of y'all got points. Cause that's what I'm saying. Let's clear it up because what he's saying is this. He's using the word black for lack of better words, right? We all know that it's a misusage of the word, but until we find one better, we gotta use it for lack of better words. Yeah.
Right.
That's the real work right there.
Hey,
We
I
should
got a
be
question.
focused on figuring that shit out.
No, man, pop culture is the enemy of all that, man. Pop culture is part of cancer culture. I mean,
So what I would like to go to.
I actually think, and this is me, I think that the use of the word is the enemy of people.
Okay.
The use of all of these.
Now wait a minute. Now hold up. Wait. I gotta say something to that. He's right, but just let me say one thing. You pointed out the problem. So if the problem is we gotta misuse a word because we lack a better word, then the solution would be finding a better word. That's the whole identity crisis going on right now. FBA, ADOS, what word we want to use.
Because when they give us words like black or African American, they already have the program before they give us the name. That's why they able to switch the names on it, and when they do, they already have a set program before the name is given.
So yeah, you can respond.
Exactly.
Chosi, right? Yeah, you can respond.
So just to show you how pop culture destroys what we think we know. Have you ever met anyone with the last name Gay?
Yeah.
Do you think it
well,
means
I ain't met him, but Rudy Gay, ain't he a basketball player?
Yep. Yeah. That means happy. And how that even came about, most people don't even know, because back in the day they said, that they're queer, and then they would say, leave them alone, they're gay to be queer. And then so they say, okay, they shorten off because the queer sounds, because it just means weird. So they drop that off, and then so they're gay just to be happy. Now, what the elder's saying is true. Think about this. Now that we refer to all of particular people as gay, you know that they're all, for the most part, happy.
Not even that, bro. We use I be like, if somebody do something I don't like, I'd be like, man, they did some gay shit.
Right. Well, we all did that back in the day, but that's a misuse of the word because the word means.
But check it. But hold on. For example, the energy in the words is that what Zone saying. Check it out. If somebody do something he don't like, he said they do some gay shit. But gay people done. But listen. Gay people done something that traditional society wouldn't like. So
don't like.
They saying the same word. Like that's some weird shit. In other words, weird. See, these words will have the same energy over time and shit. Yeah. That's what Chelsea was saying earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, when I first started, I started by saying that words will be the first casualty of this war that we find ourselves in. And when we're able to clean our bodies and our minds and our spirits of these words that are toxic to our consciousness, and we begin to look at each other in a different light. Because back in the 60s and the 70s, Black folks look at each other and say, hey, sister, how you doing? Hey, brother, I'm good. We were brothers and sisters. That's how we spoke to one another. Now we don't see each other as brothers and sisters no more. We don't say, yo, brother, that's my, hey, that's a good brother right there. Now, I'm not saying you don't. I'm not looking at this as an individual.
I know, bro. I'm just,
I'm looking at this as a total community movement. You know what I'm saying? So now, when we come and we say there's a situation with the Black community, and I'm trying to show people, look, what is the Black community? The Black community is the Black genius, is the genius of the Black people. But we are not taught to see the community as your mind and the genius of your mind. Now, when we speak about IQ, because that came up earlier as I was in the queue, waiting to come through. IQ is measured by DNA. Okay? The DNA is what measures our IQ, but we've been taught that they're going to create these little tests. And these were the mirrors, the smoke screens that were created to throw us off from who we really are. Now, the test went around in, I think it was the 1980s, because, you know, the white people, the Caucasians, I should say, I'm going to use a proper term, the Caucasians were a people, are a people that deals with inferiority to superiority, and they believe that they are superior to all other races. So they believe, you know, when you tell yourself a lie long enough, it becomes reality for you. They actually believe that.
That's right. That's right.
Now, no matter what we did to show them that, to show them that they weren't, they continued in that belief system to the point of lynching, to the point of all kind of different things, redlining, you know, the whole history. But in the 1980s, I believe it is, a group of scientists got together and did a test with DNA to measure the IQ or the intelligence of species on Earth. Well, they came to the chimpanzee and they broke his DNA, the chimpanzee DNA to be a 3, and the gorilla to be a 4, and the orangutan a 3, the gorilla a 4, and the chimpanzee a 5. And then they checked all the human ethnicities on the planet. All of them came in to be a 5.
I think it's a 6.
A 6. And then when they checked the African, the Negroid or the Negro, his was 9. 9.
That's right.
Now, I'm saying this to say, it's not about our blackness. They don't care about the color of your skin. It's your genius, your community. This is your community. This and this, this and this. They work together in harmony, perfect harmony with nature. Now, I'm gonna let you see now. There's a professor by the name of Gabriel Oyibo. I don't know if you've heard of him, but look him up. Now, he is the greatest mathematician of all time. He's still alive. He lives right in Nigeria. Gagut, Gagut, G-U-T. Put that in. Search that. The formula is G, capital G,
The grand unified theory.
The God Almighty grand unified theorem.
I want to say something real quick.
Want us to know as a people. So they keep us distracted with Ukraine. They keep us distracted with black on black crime. They keep us distracted with gender identification. They keep us distracted with all this other shit so that we will not know our position in this time. The relevance of Gabriel Oyevo is that we got to go back to Hitler's Germany to understand the relevance of it.
You mean
now? He's went through all of the mathematicians in Germany, Oxford, Harvard, you name it, across the country. Okay? And have solved everything. All of the mathematical problems that they have introduced that they could not solve, he solved it. So what does that mean? That means we are the most intelligent species of humanity on this planet. We are the gods and the goddesses, right?
Ooh, black people.
I would say they the wisest on a level compared to other people, but the level of other people allow them to be more wise coming from that DNA 9 standpoint. That doesn't mean they're better in any type of way.
Can you repeat what you just said, brother? Can you repeat what you just said?
I said that number 9 thing. That means wise on a level compared to everybody else because they're using them as a springboard. There are certain talents that allow them to interact with other people and learn from their experiences in a way that other people don't necessarily have that talent. It doesn't necessarily make them
better. Who are the they you're
better.
talking about and who are the other people you're talking about?
I'm saying like the black people are the number 9 with the DNA. That's what I'm going off of, right?
None of that makes sense.
That didn't really make sense to me because I don't get how they was number 9s. You feel me? But I'm just saying from what I understand.
If you have 9 strand DNA, 9 strand DNA, okay, that means your intelligence is higher than a 6-strand DNA.
Okay, yeah, that's where I gotta branch off because who determining the intelligence? And we know we can't standardize a test.
The DNA is determining the intelligence.
Well, let me explain something. Let me explain
and it's
something.
not just your DNA.
Hold on, wait a second. Wait a second. Well, hold on.
Okay,
hold on. Because one thing we gotta clarify: intelligence by modern definition, I'll sum it up is to how efficient and fast one can process information, how good they can comprehend it and all this shit. I don't know if you can look in a person's DNA to determine how good they will be able to use their brain. And if you and the people who make that claim, we call them eugenicists.
Well, let me tell you, when we're talking about 9-strand DNA versus 6-strand DNA versus 5-strand DNA, we're not just talking about it in the sense of what you just described. We're talking about we build pyramids.
But I get where you're going, but here's the thing. The mind that we had at that time built pyramids. We don't have that mind today. We got the same. Wait. One thing. Yeah, we don't. We've been indoctrinated, but check it out. I know because I debate indoctrinated people every day that look like me, so I know from experience. But check this out. I'm gonna pass the mic to you. Only thing I'm saying is this, Elder. We learn and think with our mind, and I don't think it has nothing to do with our DNA. Eugenicists think it does.
You're talking about intelligence, right?
Right. It takes place in the mind and not the blood, so to speak.
Okay, so what about this? What about this? You see the cell phone, the computer, the traffic light, the peanut, the soybean, and all the products that come from these things. We're talking about the iron board, the car battery, the stoplights. We're talking about the architecture that goes into the design of the capital, Washington, D.C. We're talking about the ability to space travel. We're talking about virtually everything that was invented came by way of our DNA. Our
the black man created the internet.
Hold on a second.
Now,
let me talk to the elder for just 1 second, yo. Just for 1 second. Hold on. Here's where we disagreeing. I don't think it really comes from our DNA. I think all of this is dealing with a mindset. And you know, yeah, go ahead. You can go interject. Feel free. Go ahead.
Yes, brother. I mean, I'm saying that you are correct. You are absolutely correct. But at this point, okay, there's a stereotypical image that's been shown about the people, the earth tone people. Okay, I don't know if that's an acceptable term. You know.
Well, I think every single human being walking the earth has a different tone that we can find on the earth, including white. Yeah. We can find that too. Yeah, go ahead.
So, you know, back in the days, we talking about stereotypes. Oh, the Negroes they lazy, they shuffling, they dumb, they stupid, they ain't got no intelligence. They ain't got nothing. They ain't capable of this and they capable of that. This was a stereotypical image that was being perpetrated to around the world, to all other races of people. So all I'm saying is, with the advent, and David Oyelowo is not the only one, because there's another brother that created a technology that that gets energy from radio waves. He created a car, he created a helicopter, television, and all that kind of stuff, run off of radio waves. He's a dropout at 14, self-taught engineer, but he built all of this by himself. There's another brother built a glove that when you do sign language, to respond, you got to know sign language. But he created a glove that does sign language, but he had something attached to it that actually speaks. So as he's signing, the person who can hear is hearing what the person that cannot speak is saying. And they can have a conversation just by he put these gloves on. There's a 15-year-old black girl beat all of the other people, the global mathematical competition.
You know what?
She came first.
You know what? I understand.
This is recent information.
Listen, I understand we have some very bright minds, but as a collective, when it comes to intelligence, we're not dumb, but we don't have what's called warfare or that will be able to solve the problem we in today. Like the kind of intelligence that we need today as a people to get out of the situation we in, we haven't developed that in our years on earth. I credit my ancestors for making the best breakthroughs in spirituality, but I can't really tell you they was the best warriors. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
They were. There's a man named Lord McClurley that was in Africa I believe it was in 1836 or so, around there. He said he traveled throughout the entire span of Africa, and he couldn't find one individual person that was a beggar or a thief, not one. And so when he returned back to England, he went into the British Parliament, and he said, there's no way that we can overthrow these people and conquer these people. And the only way that we could do it is that we was able to control their educational system or the teaching system and their spiritual system. And that's what they set out to do. And that's what they did by way of the missionaries, by way of school, creating these schools. And they did not do it peaceably. They did it by force. They did it with their savagery, because they knew that we were a highly civilized people, but our ancestors did certain things so that we today would see it and would know it. Just the other day, a king was reinstated in Central Africa, the first time after 117 years, a traditional king. So these are things that's happening right now that many of us are not really aware of. So we continue to ask a lot of questions, and we continue to be in a state of somewhat confusion as to who we are and what we are. We are connected to the universal mind. And all we have to do is reconnect. That's all we have to do, disconnect to reconnect. A lot of us are online, but we're not in line. And that's the problem. The sun and the stars and the moon are already arranging themselves on our behalf. Oyibo is here now to prove that. Study Gabriel Oyibo, O-Y-I-B-O, Gabriel Oyibo. The hologram science that they now are using, they derive that through his formula. In other words, he communicates directly with God through that formula. But we don't hear nothing about him, though. You see, we don't hear nothing about him, because if we have to hear about him, it would empower our youth
to the
level of the things that they can achieve.
His school actually emailed me, and they invited me to like a seminar.
Yes.
You know what? I wish I would have did it. I wish I would have did it. I respect that whole Gagged is another way of saying all things is connected.
That's right.
Yeah.
All problems are solved. All questions, answers are here now.
It resonate with me for real, yeah. For real though.
No, straight up. It's like, why do you think they don't want so-called critical race theory taught in the schools? It ain't got nothing to do with hatred and black people and this and that. It has to do with the little white children will come to realize that their parents lied, told them that they were superior, and they're not. And the little black children will realize that they actually are geniuses.
Yo, if I ever get an email from them folks again, I'm gonna respond. I be tripping and slipping, man. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Elder.
Yeah, I'm gonna are you in Atlanta?
Las Vegas.
I'm in the Atlanta area, you know.
Yeah, I got folks in the A.
Well, I don't know how to get in touch with you. I'll try to get as much information as I can on it, and let you forward it to you. But just do the research. I from time to time I'll put some stuff in the chat, because I do subscribe to you, and I do support the energy that you're putting out. I listen to you often. You're one of the people I listen to, and I just want to say, just continue to do the work you're doing. But we have to realize that we're on a totally different level than all other human species on this earth. We don't need them anymore.
Now listen, I want you to keep in mind what you just said, because earlier, remember, we talked about white people, and you said how he foolishly believed that he's like the dominant species and want to rule everything. Now, that's what you believe about your people too. So let me ask you a question. Do you think it's wrong that other groups will adopt the same mindset that you said there?
No. They have every right to do that. Because at the end of the day, guess what? At the end of the day, bro, it comes out in the wash, and the proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. In other words, we don't have to prove anything. Black people talk about healthcare. They talk about education. They talk about housing, right? So why don't we just say, okay, forget about all of those things, because no matter what we do, we caught between a rock and a hard place. Let's build our own schools. Look how much talent we have. We built the whole music industry. You know, I'm involved. I'm a musical individual. You know, I'm a
My
singer,
dad and I were
songwriter.
talking about that for a minute,
Out
man.
of
That's what
Philly.
we do. He grew
So
up in segregation.
why don't we build our own hospitals? Why don't we create our own communities? Yes, I know they destroyed a lot of communities and buried a lot of it underwater and stuff like that. They tore down a lot of shit we built.
You know, a community ain't really built with the hands. It's built with communication, which is when people come into communion with each other. You know, I just think that you can't build a community in a capitalist system because everybody in the community is taught to compete with each other.
But we can build a community in the earth, though. You know what I'm saying? We can build a community in the earth.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, we will have to think outside the capitalistic mindset. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Absolutely. I am 100%.
I got a question for the old school. It goes back to what you was talking about when you was talking about not fighting and how fighting. I feel like I'm trying to figure out, like, because I've done some study on the engine, and that buys back up to ancient cosmology. But I did some study on the monks, man, and the monks, they use fighting as a sort of protection solely, only, you know. And I feel like we have Americanized the term of fighting, because fighting in their culture, and I'm just using them as an example, but fighting in their culture is to defend themselves. Like
that's the only reason for it.
Right.
That's the only reason for it. I just want to reason for fighting.
Your expansion on really how fighting could benefit us instead of tearing us down, because really a lot of us, it tears us down a lot over here. And a lot of people don't think about it. You know, fighting is used in more than one way. And right now in this world, or in America, we're fighting spiritually, but you know, physically, I feel like you said, it's dumb. I don't think human beings have to fight to get their point across, unless it is to protect themselves. But I just wanted to know where you stood with that.
Yeah, we have to fight physically, spiritually, and mentally. It's an all-out war on all fronts. It's simple as that. You can't fight physically if you're not fighting mentally.
Points.
You know what?
You can't fight mentally and spiritually.
Because we also got a symbolic and emotional reality too, right? And that's the 5 points that they attacking with the war.
I want to push the bill forward, y'all, because I think y'all kind of, you know, I don't know where we going now with it, but it was good though, no doubt. Don't get me wrong. Let's let the sisters get in real quick. Yvonne, John, sister, salutes.
Hey, how are you, Bro Sanchez?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about yourself?
Man, we are Scorpio energy. You are born, I looked at your natal chart, because I do that. I appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah,
like, I'm not on here. Yeah, I'm not. Scorpios, we very bad. We just watch.
Aggressive.
What you're doing is very. I'm sorry.
Hey.
I'm sorry. I just threw out aggressive.
Scorpio too. Calm down.
Sneaky.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm literally listening, and I'm like, that's good, because I'm a Scorpio, and I mean, I'm just like chilling, because you are bringing out energy that needs to be brought out. I'm a Haiti like creature. What do we call that in my culture? And I don't really understand a lot of the dialect that y'all talking about, because I don't understand a lot of the language. But at the same time, you know, I get it. And man, I'm fascinated by it. And I'm grateful that you are teaching other men, because women already know. I'm a Scorpio, I already know what's going on. but I'm grateful that you are putting out this energy. Like, I'm grateful for that.
I
So
appreciate
I'm
it.
gonna fall back. I
Hey,
mean,
salutes, much
I'm
love, sis.
grateful. I'm grateful that you're doing it. I ain't got nothing to say. I'm not. My thing is like I heard a lot of women on the panel arguing. I don't argue with nobody. You know, we don't. We sit back and we know who we are. And I know, bro, Sanchez, you know who you are. You know what you're doing with the ancients. I follow that energy. I'm a female. This is not my paradigm. It's a patriarchy. But I look at men that are doing, as I say, the great mother word. And we sit back and we look, and you're putting out that energy. And we just sit back and like, yes, they're going to learn. You are teaching everybody. And I appreciate that. I ain't got nothing to debate. I ain't got nothing to say. That's mother energy. We're pure spirit. We don't talk. We feel. We listen to people that come in like the what you call that, the energy that we already know. And literally, it's what men do. They put out energy from the spirit, from the love, from the harmonious energy. I'm high as fuck.
You get that
But I'm
appreciation,
doing.
and it allows you to
I'm
absorb more of that similar energy into your life, because
and
now
I'm
you
learning.
appreciate it. You know, you can
I'm
recognize it
learning.
more easily. You know, and you can learn how to get back there more easily too. You feel me? And right there is where your most
Yeah.
growth is. Certain people, they got different ways of growing, and you know what I mean. So we gotta sort of figure out a way to accommodate with that, because once you start being in that one bubble, sooner or later the circumstances, the 5 point gonna hit you like boom. Now you up in a different scenario where you're gonna have to leave the bubble of the comfort and try to get back to that comfort. One thing that can help you do that quicker is like the appreciation. You really want to keep appreciating. So
Yeah.
just so you know,
It's always a humbleness, because I don't look at man and woman as like, separate. We one being. Everything that's pumping our heart is pumping your heart. So whatever's going through your heart, I want to listen. It's the most beautiful thing. But I know that I live in a world that's different than me. I just want to learn, continue learning. And so, I mean, I sit back and I listen and just learn. I'm not above you.
May I say something?
Yeah, let me.
Go ahead,
I see you.
Sister, and other sisters and brothers. Our ancestors have been recognized as chromosomes in our body. So we are the actual ancestors here today. They went into the pyramids and found DNA remains of our ancestors, because we knew how to preserve the body the best out of all the human beings. And they matched it against the DNA of the human beings of our people today and found that there was an exact match. Now, for when a man and a woman come together in the spirit of love and acceptance, they bring forth a child. The father gives 23 chromosomes, and the mother gives 23 chromosomes, making 46 chromosomes. This is necessary for any life, any human life to exist. So, essentially, every man, the being manifests either as a male or female. So every man is basically male and female, because he has 23 chromosomes from his father and 23 chromosomes from his mother. The female manifests as a woman, but she has 23 chromosomes of her mother and 23 of her father. So we are, when we come off of this trip, like the men come off of the trip of being a man, I'm this man. Yeah, you manifest as a man, but you're male and female in the biological sense of your actual makeup. And the
So are you
woman is the
saying that
same.
all sperm in the nutsack is females, and when the sperm
No,
enters in?
I'm saying the process. I'm saying the process that comes into the creation of a man and a woman. The man needs to have, the process needs to have 23 chromosomes from the female, which is the mother, and 23 chromosomes from the male, which is the father. The sperm and the uniting with the egg is simply a part of the process. So you can have a zillion sperms or trillion, quazillion sperm, but only one is going to make it to unite with that female egg. Once that's done, it's only going to give her 23 of its chromosomes and 23, and the egg going to give her 23 of its chromosomes because they come from two different places. The female body sees the sperm as an alien entity entering her universe. And so once that happens in the process,
That's only when the blood types don't match. If the blood types match, you know, the
No,
uterus
that's actually
won't
all
look
the
at it
time.
that way. But
say that
I
again,
do
bro.
have I do got a question for you, though, OG. So
what are you saying about the blood types don't match? What do you mean by that?
if the blood types match, the woman body wouldn't look at it as a foreign substance. Only certain blood types it would try and fight off
I don't mean
because
foreign in terms of rejecting, brother. I don't mean foreign in terms of rejecting. I'm not saying that it's foreign or alien is going to reject it. Sperm doesn't live in a woman's body. It doesn't come from her body. It comes from a male, a man. So that's why so many of them die before they get to the egg, because they're actually under attack. Now, a way that it can be avoided, in a sense, is if the woman alkalize her body to an end, to a point.
You know what? Hey, Elder, I don't mean to cut you off. You giving us modern science interpretation, and I agree that's what they teach. But I'm finna go real deep because that's what we do here. Y'all can laugh if you want. I don't think that there was a bunch of sperm and one made it and the rest died. I think each of those sperm was a different version of you, and it made it to its own universe.
Absolutely.
What you think about multi-dimensional? Because look, check this out. The last sperm to die was the sperm that made it to this universe. It died so that the human could live. I think that all of our, like, we have all these chakra layers, and each layer was a different so-called sperm that crashed into a different dome. But they said the other sperms died, but the one that made it to the egg didn't die. Actually, the one that made it to the egg did die. And its death, what was resurrected from its death was the human.
Yeah. I don't look at it as death. I just call it the process. It's a process. It's just a process,
that's what death is transformation. When that caterpillar go in that cocoon and it become a butterfly, the caterpillar died so that the butterfly may live.
Mm-hmm. It's just like you transcend from one stage to another stage. It's like a metamorphosis. You're moving from one level to another level. And like I say again, words, we're going to have to destroy certain words as we go forward, because we deal with the living and not the dead. We come from a world without end. They come from a world that's going to end. So our thing is totally opposite from whatever they say. If they say left, we go right. If they say right, we go left.
Our ancestors told us to just go center.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We are balanced people. We are balanced. So
because think about it, right? Life and death is just a part of it all. I wouldn't say they see death and we see life. When you agree we all see life and death, it's just that they built their system based on bloodshed and killing people, and whereas we built ours. But the thing is, when we dealing with reincarnation, souls becoming human. I don't really want to include them or the white man in this whole conversation. I want to go deep with y'all is what I'm saying, because I'm trying to go deep, but you going back to like them, the white man. And I get it, Elder, because we do need to see what, focus on what the elite is doing, but it's going to lead to this deep conversation of reincarnation and all that. Are you familiar with the 2045 Social Strategic Initiative?
No.
By 2050, they want to put the human mind inside of an artificial brain.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with it. I didn't know it by that name, but I know what their plan is. Yeah, for 2045. Yeah.
What you think about that? Because by that time, I mean, like, there's gonna be a lot of young folks around in the 2050, 2100 who might not know this, and they may look at it on some, just some good technology.
This is what I think about that. I'm just gonna make some statements, okay? First statement I'm gonna say. Bob Marley has a song that says, many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. So, and there's a part in the scripture that says, why do the heathen rage and the people imagine vain things? So, that's why I say I'm not really studying what they're doing or what their plans are, because their plans is like you're going to fight with God and you think you're going to win. You're going to fight with the creator and think you're going to win.
They winning right now.
Me, it's like I'm not even studying them, because whatever they do is not for me, because I'm content. I'm very content. I don't go out here in the world, socialize and run up with these people trying to be this or that. I don't do none of that. I'm content. I go and I plant my food and I take care of my livestock, and I'm content, And when I go out into the world, I go there, and I'm very aware of where I'm at and who I'm around. My head is on a swivel at all times. I'm packing. I'm ready because I know what's out there.
Well, look, I'm gonna shift gears.
They're not coming for me. They're coming for those who want to be involved in their system. Whoever want to be involved in their system got to be ready for the consequences. The scripture says, "You're standing with the wicked, you will fall."
Well, we don't really live by the scriptures here. I think what I'm trying to say.
It's not just a scripture. It's not a religious thing. It's just wisdom, bro. It's like a stitch in time saves nine. Haste make waste. Give me the good old religion. It's good. The old time religion is good enough for me. It's like, what's the old time religion? The religion of peace and harmony and oneness. That's the original thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be religious. I'm just putting stuff out that I know people are familiar with. You know what I mean? It's just common sense. You know what I mean? Like, you hang around crazy people, crazy shit gonna happen to you. If you go around people that don't give a damn about nothing, then what am I? If you hang around robbers and thieves and murderers, people
at
that you
some
know,
point we gotta.
I'm just saying. We have to make a distinction.
That's right.
We have to stand up. That's all I'm saying. Like, we can go deep. We can go real deep, because we can control the sun and the stars and the moon.
All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Hey, we gotta pass the mic real quick. Just real quick. Machushua, if you would like the mic, salutes to you. Thank you for joining. Q Bryant, Eric Deep, thank you all for joining. I just want to keep the mic going. Salutes to the Elder Chosey. We're gonna get back to your Stone. Anybody else want to interject into the bill? Salutes to the people that's just hopping on. Yeah, man, this whole thing about how we're born into this earth with the sperm going to the egg. Listen, y'all, check this out. Y'all want me to pull up some slides and show you why I said I believe they showing us some bullshit with that?
Yeah, I want you to take some stuff real quick. Yes, sir.
All right. Hold on a second. Let me get my screen share going. All right, y'all, bear with me. I'm about to, I got to get my screen shares and shit.
Oh, yeah, you good.
Matter of fact, yeah, let me show y'all some real shit. So yeah, let me go ahead and
I'm
thank
going
this.
to
No, you
continue to listen off screen, brother.
who that? Oh, for sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. It's been a pleasure, man. You know, peace and love. You stay strong, stay healthy,
Most
stay
definitely.
good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Positive vibes.
Peace up.
Yeah. Hold on a second. So all I want to do, right, is show them like why, because that might be a big claim to say without just showing. So let me go and pull this up. So this is what I was saying right here, right? I was saying like each of these sperms will die. Like to me, they say that that's an egg, right? I think that that egg is like a big old ripple effect. It's sending off a vibration. In other words, that egg will be like a rock in the water. And then what you don't see is around that egg will be all these damn rings like this. So this is what I want y'all to see in my mind, right? Hold on, let me adjust this for the people out there.
I was about to say, bro, we can't even see it.
Oh, let me share it to y'all too. Thank you. Y'all can see it now, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
So check it out. Like, check out the cosmology and check out the sperm around the egg, right? So look, this cosmology, you see all these little lines that's racing into the middle one?
Yep.
That's the sperm racing into the egg right here. Each of them rays of light is a version of you that's going to land in a different dome. And it's going to become a chakra layer.
So is all the sperm that hit the egg a part of you too?
All of the sperm don't hit the same egg. Let me show y'all something real quick what's finna blow you away. See, here's what they not showing you about that egg, what I was just saying. That egg is like this Hebrew cosmos on the right. All you see is the part of that egg that represent this earth world. That would be the smallest one, which is this little ball. But most of these sperm die before they, what I'm telling you is this. Only one sperm even make it to the egg. By the time that one sperm make it to the egg, all of them other sperms died along the journey at different height levels. Like you see what I'm saying? Like some sperm died back here on this orange one. Some sperm fell on this yellow one. But see, the reason it's hard for you to see what I'm saying, because they only show you one egg. You got to look at that. See, this egg is a black hole. And around this black hole, it's a whole bunch of, let me show you something real quick. Watch this. They might have a picture of it on here without me having to pull up the folders exactly. Here go a black hole. It's a ripple effect. Now picture each sperm falling in a different size circle. And the last sperm to hit is the one directly in the middle in that little bitty circle. And that's this earth right here. This narrow gate. So you see what I'm saying? Like if it's each sperm is a fallen angel. And let's say all of these angels are landing on the rooftops of buildings. But the last angel to get through falling is the one that landed on what? The shortest building. If all of us hop out a helicopter, the skydivers, and each one of us landing on a different building, the skydivers that's landing on the tallest buildings gonna land first. And the skydivers that's landing on the shortest buildings gonna be still falling. That's like that last sperm, that last falling. That's your last layer of consciousness to reach this last underground layer here in the middle.
Brother Sanchez, do you believe those are the ones that we dream of, that we dream on?
There you go. Exactly. That's it. Yep. Because each one of them fell in and was born into a different hospital in a different world. When one of these sperms is asleep in one of their universes in the bed, the light that's inside of their little bitty shiny head right there, it'll turn off, but it'll pop on in another head. And that's when you say, I'm dreaming. And when you wake up from that dream, the light will go off in that sperm head and turn back on in the one in the bed and get up and say, man, look what I saw in, because you are the light.
Dang. Look, not to be controversial, right? This is
be controversial, man. Do your thing.
Check this out. So with that theory, right, that would mean the man's role in creation is just as important as the woman's.
You doggone right. Yep. You cannot exist. And let me show you how important man and woman is. I'm glad you doing that, my brother, because a lot of people accuse me of being one-sided and just toward the feminine. And I want to say that that's a rightful accusation. I'm not mad at y'all for that, man. I see how y'all would say that. But thank you for giving me a way to explain myself. You know what I'm saying? So let me show you something real quick. Yeah, because I don't want cats to think I'm just one-sided and on some anti-male type shit. Let me show you something. And appreciate all the guys who challenged me on that, man. Hold up a second. I'm trying to pull up light projection, right? See, this is how I look at it. I'm going to show you how equal man and woman is to me. Hold on. You know what? If I pull up, you know what I need to do? To show y'all this shit, my bad.
If I may, if you look up a sperm cell compared to brain and brainstem and just go to images, you'll kind of see this thing that's behind me. You'll probably get a better picture than that, but it definitely shows you why the male is important, because the seed grows into the
all right. You know what I'm gonna do?
And the brainstem.
I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna do that as well. But here go a quick little example I'm trying to show real quick, right? You know, when the creator, right, and you know how light makes a triangle, we finna talk about how we come from the singularity to the duality. Here go the witch hat or the Christmas tree, and this is what I'm explaining how duality was created from the singularity. So this light at the top, this little dot represent a single creator. But when that single creator projected itself downward into this so-called underworld, right, it shattered, like taking a single vase and dropping it on the ground and it becoming a bunch of pieces. So check it out, right? Just check me out. Listen where I'm going. This single vase is one piece. But when you drop it, when it shatter, guess what? It's not just going to shatter. The piece is going to spread out like a pancake. So look at what this light doing. The light is showing you shatter point theory or Big Bang, a one unified ball of light exploding into many little galaxies, shattering into pieces. Wait a minute, though. Light can't expand without creating something called rays. And these rays are literally your way of saying the pieces of light that shattered when it dropped, like the vase pieces. So these rays wouldn't exist if you just stayed at the source. It'll be a singular concept. There are no rays in the eye of the flashlight. You only get rays when the light expands. So that's what we're looking at here. Now, when this light expands, you get two different sides. Guess what was just created right now? I want y'all to pay attention real quick. This finna go deep. This point right here represents something called center. It ain't left or right. The first thing that exists was center. And when center expanded like a bomb, right? The radius around that bomb would represent when you throw a grenade Wherever that grenade, when that grenade explodes, the grenade represents the epicenter of the explosion, or where the rock hit the water to cause the ripple effect. So that expansion is synonymous with the creation of left and right, up and down, the three-dimensional sphere that surrounds that little dot called a grenade. But the grenade itself represents center, the epicenter. Wherever you throw that grenade will always be the center of an explosion, and nothing can change that. The explosion will always surround the grenade. So check this out. When the light expands, it creates left and right. That's another way of saying a creator that has no sets. But once it manifests, it turns into male and female, which is what man is. So when the creator expresses itself in this underworld, by the time the light reaches here, for the creator to manifest itself in its realm, the creator can't maintain its singular form. It had to express itself as animals, trees, insects, man, woman. It's just like if you drop a glob of water from an airplane, by the time it hit the ground, it's gonna be a bunch of drips and shit. Cause that's the whole law we dealing with here. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Definitely. And just to add real quick, that explains why you can't have a baby that's both male and female at the same time. And if you do, it's blasphemy towards the creator. You feel me?
Maybe.
It could be false because you can't have a hermaphrodite, which
About to
means
say,
that
Yeah,
the baby
hermaphrodite.
has both sexes. So you can't say you can't have. It's like immaculate conception, which means a clean birth, but it also, in most people's minds, means that a woman is having a baby by herself with no sexual interaction with no one else. There are cases that have happened, scientifically proven, that where this has happened. So at
That's
the
a
end of
real
the
thing.
day, a woman, because you got to think, the zygote in a body of a female, you never ever go to the doctor if you're a father. You never go to the doctor and say, at 2 months, tell me the sex of my baby. They can't tell you that because all them babies are females. It's not to the estrogen, excuse me, it's not to the testosterone and the androgen. Testosterone determines the level of masculinity. Androgen determines the penis size and all of that good stuff. So if you're supposed to have a 16-ounce can of testosterone and you get a 3-ounce shot, okay, you figure that out if you're already a female. But if it takes 16 ounces to convert it, where the Y chromosome comes in and you the man, that's one thing. But if you're supposed to have a 10-ounce can of androgen and you get a 22-ounce can, then yeah, you could be a man that don't like women with a big old giant, penis. Like you have to know what goes where and how things act in the body and know this science of how human embryos develop in the body. Everything ain't, oh, when the sperm hits the egg, it's a
So
woman or a man.
question,
Yeah, so
man.
then here that'll be my question too. So are you saying that all the sperm, in order for that to work, all the sperm that's inside of a man nutsack, it will have to be feminine. It will
No, no,
all
no.
have
What
to
I'm
be women.
saying is it takes what I'm saying is that when it meet, it's female. Because what you got to remember is that the eggs in a woman's womb is nothing more than your testicles that fell out the inside of the body. And the
I heard of that
clitoris,
pseudo
no,
before.
it's not pseudo. It's not pseudo if you don't
I
study it. Like,
actually don't believe that they're either male or female. I think they're the center part that he was talking about at first.
Yeah, so when you
So
get
where
to
it's
that,
not
it's like,
either one.
well, you getting back into semantics, and I don't want to,
well, it's not
because
going
I
from
tried
male
that.
to female. It's not going from a man
It's
to a
beyond
woman.
it's beyond duality at that point.
You know
because they
the
both unisex.
Well,
opposite.
how is it if somebody has both sex parts?
Well, look,
If
the
they have a
opposite.
penis and a vagina.
The opposite of a point is a line. So that's no different than saying an egg and a sperm, or a vagina and a phallus. You know, a
Because
zero and a one, a
a
binary
penis
code.
is just an inverted vagina, correct?
No, a penis is an exverted clitoris. The
Right.
penis and the clitoris are the same. The testicles and the ovaries are the same. The
Thank you.
breast and the breast are the same. There are chemical contributes that make those things change, which is estrogen, testosterone, androgen. If you look at what Viagra is, it's
How do
only
you
a
explain?
synthetic.
You know what?
Listen
You know.
to what I'm saying. Let me finish first, and then please, if you look at what Viagra is just a synthetic form of androgen that gives you that extra push to make
It's
your
a synthetic form of testosterone.
testosterone, yes, that causes your penis to be more erect when you're ready for it, because your pure natural throat is not allowing you to be where you want to be. So these are
And
the
that's from
same.
lifestyle choices and
But you
diet
know what?
habits.
Let me share something with you about modern science where they fail at. They try to say we're formed by testosterone and estrogen, and they try to write off like, see, you get 50% of your mama's DNA and 50% of your daddy's, but that turns into testosterone and estrogen. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's way deeper than two chemicals. I think it's more like two vibrations. Two vibrations, like, you know.
Yeah, how does that make them start off as a woman then, or as a female then? Like, what would you define
I don't think to be no sex mean to see. Here's the thing right here, man, because I wasn't trying to get into this when I was talking about the light and going into the whole, trying to go deep with it, right? It's deeper than some sex type shit, and it's beyond it. Y'all ain't looking at it through the ancestor where you dealing with modern Western medical jargon only. Our ancestors didn't speak that language, is what I'm trying to tell you. They try to make it like a man is the same thing a female is. Just this, that, no, that's the Baphomet understanding. Man and woman are polarities that complement each other. Red ain't the same thing blue is. They are polarities that complement each other. Sun and moon is what I'm saying. But just to make this conversation reach a conclusion so we can move forward. The point of where I was going with the picture though, and the reason why I said what I said so we don't get too far off track. The smoke are the sperms that are we multiple copies of are each of these sperms dying, like they say. You know, that's what we was arguing about at first. This image right here, what's happening with the journey of the different sperms going. I was trying to go deep and compare it to like the chakra layers and shit. I was trying to have y'all go there with me. Go ahead, sister.
You heard of, well, I don't know exactly if the sperm per se die, but I know that the liquid comes out of the woman's body.
Yeah.
It drops out. So I don't know what comes out when it drops out, you know what I'm saying? But it does come out.
And what is the egg every time we have a period? I mean, let's interject that since the sperm is the topic, but it got to meet an egg. And if the egg isn't met, then what happens?
If the egg what now?
If the egg is not met with the sperm, what happens with the woman? She has a period, and the egg it disintegrates. So why wouldn't your sperm do the same?
It's representing a possibility. It represents a possibility.
Around, they got a brain and a neck and a brain stem and all that stuff.
So you think an egg is just a dead nothing waiting for a damn brain to get into?
You know what I think?
It's a possibility that always exists, no matter what. That's what I think they was pointing at, right? So when you have a possibility, it exists. A possibility is the idea of something that exists before it is even observed. You feel me? Right? It existed before it was even observed or anybody knew what it was, right? So that possibility is similar to a sperm or an egg. It's still sacred,
yes.
You feel me? But it's just a possibility that we haven't observed if it died or if it didn't make it, quote unquote. but maybe it did make it. Maybe it just made it on a different level. Either way, that would still fit the definition of a possibility the way I slice it. But
so think about it. A woman body's goes through a whole anywhere from 3 to 5 to 7 days of a cycle because didn't nothing make contact with it to make it create. So you think that your million sperm that come out, or however many you have, comes out, and that all of those things just swim and nothing happens to what doesn't happen, and we got one little ass egg floating down a fallopian tube, and we like, ooh, let me little Red Riding Hood going down the trail, nobody meets me today. Oh, look at what's gonna happen for 3, 5, or 7 days, and then you think you could have a million sperm come out, and what happens to them again? Because maybe I'm misunderstanding this.
Well, I'm not saying that anything in particular happens to them.
I think she's asking me that question though about what I was presenting. Yeah, what I was saying was this. I think each one of those sperms that came out your father was you. And I think that's what they're calling the chakra layers. I'm going to show them to you real quick. So I look at each of these sperms like kamikaze pilots. And all of them landed at a different altitude. And where they landed at, they created a big bang, an explosion. And they became what's called a kasha, or one of these auric layers right here. So these auric layers will show you the different levels that each sperm landed at, because the egg is really a gateway. And around that gateway is a whole ripple effect. I'm going to show you what I mean, because I never did pull up these slides right here, by the way. The sister asked me a good question that's going to get us back on topic. Everybody else, hold tight. Let me chop it up with the sister just 1 second.
And would a kamikaze be something set to die and kill itself for the sake of the others? I'm just asking.
Yeah, hold on. Didn't I just say let me and the sister build though? Like, why can't I build with the sister just for a minute? I'm asking y'all to do that for me just for a minute. I want to make sense out of the claim that I made, and I think that the way the energy she got, it's gonna force me to be on top of my work and explain what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And I need that. So yeah, go ahead, sister. You ain't doing nothing wrong. What you was asking me again, my bad.
So I'm asking that if you use the identification of kamikaze, we know a kamikaze is a pilot or a person that's willing to go in and assassinate themselves for the greater good, and it doesn't live, it doesn't do anything, it disintegrates. And so how does that go along with what you're saying as far, I feel like it's what we're saying the same thing, but I thought that maybe I was saying the wrong thing, but then when you say kamikaze, I'm like, I would agree they're kamikazes, because it's one egg and supposedly one sperm that connects and meets to build the baby. So we don't release supposedly multiple eggs unless we're having twins or triplets or quadruplets.
Yeah, I ain't dealing with You gotta understand why I got these pictures up here. You asked a question, but
yes,
if you
I
get
like
too
it.
far,
I appreciate it.
Hold on
yes,
a second.
Please explain.
Here's what I'm saying. There's not one egg in a female that one sperm is going to. There's an egg for each of these sperms. These different eggs, we don't see them. They're outside of our spectrum, just like we don't see our chakra layers. What I'm telling you is around the egg that we see in this world are these invisible layers that go out to infinity. Guess what those are? Those are your mother's chakra layers. Your sperm landed in each of your mother's chakra layers and were born in all of these. I'm just giving you ancient interpretation right here. Check this out right here. You see how they got this egg with a layer around it? Imagine this layer going out for infinity. like a vibration. Here I'm gonna show you an example of how the ancients showed it. Here go a version right here. Here go, all of these are ancient Christian versions. They said when that last sperm get to this last egg in the middle, that's how we get to this earth right here. But check this out now. Here go a picture of them showing you the different layers. They just not telling you the earth that you're inside of right now, it's a whole nother layer of the egg. It's a whole nother layer. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of, let me see how I can put this right here. If you compare, for example, this middle egg right here, this represents the earth. And each other layer of your consciousness landed in one of these colors and became what's called a chakra layer. They said that was a dead sperm that died before it reached its last journey. The reason I call them kamikazes is because a caterpillar will go inside of a cocoon and basically kill itself to become a butterfly. So now do you see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely,
here on a deeper
yes,
level?
I do. I see that you're saying that it's not that the actual sperm is dying; it didn't make it to the center point. However, because we have chakras, in which most people don't know, each chakra has chakras and so forth and so on. That's what all those other
No,
layers
you
are.
said a chakras. No, the sperm is a layer of your consciousness. When the sperm went into the egg, that ain't no way but another way of saying the soul entering the earth. The sperm is the light, which is the soul. This earth has a gateway to it. That's a black hole. Light can't escape a black hole. So this is why the ancestors had a concept that your birth ain't a random act. And they said a birth of the universe ain't a random act neither. Micro, macro. This is anti-Big Bang.
You see in that purple layer where it looks like the purple is the first chakra, correct?
Cool. Yeah, I see where you get.
Okay, you see where that chakra has another chakra. Where it's separating it. That's what I'm saying is that it's more than 7 chakras. It's more than 12 chakras. It's more than what people can imagine. And it looks
There
like
you go.
if half of the sector is divided in half, and those chakras, they're expanding in sections. Correct, just like an onion.
There
And
you go.
and if you dice an onion, it's perfectly, split to where that energy would go in that
But you
direction.
know
If I'm saying it right.
the thing is this: nature don't dice onions; she layer them. So check out what I'm saying. Check out this onion right here, and look at the human chakra layers. Now, when you follow these layers all the way back to the middle, you reach the seed, that which created all the layers. My teachings align with nature, not the Western medical science or none of that. I ain't go to school for none of this. I simply tapped into the cosmology and started to compare it with everything in nature and seeing nature doing one pattern. And if we pick up on it, how to explain life and death will be simple.
Okay, but when you go back to not the picture you're currently on, but the picture that looked like a rainbow and it's
Let's go
divided
to it.
in six, that one. You see how purple on one side is divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 layers on one side and 10 on the other, but it's separating it as if the purple is divided in more than one way. It's not just one. I mean, yes, it's one, but it's more than one because now that oneness is going out into the blue,
You know what?
it's going to the green.
This is a good way to help you out. It's
Thank
like you going inside of a mirror house. It's one, but that one becomes many now once is when you put in an idea of like reflection and shit like that, copying itself in that mirror house just by you stepping inside of it, you're going to be reflected on. outward on all of the walls on it and shit like that. That's the same way this universe is. Once we're born in this middle universe, we're reflected out in all the universes. That's how we get these layers. So when you dreaming, you in another layer of your consciousness that was born in a whole nother universe with an alternate version of your name. In an alternate, you probably got a different skill. You see what I'm saying? And that represent each of these different layers right here.
So what would you say about you spitting out 1,000,000 sperm and what, maybe 7 is making it through? How many are you thinking make it through? Are you saying all of them?
I think that there's an infinite amount of sperm in one single ejaculation. I think that a male's ejaculation is equivalent to a big bang. And that when you have a big bang, you have an explosion of light. But when you have an explosion of light, the light will never stop shining unless something interfere with it, like a black hole. That will cause the light to get sucked inside of a vortex. Like, let me show you what that is right here. It might take a minute for this to load. Matter of fact, let me open up a smaller version. Here go light being sucked in a black hole right here on the left. Our earth is light being sucked in a black hole. That's a torus field on the right. If you look at that, guess what else it is? A human being with its arms and legs on a spinal cord, and a horizontal line would be your waistline. So right there where it got this green dot called Midgard, that would be your heart chakra. Because let me show you what I mean by this real quick. The green one in the middle is the heart chakra right here in the middle right here. So look, when you look at this, that's where Midgard is. But now check this out, right? If you look on the left, right in the middle, what split this entire torus field is green light. Now the thing about all this is this. This proves no shape is random, not even an explosion, because if I drop a bomb, it'll make this same shape. Everything in nature make this shape. This is what I was saying earlier. I'm going to show you one more thing real quick, because this is important right here to go along with what I'm saying. Hold on. The sperm ain't nothing but light, and it's traveling in like a straight line, like a laser beam. But when the laser beam is like having a hose pipe at a high pressure, it'll be like a laser beam, right? But if somebody start to block that water, it'll spread out and make like what we call a splash pattern, that little spanching pattern. So when light is damned, it spreads out like a bomb, like boom, on you dropping some on the ground and the dust spreading out. It's like I said, skeeting that hose pipe and that water making a straight line. Then I just put a book in front of it. Now it's gonna make this little splash expansion pattern down. That's what I'm trying to show right there, because that right there gonna explain what I'm gonna show you next. So
the woman only releases one egg.
You missing everything I'm saying. If you start off with the woman, you got to start off with the light. You missing it? Yeah, you ain't looking at
light?
Yeah. So here's the thing right here. When you look at this, how light expands. This shows you how a sperm, which is a singular trajectory of light, became a human being. This sacred
okay. I thought it was the egg that separated and divided.
Listen.
Triplets.
The egg is a cocoon. The caterpillar is the sperm that goes into the egg or the cocoon and turns into something else called a human.
Okay.
Yeah, so the woman...
I have to pause because what you're saying is a different perspective, and I just would need to... I won't speak on something I haven't researched because that's ignorance to me, so I have to respect what you're saying. I'm just questioning you, not to say you're right or wrong. I'm just asking questions because I'm thinking once the sperm hits the egg, in order for a triplet or twins or quadruplets to be made, the egg has to split. Now, is that the power of the sperm or is that the power of the egg?
I think
They
that
both
some.
are.
Here's what I think. I think it's here's why how I know they lying us too. I think it's possible that two sperms can enter through one egg and two versions of yourself can be born in one reality.
And I would have to agree with that because I've seen a white baby and a black baby be born by the same woman, and she had sex with a black man and a white man. And yes, and even though they're not identical twins, they're fraternal, and they were conceived at two different times. So something in there, and I've never been able to really make that connection. So I appreciate this conversation and much respect.
Watch this. This is what I wanted to point out. When a sperm goes into this egg, you know what? The doctors don't never see a sperm, is what I'm saying. I'm serious. You can pull up the development phases of a fetal bag. The first phase, when they say you conceive, is nothing there, but they detecting this invisible energy. That's the light that they talking about, but that's equivalent to Polaris. We can't see it in our spectrum. So here's what I'm alluding to right here, right? When a doctor looks at a conceived fetal bag, they don't see a sperm swimming around in that shit. They see an empty bag of water, and all of a sudden a body just start to be formed in there. So you know what that can be explained. What's landing in that bag is a whole nother form of life that we can't even see. You still a spirit. You ain't even materialized in this realm yet. That's why we can't see you yet. You see what I'm saying? Till you develop, that's like a light fading into a holographic reality. When the caterpillar exit this cocoon, it will never exit it as a caterpillar. Just like the sperm will never exit the mother as a sperm. So the same transformative process is taking place. Women don't know how their own body really work, which is why they was demoted out of the spiritual system. They don't want to tap into the spiritual side of what they are because they listening to the white man only tell them what they are, when Brother Sanchez trying to tell them that they far more greater. Transformation happens within you. You're a gateway, an interdimensional portal. And when you forgot that, we just deleted you out the spiritual system and said we'll be born again through Christ in the spirit.
Dang.
Bro, I have a quick question.
Because look, the root word of Christ, look, chrysalis. That's why I put this up. The way that the caterpillar become a butterfly is exactly you the Christ that came transformed here in the earth. Look at how it's shaped, the same sacred geometry.
Fold his wings.
You know why the Pharaoh got his hands crossed on his chest? Look at the baby.
Okay, but if you go back to where all the sperms are fighting to get into the egg.
Ain't no fight going on. See, you're going
with
what the white man's saying.
You're right. Correct. Because this is educational speaking. So you're correct.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying is going on. They're not fighting, so they're just poking at the egg. Is that what you're saying?
No, it seems like that's all a fable. Because that's not really what's happening.
Exactly. Let me show you something real
That's
quick.
what I'm asking. So I'm asking with the videos that they show, you're saying those videos are not real of them showing sperm going to the egg?
Exactly. None of your reality as it relates to life and death is real. Heaven and earth is real. Church and religion, science and state. None of that shit is real. And if you still think it's real, I've been fooled about who been on the panel. I thought we was deep here.
No,
I thought we knew they weren't giving us the truth. Hold on, wait. You're not understanding because when I try to talk after you answer me, you don't listen. But you listen to the white man well because I know you regurgitate his shit. I can do what you're doing. I couldn't build my channel regurgitating what he taught me about how I got to this earth. Everything I've been teaching y'all is about the doggone triangle with the dot on the top. Now look at the sacred geometry of the sperm. What are they making? A triangle with the dot on the top. Why do they call it the birthday hat, the Santa Claus hat? If you don't know, let me teach it. If you don't understand nothing about explosion, you can't talk to me about this for real. You can only tell me what they told you, and you still stuck in the matrix if you do that. If your mic is unmuted, that let me know you don't want to learn the spiritual side of what the ancestors say. You want to repeat to me what they said.
No,
And
I
go
don't.
ahead.
I really want to know. But what my question is those sperm, all of those, if it's 50 or 100 sperm on the
It's
picture
an
that you're
infinite
showing,
amount.
right? It's right, correct. You're saying that a woman capacity is to just is it or is it not? Again, I'm not coming at you like I know it all, because I've already explained from my perspective. This is a teaching moment because yes, I've learned the white
If
man's
it's a
way. So
teaching
what?
moment, that means 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 mouth. Ask the
That's right, and
question
I
and let the
stated
teacher
that.
teach.
Okay, so let me ask the question. With the 1 million sperm coming in, are you saying that a woman only drops one egg for the millions? It take one egg for us to have a period, and it's a million sperm, or is it we're really dropping more eggs and we don't know it because we're not taught what we should know? That's all I'm asking. Like this isn't. I
Right.
can't
But
battle you on something I don't know. So please.
after you ask it, you got out the question mark, you stop. Cause then it's gonna dilute the question. It's fresh right there. And I can go right at it and okay, I got you. That's what I'm saying. You can't, y'all, I ain't gonna lie, today's women y'all don't listen long enough to learn for real, to me, in my opinion. Modern women, as Kevin Samuel was called it. Now I'm finna get on some red pill shit for real though.
Oh, I'm gonna take the blue one for you though, cause that's some bullshit.
Hey, that's my opinion, and let me roll with it. It's okay. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. I didn't say Queen Angel. That was just an opinion I made right now. That's just like now. I'm supposed to be teaching. You don't see what I'm saying, y'all? Everybody else muted up. The fellas is. The woman with Queen in front of her name is living up to the stereotype of the shit that Thomas say about the people who use the word queen. But I don't think she really like that. I just think we're all passionate about the knowledge. That's all I was saying. I'm not on that. Now, here's what I'm saying right here. What I'm teaching is what I've always taught. Sacred geometry. You don't gotta agree with what I'm teaching. Here's how it was explained according to the ancestors. When you look at this sperm around an egg, it's no different than looking at this Big Bang right here. The daddy's busting a nut discharge was the Big Bang. It was an emission of light. The light that was emitted from your papa, he made a copy of his DNA. That was a singular copy. But think of it as a ball of light, like in the middle of this picture. When the light started to be a fallen angel, when it fell into the egg, by the time it got there, it had shattered into many, many pieces of light that we call sperms. But each of these rays of light landed on its own altitude. If you understand light projection, like the sister India who joined the other day, let me show you what she presented. Right here, they said life is no different than photosynthesis. All things exist as some form of photosynthesis. Photo is light, showing you how light is synthesized into a so-called physical human. Nothing is physical. It's light expressing itself into earth, water, wind, and fire. In other words, the universe is holographic in nature. If you follow me on Facebook, I shared a post today. Scientists just admitted that shit, and I've been teaching it the past year. If you look at this image right here, it shows you that the light that's descended the furthest is the thinnest too. In other words, a beam versus a flashlight versus a laser beam is what we looking at. That's how light expands. So light shatters like glass, y'all, as it falls. Light, when it's projected from, if you capture it at the point, if you was able to create a video recording of how light bleeds out of this camera, at the moment the light exit the lens, it'll be as thin as a laser beam. But by the time it reached the person at the end of the photo, it has expanded like an umbrella. And that's what we looking at, the expansion of light from a side view. And this is why if you compare this to the Big Bang, guess what you will get? The expansion of light from a side view, from a top-down view, however you want to look at it. This is the only science of creation. Ain't nothing else. So if you look at the base of this right here, each of these ripples represent a different egg that you was born into. And that was like when you dream, like I said, your mama that exists in this world don't exist in a dream world. It's a different version of your mama in that dream world, just like it's a different version of you. So everything is alternate. You were born in all of these different worlds in different alternative forms of your mama, which is why I say your mama had an infinite amount of eggs and your daddy had an infinite amount of sperms, and each one fell at its own height level. The sperm that fell on this orange level, they were born in a hospital right there, boom. Then one fell here, it was born in a hospital. Then one fell here, it was born in a hospital in that realm. One fell here, it was born in that world. And the last one fell here. And they tell you that's the only version of yourself. When the ancestors said each one of them sperms that came out your daddy was born in another universe. It didn't die. Just like, in other words, yeah, it did die, but it was resurrected in a different form like the butterfly is what I'm saying. Each one landed in a different dome and was born as a different form of you in a different form of your mama. So that would make a different, each of these universes, a different egg in a different form of your same mama. That's why I said your mama have more eggs than what they showing. The egg is a black hole. And around a black hole is an infinite vibration of energy. That infinite vibration of energy look like a ripple effect. That's what we looking at back here. They say at the center of our universe is a black hole. What do you think of? See, when they give it to our people, we take it. But when I give it with the ancestor stuff to show you how deep and powerful we are, how beautiful the woman are, people want to give me back the beast interpretation, which take away the spiritual side, the multi-dimensional side, the transformative aspect, the fact that we're Christ, which is the root word of chrysalis, how a butterfly transforms. Like I said, when you look at the picture of the Pharaoh crossing his arms, this how you get this same shit. Look at what the baby doing. Look at what the doggone chrysalis doing. Nature didn't change the pattern. She packaged everything this way in and out of existence. So this is why this became what the Catholics do when they pray. They make their hands go into this pattern and shit. Like, this is so much. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just telling y'all, right? The stripes that you see and all that, that's nothing but representing the different. This all represent cosmology because it's dealing with the layers, just like they had the bees and the beehive and shit. So I hope this is explaining, because check this out, right? Like I said, the last sperm that connects with this world will be the one that fell the longest, because that it fell to the lowest point, so it fell the longest. So this line right here in the middle is connected to this bottom world right here. This would be the last sperm that made it to the last egg. I'm simply teaching this shit the way the ancestors would have taught it. There's no chemical reaction that can explain life. If you're not dealing with holography and how light project, you still sleep. If you ain't dealing with light, you in the dark. Let me show you something real, everybody, something before I turn the flow. From Nikola Tesla said it better. He said, basically what I'm trying to explain now in my own way. Tesla said, everything is the light. I'm going to do a whole review on this, man, to show y'all what I've been saying about Tesla. He explaining every single shit that I'm saying right now about the light and how life is created and how you can time travel and recreate life. People thought he was crazy. Motherfuckers was coming up in here with the same energy I'm giving for tapping into ancient science. That's what I'm telling you, man.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, I got a quick question for you. So when he corresponds with light, that's like chlorophyll when it gets the energy and the photosynthesis from the sun. So
Yeah,
that's basically the same thing. It's a creative energy. If you are able to hold the light, it's like holding information, and it'll help grow the flower from the root to the rose.
So the bottom line though is sperm is liquid light. Light is a state of matter, and it can take liquid, gas, and solid form like everything else. You in this physical form is basically solid, light solidified, and that would be the secrets of the holographic universe. That's what they call it, the metaverse. That's what they recreating right now. But yeah, I'm a yield the flow.
Well, I think the base of everything is that we are basically machines and we move in cycles. So the same way a man's sperm rejuvenates like quicker than a woman's egg shed, than the woman egg was shed. Like a woman's egg sheds every month. So she gets a new egg. You never have the same egg from when you're born. And the same way with that, I think we all connected through our father's sperm cells. So even your brother, the same way you have a part of you that came from that sperm cell that lives on a different plane or a different ether, the same way you have a part of you that lives on the same ether, which you would call your brother or your sister. You see what I'm saying? And also, I think to go with the image on the screen, the chrysalis.
Look, before you go with that, let me just give you this, right? Here, let me show you how deep the research that I'm trying to give y'all is. Here go the Tesla code. You see it? It's like the 6-pointed star, the Masonic square and compass. Compare this Tesla code, the sacred geometry, to the way this thing is wrapped. You see the 6-pointed star, the Masonic shit, how you got a triangle pointed downward and a triangle pointed upward, just like we seeing here.
And that's exactly what I was going. That's exactly what I was going to go to. So that's what I was going to say to that. When you get Christ, you see how the baby had his arms folded, and you see how the butterfly has his arms folded, but you get Christ, his arms is out. Like it's going against that.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? And that's all I wanted to say.
And you know what's crazy? When you talk about Christ having the arms out, that's the modern man, Superman theory that's basically saying I can rebirth myself without the woman. The whole Superman, I can fly through the heavens with technology. Because when you look at the capital T for technology or Tesla or whatever, techie, it's like the arm spread it. You know, the whole T for tech, which is man being his own savior, the technocracy, which is like Christ with the arms out. I get what you're saying. That's a lowercase t. When man trying to play God, you know what I'm saying? But the capital T is the uterus. which is the mother where manifestation happens at. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I think I might have to do a whole presentation explaining the chakra layers and how each of those sperm landed in each of these ethers, because I'm not sure if everybody really understanding where I'm going with that for real.
But yeah, you know I do. And what you just showed, the Tesla coil, is the riding coil is the experiments they do now where they build the free energy they call riding coils, right? You see at the Tesla, the 369 image that you had up, at the middle point is where it bounces off of each other, where it refracts off of each other, and then it breaks back out again to the same. It's a hexagon shape if you connect all the dots too on the outline dots. But yeah, that's the sacred geometry. That's the Star of David, Solomon's seal. The hexagon is essential, just like the B image, bug, butterfly, three legs on each side, and that creates the same sacred geometry shape. But yeah, that shape creates perpetual motion, which is just like in church, perpetual pace, perpetual motion. It's the eternal cycle that we have in each of us. So absolutely, that light, that Christ light.
Mm-hmm. And they said Christ was innocent, right? But the baby is innocent. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro.
I believe that they teach that things are passed down through our DNA, which is like subconsciously like your chakras, or your sperm.
Hey,
It's literally your sperm. It's literally you literally passing down your DNA through your sperm and through reproduction.
In zones, your cells have memories too, bro. According to them books that they teach us in them 12 years of brainwashing, right? Each cell has memories. So our DNA is literally remembering what happened. And they say that when, like, I wanted to put this in there, I put it in the private chat, but our environment, the woman's environment can predict male or female based off of what's needed for the next generation to progress. So it goes way deeper, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I think when they say put them to death at the cross, that's another way of saying aborting them at this phase right here. Because they said they looked up in the sky and saw his star, and so they wanted to know where did his consciousness land, which hospital, go in there and abort that one. Let me show you some. With the technology they got, certain souls they don't want here, they can really pinpoint consciousness and shit. But just the fact that they want to dive into this type of control and type of shit, like they really want to track souls, soul tracking. That's what we're going to. Yeah.
Exactly. That's how powerful we are, bro. Yo, it's crazy. Thank you for bringing that up. They know what level we can reach, that they trying to kill us before we even get into this realm.
But I think you kill yourself through these ideologies that we have, that it's only black souls that can do this. Like it could be a white soul that frees somebody from spiritual bondage. You feel me?
Yeah, I agree with you on all that, and I think that we beyond black and white with this bill right now. The elder that was here on a black and white tip, I wish he was still here when you said that, so y'all can kind of have a little spar. But all of us agree with you. All of us agree with you, though. We with you on that.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, that lesson you gave Sunday, you were hitting at a lot of the points that I wanted to come at you about. I was like, damn. I said, I ain't gonna give you no clues, because I said he had been trapped me in a wall, but I said, boy, it's all coming together though. I like that presentation. I ain't really get to see too much today, because I'm just getting off work, checking in. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to everybody. Flat power.
Yeah, and salutes to you, my brother. I'm gonna build on top of that with this one here. Hey, the elder coming back for the smoke too, by the way. Hey,
yes, sir.
Hey, and let me
quick question to the panel.
Let me say one quick thing. The female egg ain't one egg, y'all. I'm telling you, I want females to look at how ancient women spoke about their body. I'm gonna point y'all in the right direction. I need to get my mother goddess shit back on. Look, I swear, the egg is said to be a gateway and like this sort of vibrational portal. We just see the end result of that portal, which connects us to this world, that's why look, let me show y'all something. I know the brother want to build, but hear me out. Look, we only see our body. You don't see your aura. But when you go to the dream, your consciousness shift to these different auras that you saying. The light around your body, you can't see it because it's your holographic projection in a whole nother holographic universe. Your consciousness can slip in and out of these auras. And when you say in and out, think about what I'm telling you. I'm gonna zoom it for you. In into the one in the middle, or out to the one out. Slip in and out, or sleep. Astral project. Close your eyes. Get some Z's, right? And that's how you get out of the body, one body into another one. Like lily pads, frogs on hopping lily pads. It's how the consciousness is hopping through these different layers, man. And I'm saying each of these layers of yourself got a history. It landed in a different world and it manifested into a different version of yourself. And the key to knowing who we really are is traveling the multiple layers of the human psyche. The reason we take so much antidepressants and got so many psychological issues today, because we're spiritual beings who ain't meant to stay in our body like this. This why people take so many drugs and want to get away and get out, because we forgot how to astral project. Like when we was taking the right drugs to get us out the body, the shit they got the world on today just get you addicted. It don't get you out the body. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? So the real shit that we call drugs, it literally drug the consciousness out of the body to get you to these alternate states and shit like that. Ayahuasca.
Hey, bro,
and all
bro
that.
Sanchez, have you ever had a tincture before, a strong one?
Nah, I haven't.
It'll take you out the body.
What is
but,
all you really need is some shrooms. You'll be good at shrooms.
But what I was saying with the tincture, it ain't nothing but a bunch of concentrated cannabis. You concentrate it into a liquid, you know what I mean? And then it's very strong. You can make candy with it, whatever you want to do with it, edibles and stuff like that. But enough for it'll put you there. But what I was gonna say, I like how you was building on light and how we're not able to perceive what we're really looking at and things of that nature. One of the questions I had for the panel, I did a post probably about 8 years ago. And you know how when you try to Google stuff and look up stuff, they start hiding stuff and change stuff around. But a lot of people don't know. For a while, it was said that Caucasian people didn't dream in color. And when I asked my friend, White Boy Brandon, I said, when you dream, you know, how is it? And he was like, it's very vague. I was like, well, is it colorful? He was like, no, it's kind of like pale, or sometimes it's black and white. When I dream,
nobody
dreaming
in color. Color is an illusion. Hold on. What I'm saying,
I dream in color.
What I'm saying is,
I see colors when I close my eyes.
Y'all know I'm setting your ass up. You know what I'm saying.
I'm gonna set you up too. Go ahead. We're gonna spar a little bit.
So what I'm saying is, no matter what dream or reality you in, it's only one color. In this particular world, we call it the blue planet or whatever. Let's say the color of light that's projecting our entire holographic universe is a blue light. That means every other color inside of here is just blue.
It's a medium between what you're looking at. Hey, remember when I first got it?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because you remember when we first spoke, I told you I used to have out-of-body experiences, and it'd be like a dark blue once you're out the body. And I said everything had like a blue hue around it.
It's different for each of us, though. But yeah.
I mean, it's not always blue, but I've had chances. Yeah. I mean, I had them when they were blue. I've had them when they were just like you just out the body. You know what I mean? I've even I don't know if y'all seen that cartoon before, Bleach, where they be going out their body and fighting spirits in a different dimension. Yeah, I actually done. Well, I ain't say I went and fought nobody, but I've actually done that before. Jumped out the body. I used to do it so often that I got scared because one time I did and I had trouble getting back in. So, you know what I'm saying? But what I was gonna bro Sanchez gonna dance around this. I ain't even gonna go nowhere. So he said ain't no color. I'm just gonna digress on that.
No,
But
man. Look, I was just that's different than what you were saying. You saying if a motherfucker's colorblind in another reality.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, do you know what livor mortis is?
Nah, go ahead.
When when we die, we usually we look the same. Might get a little dry looking, a little pale, might get a little darker. Most people might get a little lighter, a little darker, but for the most part, ain't no color change. Now, when a Caucasian person died, what is called livor mortis is when the blood starts settling. And as it does that, they go through a color spectrum. It be green, purple, blue, red. You get a chance to look into it.
Okay.
Now, the point I was going with that, for us to be able to, when you talk about light, like you were talking about how you can't measure it and all that, a lot of people don't even know for them to be seeing all those different colors, that's some kind of light has to be emitting from that dead organism. Now, the reason I brought that up, if anybody, study different religions for a long time, I know I messed them up one time because what they call it, the Mormons, they knocked on my door one time and started talking about the Book of Mormon. And I said, well, according to the religion, my people's cursed because we remained neutral in the battle. We didn't want to decide whether we wanted to come to earth and have a human experience or stay in the heavens and remain a God. So they cursed us with the upright hair and the dark skin. And the fact their eyes got big when I said that, they left me a pamphlet and they left. Now, reason I tied that in with the livor mortis, what they're saying in their story is basically like you're trapped between the medium of the spirit world and this world here, the hologram world.
That's what I've been teaching. That's what us humans are. We're interdimensional beings.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is everybody's not interdimensional. When you talk about the casting, I'm happy you brought up when you were talking about the cast, how it's in Casper, how we're filling in a silhouette, so to speak. How they demonize the rainbow. Everybody doesn't have that. And I don't want to get too religious or sound demonic on here. But
I don't even know what you're talking about. I think you need to keep explaining.
Okay, but what I was gonna say is when I read the Bible, if you kind of pay attention instead of researching where this coming or this updated version come from, that's not really our book. It's pretty much telling us that's not our God.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't have to tell me that for me to know, but go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, because one of the things, when you think about the updated version, it comes from Rome. What's Rome famous for? Or if you Google what's Rome famous for, it's going to tell you theater. If anybody know about theater,
where you going, my brother? It's like a endless run on to nowhere. You got to get to a destination. Where you gonna land us at? Yeah.
What I'm basically saying is the color you see coming from so-called black people is actually light that's emitting in them.
Where are black people? Can you show me what they look like?
Well, that's what they call us. But to be honest, we really don't know what our name would be
you
anymore.
Mean the people that encompass the shades of brown?
Yeah, the ones that they used to call colors.
Okay. All right, so you're saying that only those people are filled with light?
Not only those, but it's a certain kind of light.
You saying everybody filled with light, but those kind are filled with just this special kind of light.
It's a different kind of light, yes. And we also
I would say this. I would say each single creature on earth has its own unique light and energy. No one feels the same. If I walk in a room with Mr. C, your vibe feels totally different than Fibonacci. Then when I walk out that room and go in a room with me, myself, his light, his vibration is going to be totally different energy. You can put a caterpillar in a room with you and feel the aura of that caterpillar's vibe and energy, man. Anything you can fit. If you got different dogs, each one got a different spirit and personality and vibe that you will feel. So That's what
You know
I'm saying.
when you
I don't really
can.
put my personality in a group. Like, I think I'm the only nigga like me in the world.
And that's
But
true.
yeah.
But you know what's crazy though? You kind of said it too on your last lecture when you were talking about when the person die and you don't really realize you died until you die, but won't nobody know
I'm
what you're
realizing
going
I'm
through.
God every day and I'm living.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. But you were saying most people don't figure it out till it's too late.
That's true.
So to speak.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
I'm totally with you on that. Yep.
Yeah. So
Hey,
it was. Go ahead. I'll just get back on. I mean, I'll just come back to it. Go ahead. I'll let y'all build. I don't want to hog the mic.
I was gonna say I really don't know how people take it when I deliver it, but fuck it, I'm gonna just keep delivering it because that's what I do. But anyway, I was gonna say that when you bring it to the heart, I mean, when you bring it to the cross, I was talking about the cross earlier. That's why simple actions like hugging, it means so much for your for the information transfer, for the progression of the build, right? Because you got to think about information and the way we see reality is completely in several different realms in different chakra aura systems as we speak, not just as we are sleeping. So when you look at it that way, you got a reality of physicality, right? And then you have a reality of emotionality, right? And then you have a reality of symbolisms. Symbolisms doesn't necessarily mean visually.
I think
Then you have a logical reality. You know what I mean? So that's like an aura field. When you do a thing like hugging, like even people said, like scientists have said, your heart rhythm starts to match another person. So you like transferring energy. It's like you went from a metro booming beat to like a weird, like more masculine Doja Cat type
But
of
see
fucking
that
soundtrack.
and see what you explaining about matching the energy. Let me show you what that is. Each human is a ripple effect. Watch this, right? Watch this. Watch this. This is what you saying. When two people hug each other, that's like two ripples sharing the same space. They overlap each other like the MasterCard. Like, for example, two of these ripples here, that would be when two people heartbeat. When they hug each other, they make one heartbeat. Just like these two ripples coming together make like that MasterCard symbol. The energy merges and shit. That's what you saying. I'm just giving like the visuals for it, because each human is a ripple effect of energy. And like you said, hugging, kissing are just rituals we do to merge that energy to one and shit. Yeah.
That energy actually come out in a different way. Like it's not always just emotionality, but it could also be like a form of logic, right? So this is how we transform the world to what we wanted. And the way it was is what we agreed to in the past and what's in our DNA. So you can't discredit it, for example, but we need to, upgrade and move past it. I was thinking like pro-black, he was still stuck in civil rights era, bro. And I was
A lot of people is. That's what's funny. But what I was gonna say, I wanted to build on that cross a little bit more. When I think about the cross, if you think about any video game system remote, the D-pad, what do you have to use for movement?
The directional pad, the cross, yeah.
The directional pad is a cross. And somebody else brought up the fact I was building with on another platform. Nobody thinks about when you look at the fake map that they gave us. You can't go too far up, you can't go too far left, too far right, or too far down without them stopping you and trying to see, keeping you from going out there.
Yeah.
So
They
it's
trying
like,
to,
I really believe like it's other beings on this earth. This plane is bigger than what they allow us to
know
go.
what? The other beings is us. Jordan Peele made a movie called Us. He showed your alternate personality showing up here. I'm telling you, yo.
Trippy movie.
There's a lot of movies they got that'll show you this shit, where they find out the alternate realities. Like Us is just a modern version of it, but it's been some movies like that before.
Cocoon back in the day.
I don't even think it's that deep. I think the alternate beings is the people on this panel. Like you just another reflection of me. Feel me?
I think that too sometimes.
It's recycled
Combination in the house. Let me quit. I'm just fucking with it. All right, my reflection. Yeah, go ahead, sister. Go ahead, my reflection.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, my reflection.
Oh. This is my first time on the panel, and I had a question about the when you were talking about the sperm and the different layers and stuff. I wanted to know, do you think that the different layers that the sperm has to penetrate through each one of those layers, like you know how you were showing the rainbow, the with the center, the blue
Yeah.
line going through the center?
Uh-huh.
Do you think that the sperm has to penetrate through all those layers to get to the center, and that's the example of that?
Yeah, I think that the sperm don't exist in a singular state. I think that all of those so-called sperms are each of these different angles of light. I think humans are not just a fallen angel. I think each single human is fallen angels, plural. Like, I think that the journey to this earth is the same journey of glass shattering, and when it reached the ground, it turns into many fragments. So I think the journey out of here is learning that the concept of duality or this whole multi type of concept, it ends. We become what's called one with the creator. And I think when the vase, when everything rewinds to where the pieces of the vase become a full vase again, you can see the creator. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at each of these rays of light as a layer of your consciousness on a downward journey, and that the journey ended in different levels for each light ray or each layer of light. So each of those light rays will turn into different sperms. Nature ain't wasteful. If she only knew that one sperm gonna make it to the egg, she would only made your daddy have one sperm and it would have got there. She don't play these racing games and mark, get set, go. This is a deeper science that they don't want to teach us.
But
Quick
I
question.
guess
Oh, my
I'm
bad.
thinking on a different level. Maybe I formed my question wrong. But you know how you were talking about the seven heavens? Like I'm thinking, and you know how they said, well, the devil was cast out of heaven. So I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, the sperm is penetrating through all these layers. Do we know how many layers that a sperm has to penetrate through before it actually gets to the center of the egg to activate it?
You know
And so I'm
what? Yeah,
thinking
yeah. So here's the thing. I think that, and this is some real shit. I want y'all to pay attention. She's asking good questions. Let me go to this photo right here. In the Hebrew cosmos, at the top of this cosmos is the highest of heavens. That's where the seat of God, that's the thought that created the entire universe. Each human is a copy of the creator that's variated through the DNA of the mama and daddy, turning the creator into a unique, different copy of itself. Now, let me show you how this works. When the mama and daddy come together, a portal is opened up called a black hole. And when that's opened up, the light of Polaris, where the seed of creation resides, pours into that portal. And that's what doctors say. This is when doctors say right here, let me show you something. Doctors say when that happened, they can detect it. That's called conception. Now a creator is copying itself. See, your mama and daddy coming together. Let me share something with you real quick. It's the MasterCard logo. See, the only way this portal can open is if your mama and daddy overlap each other. And this little diamond in the middle, that's the crack that allowed you to get into this world. This is the knowledge of eclipses and all that stuff. This even is what a DNA strand look like when you go to weaving it and all that, what we are. But at the same time, the father and the mother making that connection, coming together, can be looked at like two vibrations merging, and that will look like this right here. See, imagine two of these ripple effects becoming one. Now, what happens is that will give you create a whole nother human, and guess what? That'll be represented by your two eyes, another soul peeking into this reality. When those two vibrations come together, they make literally the two eyes. But check this out. one eye is seeing reality through your mama's perspective, and one eye is seeing this reality through your daddy's perspective. But your daddy can't see through your mama's eyes, and your mamas can't see through your daddy's eye. But you the gateway that bring them both together, and you that creature that can see, listen, part mama way, part daddy way, with these two, each eyes, each set of brain is part. Nature basically said, I'm gonna make one human by cutting half of the mama, cutting half of the daddy, and sticking them together. And that's how you get left side, left brain, right brain, left DNA, right DNA. But I'm gonna stop right there.
Quick question, bro, Sanchez. When she brought up everybody being a reflection of everybody, doesn't that kind of fall into the whole note being broke down all the way down to the 8th and the 16th and so forth?
You know what? I think if you want to know what a reflection is, you need something called a mirror, right? And when you look in another person's eyes, I don't necessarily think you're looking into a mirror. I think if you really want to look inside the self, lock yourself in the closet in the dark with nobody and see if you happy.
That's a pretty good analogy.
I tried it plenty of times,
When you
and
close
what you're
your
gonna
eyes
find
and look
is,
in the mirror, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, what you're gonna find is, my bad, you're gonna find a whole lot of, if you get good at it, nothingness, right? And then that's the center that y'all was talking about earlier. So when you able to finally wrap your mind around the idea of not having an idea and not having nothing projected onto the screen that you call reality at all in general, when you finally start to justify that and like kind of ratify that like impossible, it's a word, paradox. There you go. When you try to get around that paradox, you will get to a center place, right? And now when shit pop off and niggas get to swinging, you at that center place. So you coming from all your most wisdom, knowledge, kind of similar to life. Or when a different wave is introduced into your wave, now you can kind of sort of find a harmony or a chord inside both of y'all waves. And then that sort of creates information for maybe another wave, or it creates another wave in and of itself. You feel me? So that's the knowledge I was trying to get to a little bit.
So, I get exactly what he's saying. I'm gonna say something really, really quickly too.
You got it.
Go with what he's saying. So is darkness the true mirror?
Darkness.
Absolutely.
Darkness is the true mirror. And,
I agree.
And light would be the reflection upon that mirror, or the image on the mirror.
Absolutely.
Because listen, you can't have a holographic image without darkness. Like if I wanted to project my hologram to you with this future technology, I'm gonna have to dim the lights, just like with a projection machine back in the day, what the teacher taught with. See what I'm saying? When she dimmed the lights and they go to filling on each other. That's what we did. Let me quit playing with y'all.
Yo,
that would never.
No, but you're right. Like in deep meditation, that's like your deepest challenge is challenging your dark thoughts, all the darkness, right? And feeling on each other is one of those thoughts. So yeah, you got to separate yourself from the flesh and all that. And what's that cat say? Empty your thoughts. You can't have any thoughts. Like
and shit randomly happened too. Like one time you just gonna be mad as fuck, filled with a whole lot of rage, and then you're gonna be sitting there and you're gonna have to question your goals of sitting here. You're gonna be like, why the fuck am I sitting here right now? And I'm super mad as hell. What I'm gonna do with this shit?
Yep.
Right.
You're producing this negative energy. Once you spark that negative energy in your deep meditation. But what we're going to is blanking your mind out, man. And I promise y'all, we're not supposed to blank all the way out, bro. Because when you blank all the way out, when you open that door, anything can go out, anything can come in. You have to focus on what we call love. Like it's a reason why we call that deep meditation.
Let me share something with you.
I don't think you should.
You can't astral project if you can't fade the black, as Hova call it, blank out. Think about what you just said. Blank out. If you can't blank out means simply to close your eyes, which is a blink, and go out into REM sleep. If you can't do that,
just calm your mind. Is that what you mean?
Say what now?
Are you talking about like just like calming your mind, like almost like erasing whatever thoughts or whatever you have on your mind, like
Yeah,
completely
you
not
got
think
the
about anything.
you got to clear everything in your mind and focus on a single intent. And this intent will be getting out the body. And there's different methods that'll do that. And if you do that, you will get out the body. I did it before. I wasn't able to do it again because once I did it, I got scared. And ever since then, guess what?
Okay,
It messed up my focus now. Now I can't focus the same way I did it.
You ain't lying.
Can I add on to that? I've been waiting to add on to that for a
Wait a
while.
minute. Wait a minute, hold up. But even when you smoke trees, you can't do it.
You know why?
It's like it.
Let me tell you why. It's like, let me explain something to y'all that you got to understand. When I was trying to get out of my body, I had never astral projected before, but I had lucid dream before. I didn't believe that you can do this on your own will. I thought it was just something you just hoped happened when you fall asleep. When that shit actually happened and I did it, I realized that this is a power, like, yeah, you can do this. Like, and ever since then, knowing that makes it harder to do it for some reason. Cause I know it works now. I know I'm finna be out my body. At first it was like, I don't know if this gonna work. And when I found out it did work, I was so scared I didn't even stay over that long. So trying to get back is me trying to get over that initial fear, if you will.
Yep,
So can I
don't
ask
look
you a
at it, you won't be
question?
afraid.
You can go ahead, Brian.
Like the fact that I know it worked is what make it harder for me to do it now, because I know I'm finna go out my body, and that make me a coward. I'm a spiritual coward right now.
No, that's normal because a lot of people, they got this fear of sleep paralysis nowadays. It's like a sleep paralysis demon me or whatever that's starting to surface, right? So I don't know. I talked to a few females about it. I had a couple, female roommates at one point in time, and they'll tell me, how they felt about sleep paralysis. And I think for them, sometimes it'd be meaning something different than what it's, supposed to be, right? So sleep paralysis really is just your body in such a deep state of hypnosis that your physical apparatus won't move when it actually started secreting chemicals to paralyze it in place so that your emotions, logic, and other perceptions could leave elsewhere into other fields, right? So a lot of people get sleep paralysis confused with an outside entity constricting them. And that's how I used to feel when I was younger, because I get sleep paralysis all the time and I did not know what to do with it. So my number one priority was break the sleep paralysis. So I watched Kill Bill when I was younger, right? So I'm like, okay, let me just move my big toe, right? And then I move my big toe and then start wiggling my foot and wake up out the paralysis, right? And then that would be my thing, just always get up. So now it's ingrained in me when I go back in sleep paralysis to always just get up. Why this is bad is because sleep paralysis is really your doorway into astral projecting or to lucid dream, right? Because because your body is now fully still, right? So now you can get up and enter the dream or the astral realm. But you want to first know how to remove your logic, emotions, and astral body outside of the physical body. And the only way to do that is from the paralysis. You feel me? But there's a fear, there's an ingrained fear of paralysis, which is
I had crazy
meditate and help with that.
Is sleep paralysis the first step to astral projection?
So
Yes, it is. It's the doorway to it. So you have to deal with being in paralysis. This is why meditation helps, because instead of getting anxious or scared or jumping up or going back to programming, you get to deal with the sleep paralysis. Yeah.
Hey, I've actually had something like get on top of me and the eyes light up and everything during sleep paralysis. Like
me too. Me too.
Like it was like in a form of like a liquid, and then the silhouette or whatever. It kind of looked like when the predator cloak itself.
I'm going to tell y'all something right now. Y'all and young Pharaoh with these aliens on y'all backs and these little creatures on y'all backside.
I thought it was laughable too until I experienced it. But my experience wasn't the same as Pharaoh. But remember I was telling you, I don't really take anything he say serious.
But brother, I'm just saying, if it's something that look like the predator, and the only way I can see it is like what the rapper said, look back at it, because it got me laying from a belly, like it's behind me. Oh,
Nah, it went behind me. It was on top of me. I don't think
Hey, ooh, that's even worse.
I just feel like that's not
it
sleep
is what it
paralysis.
is.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
sleep
messing.
paralysis, I would have to agree with the first person that made the statement that what sleep paralysis is somewhere caught between, your REM sleep, your alpha, beta, theta, whatever stage. And for me,
Exactly.
sleep paralysis always consisted of I can open my eyes, but I cannot move my fucking mouth, my body, or anything. I've never seen demons or black things or monsters jump on me because to me that wouldn't be sleep paralysis. That would be something separate. So I don't want people to think that that's sleep paralysis because sleep paralysis literally mean that something in your brain clicks open and your eyeballs open, but you can't move. You think you're yelling for help. I'm like, oh, help me, mom, mom. And mama can't even hear me. She's like, you wasn't hollering for me. You didn't call me angel. So why? What are you talking? I was like, I was in there yelling for I felt like it was an eternity, but it might have only been 5 minutes or 2 minutes. But I've never had the experience of the demon, the demonic entity, and I think I'm grateful for it. I don't
Hey,
want it.
sister, let me ask you this.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute.
Quick question. I want to ask you this. When you was in the sleep paralysis and you came from up out of it, did you notice how the sound gets different once you get to where you can move again? But before you couldn't move and you screaming for help, it sounds like everything's almost muffled.
No, the thing that bothered
Like
me
you're
the most,
underwater.
it was that I could hear everybody and no one could hear me. I would literally get pissed off at my family and be like, y'all heard me in there laying on the couch screaming for help. I was like, help me, I can't move. And they're like, no, that's
Yeah,
not.
I know you can hear them, but does it sound like a different tone? That's what
Yo,
I'm
hold
saying.
on a second, man. Let's. I don't really like the listen. Let's go deeper into the science of how we dream and shit, like on some Berkeley
Right.
Institute shit. Yo.
And I had something that I wanted to say about the sleep paralysis thing because I believe that it's being approached in like such a spooky way. But I think that everybody in the beginning experience sleep paralysis when they are not they don't know that their spirit is able to leave the body. That's when you start astral projecting. That's when you start like traveling to different dimensions. And so when you first experience the sleep paralysis, that's when your spirit it first leaves your body when you go in that REM sleep, and something in your mind clicks, and it's like, oh my God, I'm leaving my body. I want to wake up, but you can't get back into your body because you don't truly understand what is happening to you right then. So that's why a lot of people freak out because they don't know like what's happening and they don't understand it and they don't know how to control it. But once you get to a point where you know how to control it, you can travel to different dimensions at will. Whenever you go to sleep, you can control it. I've done it and I continue to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I done traveled to different lands. I done traveled back in time when it was slavery and I was in somebody else's body. And you know what I'm saying? Like I've actually like fought in spiritual battles. You know what I'm saying? And I met with like ancient chiefs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they blessed me and they said I had to earn my wings and I levitated. Then I started flying. Then I earned my wings and I was flying high. My wings was made of sapphires and diamonds. And I'm not no crazy person. You know what I'm saying? I have good sound mind. So I'm explaining to you, my experience to let you know that it's not something, don't make it spooky. You know what I'm saying? Like that is your strength. Like this is how you fight your spiritual battles.
Exactly.
And once you gain control of how to do it, you'll dominate in the spirit world. And I think that has something to do with how your life will go in the physical realm. I think that will affect how your life go. Like when you fight your battles in the spirit realm, it's not for nothing. So whatever you going up against, you need to be, doing that in order for your life to be a certain way in the physical world.
Absolutely, man. I'm all about teaching our children how to be superheroes, so to speak. We all have our special gifts from birth that we naturally chime into. And when I'm just with what you said and who spoke before you, I just got a little humor. My former spouse of like 15, 20 years, we're still very close, but still, when we were young, she was able to do what bro was talking about and what you're talking about, like at will. She could leave her body, and she was just learning how to do it. She was doing it like subconsciously, and she could walk into people and people could walk in through her, and she could hear your thoughts and things like that. And I can't tell you what my superpower is, but I made jokes at her because when she said she came to and she came out of it, she said she had a spirit guide, and he was dressed, he looked kind of creepy in a hood. And she was like, "Oh God, take this back. I don't want it." She said, "I don't want this gift." And she said, "This ain't no gift. I don't want this. Take it back. I don't ever want to see this again." And when she told me that, I was so upset with her. I said, "You gave up your superpower." I said, "You know how unstoppable we would have been." But no, I got jokes. But yeah, that's just.
But you know what's crazy? When you see that person in that hood, they're kind of testing you because they're gonna look very scary when they pull that hood back. And that's like the test. And the reason I know it's real, a different dimension, because I screamed so hard when it happened. When I woke up, when I was when it snapped his fingers and I was back in the bed, my throat was hoarse that whole day from screaming. So I thought it was a dream, but my throat was killing me. Like, somebody lose their voice from shouting too much or hollering too loud. Dead serious. It was crazy.
Hey, one more thing before y'all move on, right? Hey, my bad. Hey, but real quick. When y'all are sleeping, right? Everybody can practice. Hold on, let me mute this up. When y'all are sleeping, right? When you're waking up, if you have any pain in your body, if you have any aches, like you have an injury from high school football, and you feel that ache throughout the day, notice how you don't feel that when you're like in the bed and you're starting to wake up. There are certain senses that kick in as you wake up. Your hearing, like when dude was talking about don't things sound, yeah, it does. Because if you're in your bed and you're waking up and your conscious wakes up before your physical eyes open, you can hear nothing, and then you can start to hear things around you and the birds chirping. You can start to feel the pain in your body that you didn't feel a few seconds earlier, right? Because we are both at the same time always. So I just want to throw that out there.
Check this out, Jimmy. So let me help you out with that.
That's deep what he said right there.
Let me help you out with that.
That shit happens all the time, bro.
If we as humans going to say we believe in dreams, and I believe and what happened in my dream was real, like it was real to me as a human being, then whatever you conceive in your dream has to be real in this spectrum. So if a person sees demons in their dream, then demons are what? Real. You get what I'm trying to say?
And I'm gonna help you out with that too. I'm a
Nah, I disagree. I disagree. I disagree.
Well, how you disagree?
It's real in
because
the you got a glitch, bro. You disagree? We got the smoke.
No, go on. I mean,
I was just about to drop a jewel real quick because I ain't really disagree with nothing nobody said yet. But anyway, I was about to say that when you thinking about astral traveling and lucid dreaming, you got to think in terms of habitual subconscious mind. That's another reality you see through. So that's the fifth one right there, subconscious, right? Habits, right? Programming. So when you think about doing things in the dream world, let's say you see a demon, right? And to you it's real or whatever, right? Next time you got to be able to run this fade. I know it was this one witch, right? That I used to see in my dreams, and I was dating a white girl at the time. It was a super pale witch, right, with a white dress.
She put that thing.
I used to see that witch too, man. Yeah, she used to climb on the walls and shit.
No, she did one worse, right? She did one worse. She had red eyes.
She gave you some witch's brew.
Yeah, man. When she appeared in my dream, the entire reality would be sucked into her, meaning like a huge vortex going into towards her, right? So I had to figure out.
Get up out of here shortly, guys.
Hey, y'all scared bro Sanchez.
Hey, man.
Hey, yo,
when y'all
I
go
just
to
wanna
go into all that, like that ain't like,
yeah,
like I don't
that's
like
scary
that.
shit.
You know what?
Okay, but I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all how I overcame it. I'm gonna get past it, right?
Like,
Okay,
guess what, man? Here's what I think for real. People don't like when I say this, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Hearing people tell me they dreams it get boring to me, man. You know what I'm saying?
Me
Yo,
too,
and I
bro.
was running through this little purple building, and there was some pink things chasing me, and they was saying, ooh, ooh, ooh. And I was like, man, you know, like, and I'm like, bro, your dreams for you, man. Like, y'all, you don't know. When I talk about dreams,
I got two
if you
that's
can't
related to
tell
some
me a dream
text
that's
that's on your
teaching.
brain.
Hold
Bro,
up, bro, I'm
Sanchez, you wanna
talking,
just hit a point then?
I'm talking,
You wanna
I'm
just hit a
talking,
point?
I'm talking, I'm talking,
All
I'm
right, I
talking,
got you.
talking. When I'm bringing up dreams to keep me from going to sleep and dreaming on y'all ass, I am trying to talk about why we dream, astral projecting and all that. It turns into we just shooting the shit about that dream I had about when the cinnamon turned into a boogeyman and goddamn, you know, and it's like, I'll be like, yo, man,
But look,
y'all wasting my time, man.
No, that's exactly
Trying
what
not to.
happened. He was
Okay,
on
but
astral
I
travel.
had to give you some context into what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
This is going
My bad if it
nowhere,
takes too
bro.
long.
You know it's
No,
going nowhere.
I'm going somewhere.
I'm
I
not
promise
gonna
you.
have an aha moment at the end of this dream. I know for a fact, bro. Well, go
Do you
ahead,
think
expedite
dreams
it
could
to
be
it.
made
Let him
more
watch
done
this.
if
No,
you
no, no,
have
no, no, no,
some
no, no.
sort of
Watch
chip
this.
on your head?
Watch
No,
this.
I got you. I got you.
Or is it more
Watch this.
natural?
No, let him finish, yo. Just let him finish. Go ahead.
So basically, the point was you want to prime yourself and your subconscious to go in a dream and be able to do things that you couldn't do before, right? So I was allowing this white witch to control my reality. So what I do, I figured out how to do reality checks in daytime. I figured out how to check my surroundings and how to be mobile. And I prime my subconscious to do things so that I can change my surroundings. I can change my environment. So now when I go into a dream, I can change my environment. I can swing faster in that fight where it felt like my fist was moving like water.
That one what
Now I
I
can
was
swing
saying.
faster.
Like Inception in a way.
That's not an aha.
Hey, I just want to say this quick moment. Hey, remember
is-
when you was talking about the fallen angels and stuff? I really believe that when we see a shooting star, that's actually somebody conceiving in the spirit of light going to that person that's conceiving. But I really wanted to bring that up real quick because when you did
That's
that
the
lesson,
case. We
I
would
thought about
see shooting stars all over the place.
sometimes
Because
you
somebody always getting pregnant.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah, so listen, I do think that all of us are represented by a shooting star. I think that's what they're saying. Like when I brought this picture up right here, let me show you this. When they talking about we can see the shooting star, that's the sperm light. That when the sperm hit the fucking egg, they said it's that they say it's the light that sparks when the sperm meet an egg. The egg is the sky outside. When your soul make contact with this earth's atmosphere and land in here, that's the sperm hitting the egg, and they can see the light from the crack when you opened up the sky, cracked open for you to go in here. Like when the sperm, you don't see that light till the sperm crack the egg. And so when the soul cracks through the ether, the light from the heavens shine through here. They call it the Christ star. But remember, the root word of Christ is chrysalis, which is what this cocoon is, this transformation process is.
So, Bro Sanchez, I have a question for you. Inside the egg, when the sperm penetrates the egg, and you know that it splits on the inside, starts splitting on the inside, right? So, do you think that what causes that split is like the first breath, not even the first breath or the heartbeat, like that spark?
Yeah. So look, the way the ancestors describe this, they synced it to the cosmology, right? So wherever the sperm hit this egg at, that becomes the North Pole. It becomes the center, and there's a center point made. So like if you look at this pole right here, that's our North Pole. If this pole shift over here, then north would shift. We'll have what's called a pole shift. North will now be a new direction, shit like that. So I'm just giving you an example, but and what I'm saying is this: wherever the sperm hit at and cracked the egg, that became the sky vault right here to the ancestors. So the Dogons speak about the same thing of micro and macro of how the consciousness become into the flesh. But that's just to answer your question. The crack that you talking about is what it's the light of this world that we're in now is bleeding out of the egg. This egg ain't as big as we think. It's a small holographic projection. And the way to get in here is to shrink yourself into the eye of a needle, as Christ said. But that's what they talking about with consciousness transportation, shrinking the mind into a laser beam and putting it into a new universe, which would be an egg, a yoni verse. When you research something called spaghettification, it's the science of how matter enters a black hole. And what they give you is a sperm entering an egg, but they give you an astronaut in an all-white suit with a wiggly looking look entering a... You see, they give you this crap here, but it's really the sperm entering the egg right here. But this is how our light got sucked into the black hole, and then it was reformed inside of the fetal bag in this world. That would be a form of teleportation.
So do you think that that's the alien that they talking about? Like the sperm is the alien?
Yeah, the sperm is the alien.
Because if you look at the shape of the alien head and the shape of the sperm head, all of that, just like I said, the astronaut suit with the one eye, that one eye helmet and stuff with the sperm head being a white suit. Yeah.
Hey, sister, don't that look pretty alien behind me there?
If y'all saying the sperm is the alien, you can't say you don't believe in aliens.
Hey, I'm happy you showed that picture of this brain and that central nervous system, because that's basically a developed sperm.
That's exactly what it is. That's why I'm showing it. Yeah.
Here's the reason why a sperm would be considered. I wouldn't say an alien.
Hold on. Before you say that, let me give you this. Do you believe that the sperm was here before it was a sperm?
Bro, that's the chicken or the egg question. I think they both created each other, me personally.
So you don't believe the sperm existed before it was a sperm?
Sperm existed
like how a sperm became.
Okay, I have a question. I just would like to know is it me and the educated knowledge I have, or is the eye of the needle the gate into Jerusalem, and a man couldn't fit through because of all his wealth that he had on his body, his camel, his wealth? They would have to unpack all of that before he could fit through they call the gate or the eye.
Yeah, if you
I just want to make sure I'm interpreting it right.
You interpreted it.
I'm not being a smart ass or nothing.
No. But here's when I think a person being smart, when they don't end the question, right? I think they trying to kind of prolong it so you don't be able to come with the right answer. I don't think they really want the answer, but I don't think that's you, right? So let me answer you. If you want to take the Bible face value, that's called a church saint, a religious person. Hallelujah. That ain't what we do over here, Queen. We don't do that. Hold on. No. How am I answer you if you talking? Wait. That's what I mean by when I think a person being disingenuous. You ain't sincere if you don't want the answer you asked for. Let me give it to you. We don't take shit face value over here. I have a community that's built on thinking outside the box and reaching. When somebody come with the face value shit, we all start yawning. We get sleepy then. We're a deep community of tinfoil hatters. We're on deep shit over here. Shit that make folks say he's stupid for saying that.
He done called me that multiple times.
I I would agree. Thank you for that answer. And if maybe my name was pro-black, maybe I get a little more conversation. But that got to be the most ignorant guest on the site, and he takes up hours of time on the most stupidest shit.
Well, he
and I
ain't
don't
here.
know why
Let
nobody
me
don't show the shit out of it.
let me show you what's crazy though. If them person take up a lot of time when they gone, we shouldn't give them more time. Guess what you can do right now? Take the mic and you can get as much time as I give Pro Black because he get a lot of time because we know Monday Madness, we be looking for smoke. Me and my homies, we be head-hunting the opposition. We be trying to, you know what I'm saying, get our debate on this shit. So I apologize for that. But yeah, you could go ahead and grab the flow, sister. And I got a lot of respect for you, Queen Angel. I'm just showing you what I teach with passion. I'm teaching it with the passion. Go ahead. You got the flow. You got it.
And because I do have, book smart and I don't know, I state that in advance. But for me, I feel like you come off with the Campus Samuels mentality. Even when I say, bruh, I do have the book smart. That's why I'm asking these questions. And maybe you are right. I'm talking too much into the question, which frustrates you. And I apologize for that. But that's, how most of your guests do. But we ask the question and continue to talk afterwards.
The only thing I'm saying, Queen, is most of them do that and it do get annoying though. I just don't say it. Sometimes it be entertaining with people like Pro Black and them because of their characters. But you making a good point though. I ain't gonna cap. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I did want to go back to the rainbow picture of the chakras and it being separated when I said it was like 10 different ones on each side, and how go back again. I think it's the rainbow where
I know which one you're talking about now. There you go.
That one, yeah. And so my question was, as you look at that, it's divided into half and half. So that would be 20. And then it goes out. So I was trying to conceptualize when I read that the chakras have chakras, where's that energy coming from? Is that coming from, just being a chakra and you got more chakras? But the way that you explained it, in which I was trying to, deduce the answer to, were you saying that those extra sperm, when I say chakras have chakras, were those extra sperms doing that work to make the chakras illuminate out further and further and further?
No. Each of these chakras, each of these chakra layers, right, just is another body that you got in another universe. So you go to these other bodies when you dream. You don't take the body that's in the bed. And when you get in these dreams, you're not born in a hospital because you was already born. You got a whole history going on. You got a whole alternate reality. You're just not conscious of these other realities because they trapped us in just this one. The purpose of meditation is to be multidimensional so that we can go out the body and actually be conscious and dream. Basically, it's saying having the ability to dream when I want to dream. Like hitting a button and saying, okay, I'm going into this other reality and seeing dreams as other planes of existence. That would be the first form of space travel, or they call it astronauts today, but it's astral traveling though. And these other planets are not other planets, they're other rings, vibrations, frequencies. There are other your consciousness was split into an infinite, just say it was one ocean, but that one ocean turned into an infinite drips, and each drip was a body, and it fell into its own individual cup. So your consciousness became an infinite amount of drips when at first it was an entire ocean. And each
so
drip,
would it be the other picture?
Each
Like
drip.
the rainbow
I'm about to get to that. Each drip fell in its own cup, and that's to say, each consciousness has its own layer, its own body that it can reside in. So the whole thing about the dual aspect is this right here. The layering aspect has to do that your consciousness have a dual nature. Part of how you interpret your reality is 50% through your father's experience and 50% through your mother. And that would be the up and down point right here. See, if you look at this image right here, this literally became a DNA strand, an hourglass right here.
Yes.
Right? So that's how you get both sides, mama, daddy, heaven and hell, angel, demon, to make up your reality. Now check this out. 5 kashas, because some ancients don't count the root and the crown as a chakra. They count them as a gateway for the light to recycle through. I understand it. But if you got 5 kashas above and 5 kashas below, that'll give you that whole 10 concept above and below. Like if you have 7 above, so below 14 or whatever, however you want to look at it. But that mean that everything exists in a polarized state, and the upward versions of yourself can be seen as the right brain, intuition, mama side. The left or the downward version is the daddy. That's everything linked to war, fight, flight, how to survive in the man's world, so to speak. Now with the Kevin Samuels thing, I'm gonna hop back to that in a minute because you shocked me with that one. I kind of disagree with him on a lot of stuff.
Right, but I was like honest in saying I'm not a know-it-all. I'm not challenging your knowledge. I'm asking you questions because my level extends from education, and I'm here on a spiritual level. So I didn't say all of that, but when you talk too much, I feel like unless you pro-black, you ain't gonna get that floor with that ignorance or with your conversation, because like he can talk for hours on
I'm gonna tell you why he can talk for hours, because he's coming with smoke. Now, if he say, bro, I want to learn something from you, let me ask a question, I'm gonna be like, bro, it don't take that long to ask the question after so long. Or if he keep going, because I'm gonna be like, he ain't really trying to ask a question. I've been debating a while, and I've seen debaters used to let me ask a question and learn from you as a way to secretly debate you. Now, one thing Kevin Samuel will say, he say, educated woman would challenge you sarcastically in a sneaky way. And they would try to throw their education up over your shit as if I went to school, nigga. But they would do it in a very but you will feel the energy from it. So that bringing him up made me think of that, what he talked, though. I wonder if that's true, though. What y'all think on the
Well, my thing was I was admitting, because I'm not on your show to downplay you or to make you, I'm not here to give you smoke. I respect what you're saying. I would say 99.95% of the shit we talk about, I've studied and we have some kind of commonality on. But for me, as the person that I am, when I'm able to be like, no, I don't understand what you're saying, guess what? I'm going to be typecast and put in a situation where now I'm just like all the other black women that want to be a smart mouth, when if I've never come off that way before, it's not.
I didn't call you a smart mouth.
No, or to get the Kevin Samuels, you was like, I see why Kevin say such a, and I'm thinking, no, this is not one of those moments. I really don't get it.
Did I bring up Kevin?
You did.
Cool.
Sanchez, you brought him up.
Hey, guess
and
what?
You said you overstand,
Hey, I'm glad I did. It applies.
Did you smoke something tonight, bro, Sanchez? You forgot.
I just had to clarify. But look, I just brought him up again, though. I think that he's right about that. I think that, because check this out. Women who are not, hold on, see, like now, see what I'm saying? Listen, I'm listening. But let me show you something.
I apologize.
Like how she keep repeating, I apologize. To me, educated women know Like, that's triggering. That ain't even classy. To me, is ratchet and ghetto. Now, a person may take offense to that, but I'm just keeping it real. Hold on, like that right there. See what I'm saying? Now, let me show you how I'm different than Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels will be dogging the shit out of y'all right now for them little bitty cutoffs. Brothers, am I lying?
You not.
But I listen to your show.
Am I lying?
I listen to your show all the time, though, bro. And the men constantly interrupt, and y'all talk over each other.
You know why? Because let me show you why. 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 Because the men come up here to fight and spar like lions. And when we do that, when we have sports bets and the game on and we drinking, that's what men do. If a woman put herself in a man's place, like what Kevin Samuel says, then guess what? I can't be like ladies first, y'all. Hold up. Watch out, guys. Because guess what I do? When the men having all that energy, anytime the females on, guess what I say? Hold up, guys. Let the ladies in. Let the sisters speak. Ladies first. We got a ladies first policy. Now, when you become a challenger and a lady debate me, that rule don't apply. It's flip a coin. It's NFL night. You're part of that now with you in the Lions Den with the men. So if the men can talk over each other and roar and do all that, because we're Monday Madness, the women don't get on often debating.
That's not the point, but when you refer us back to being this or that based on some ignorant fucker speaking, you don't do that with your brothers. So if I interrupt you,
I do that with them a
Pro
lot.
Black interrupt you, he don't say, "Oh, you sound like such and such."
No, I
right
think
now,
I
interrupting me.
can prove that's not true. I think a lot of times the women get off topic.
You can't argue no good points. Like that shit doesn't make sense. You can't argue it.
With knowledge, they are talking
Brothers stay more on topic than the women because women come from a
get emotional
standpoint. They come from an emotional standpoint rather than men. So they get off topic and then
what it really is,
weird.
Hey, Queen. Hey, the Queen is
You're obviously not listening.
Hey, Queen, I got you. Listen. I got you. I don't mean to cut y'all, but I'm gonna cut y'all real quick. I'm gonna cut everybody off. Look. What it is I had to learn this too, because I used to come on the channel just to build and talk about what I learned, right? But he's a warrior, and I grew up fighting too. But Bro Sanchez is a real fighter, right? Military, et cetera, et cetera. So that energy, that alpha, bring the smoke energy. That's why it's his favorite term, bring the smoke. Who got the smoke? Because that's what he's looking for. So what we have to do is organize and construct our questions and our insight into some sort of minuscule battle.
Let me explain something to you. You're 100% wrong. You've been here long enough. Let me explain Monday Madness, something I never thought I would have to do. So guys, Monday Madness is debates and what's the B word who's finna come next? Who read the whole title? Who read the fine print? Debates and what else? And bills. And bills. Now look, if you're building, you ain't in the cage with the lions. In fact, I'll be like, y'all, wait a minute, let's get to some of these folks with the questions and we'll get back to the smoke. I do that a lot of times. If you just here for questions and the bill part, I'm gonna pause the smoke every now and then and let my questions get in and put some slides up, do the teaching. But the person that's saying I got the questions and I'm here for the bill can't be lying and secretly trying to debate. Because then I'm going to get these mixed little feelings going on like what just happened where I'm trying to bill and debate you kind of thing.
At the same time.
So what do you say when you're already admitting, I don't have the answers, I have a question, and again, your perspective is making you feel however you feel, and I can't debate that. But if I can admit, as Queen Angel, I don't get something and I'm a smart ass, I'm really telling you on your station and channel or anybody that know me, I don't get it. It's not for you to think I'm insulting your intelligence.
I didn't say you was, because you said you don't get it.
Samuel's on me like a woman.
Let me explain something to you.
Because I think I want to take up for Bro Sanchez because I feel like right now, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the example because sometimes as women we can be a little too emotional and go too far in depth into something and make it more than what it actually was. Like I
Thank
feel
you.
like once you express yourself about how something made you feel, then I think you like just let it go, leave it alone. You know what I'm saying?
Thank
Hey,
you. I got you.
hey,
No
Big
problem.
facts, man.
I'm gonna
Hey,
let it go.
this gonna ruffle some feathers, cause I was gonna
I'm
say
glad the
that.
woman said that. I'm glad
I,
the sister said that.
It's
Go ahead,
fine.
I was gonna say that's kind of like when they were talking about that Tommy fight, but I ain't gonna bring. I spoke to him about that too, by the way, and we had a decent conversation. But y'all go ahead.
Hold on, you talked to Tommy Sotomayor about the fight? Hold on, what?
Yeah, I talked to him about the fight. Yeah, we
Say
spoke.
word. What did
Yeah,
he have to say?
but they flagged this page and took the
Yeah.
that video down though. But yeah,
But
we had a
Tommy
little.
got a support group that's gonna get him back. They'll follow him
Oh,
to every
oh
channel.
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
already on his
Yeah.
the Tommy Soda made a
Yeah, all right
music
with me.
channel. Yeah. You on the music channel is the one he got up now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I
Now,
followed all of.
now
I
look, I'm gonna say this too about the whole Kevin Samuels thing. I wasn't bringing that up to be disrespectful. What I was saying was a lot of things he pointed out, a lot of the arguments they make about educated women, I see them manifest, and I don't like it because I be trying to prove them wrong. Yeah, I be trying to prove them wrong, and it be a smacking brothers like my face. I ain't on no woman should submit type shit. You know what I'm saying? But I think if you ask a question, you are submitting. That's a humbling thing to do.
Thank you. I agree. And that is who I am and that's how I behave. I'm not asking questions because I'm being a butthole. I'm asking because I don't
So,
know.
in fact, so ask the question, y'all. We can get back on the questions and then
But
get
I
back
have
on
a
it. I'm glad
question
we
real
did.
quick.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
y'all,
go ahead.
because this has to do with, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is my question that I have is very important. So when you talk about interrupting and stuff like that, I'm new to the panel. So I'm following everybody else lead, like what I observed from watching your shows, right? Listening to you. And I'm doing what I've seen, what I witnessed everybody else doing. So what you saying is like, the women, we doing the very thing that Kevin Samuels had talked about. So my thing is, I want to know, well, how can we fix it? If you have a show where everybody often talk over each other, I don't know when to interject. And then like one of your shows, you said, well, you just sitting on my panel, you not, getting involved in or whatever. Don't just sit there because we can let somebody else on. So my thing is, I'm confused. I need to know, shit, when can I just jump in?
Okay,
Like,
I
when
got
is
you.
it okay?
I got
Because
like this
see,
right
let
here.
me
see,
say
Like
this.
this.
Let me
that.
finish. I ain't finished.
Hold on a second. You asked the question. So that's normally how the chaos happen. That's what I told the other sister. When you ask the question, you gotta stop. Cause it'll get chaotic. Saw how many people thought you was done because there was a question. Cause we like to answer questions. Everybody like to teach over here. So the moment you ask a question, it's like throwing a steak on the ground with the animals around. That's why I said don't ask a question if you don't want to answer, because you saw what just happened. So it don't be me all the time. It be the improper uses of the English language. Normally when you use English, after the question mark, you fucking stop. In school, you'll get it wrong if you put some behind that question mark. So unless you trying to answer your own question and shit, they'll say, well, hold on, where they do that at though? So let's use the English the right way and not blame it on the host because we don't understand conversation etiquette. We use English and the marks behind these words matter. The question mark mean I'm through. Answer that. So you can't get mad at a person. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, go ahead.
So what I was saying was I raised my hand, like I use whatever, the symbol where you say, raise your hand. I noticed that sometimes you do, observe that, but like I was like just sitting there and nothing ever happened. So I was like, okay, well maybe I should just jump in.
When did this happen?
When I first joined the panel, like, a couple hours ago.
I don't
And
remember your hand ever being up because I know I got
when I
Eric.
first joined, I took it down. It was up so long, I took it
Well,
down. I was like,
that's the thing. Don't take it down because look,
oh,
Eric
okay.
Deep and Key Norfolk hand still up. The hand mean guess what? After the current smoke session over, you gonna be next in line for the Nets. Now this is like baseball innings. A fucking one baseball inning can be shit long as fuck if you ain't strike them out yet. If you ain't strike them out, you know what I'm saying? And it may take fucking 40 minutes to get to the second inning. Yeah, this is how because I can't stop them brothers until he strike him out, till they conclude at a point, or till one strike the Nets out, and I say, okay, boom. That's the kind of the method to my madness, if y'all want to know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, because
So just to help you out a little,
I'm something like a warrior too, and sometimes I had a smoke, but I need to know when I can bring it.
Bring it right now. Go ahead with it, sister, and ladies first. So if your hand up, I'm gonna definitely get to it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I had a question earlier when I asked you about the penetration of the sperm into the egg.
Okay.
And my question was, I don't know if you misunderstood me. I was asking you, when the sperm penetrates into the egg, is that like the sperm going through the seven layers, the seven heavens to get to the center?
Yes.
Okay. So that's it. That's what I wanted to know, because I know we talked about getting to the seven heavens and stuff like that, but I'm like, okay, well, can you go through the seven heavens to get to the center? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Okay. That was it.
Most definitely. That's how we get here. That's why the ancestors called this earth Midgard, because it's the center of the universe. And the reason it's at the center is because when somebody dive in a swimming pool, they're gonna always be at the center of the splash or the ripple effect. The center part of this ripple represent where the drip dropped at, where the droplet drip. So every human in your auric field in the center of the earth, you get in the middle of this auric field through your consciousness dropping through the layers and to all the way to the last one was that most inner one. That's like saying a bunch of raindrops dropped in this water, but they all didn't drop at the same time. Some hit the water first, and they hit it in a pattern, like one after the next, and the last one that dropped was that one in the middle, and it represent how all of the other ones was created, how the ripple was actually created. You see what I'm saying? So that's the whole science of this in a nutshell, for real. And yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what my smoke is like what your theory was about the life, like what the egg is made of. I believe that, and I need to have facts to back it up, but I'm going based on like some common sense, like what the egg to me is a body. It's just not yet formed, and it needs something to spark it, like a heartbeat. Like once that sperm hit that egg, that's what activates that beam. Like that, it's already a being.
So you saying that the woman holds? So you saying that the woman holds the seed?
That's the actual being, that it needs something to spark it, to give it a shock. Like to me, that's the big bang, that shock.
I get what you saying, but I'm looking at when the sperm crash into the egg as the big bang, because that explosion is what creates the human. You see what I'm saying? Like when the mama crash into the daddy, we call it sex. That's a big bang, or banging, what we call knocking the boots or whatever. But this sex fractal code or whatever play all the way out to the sperm meeting the egg, to the left brain meeting the right brain, and all that shit like that. The mama DNA meeting the dada DNA, all of that happened in the bed, and cause and effect take place. Because they both met, you were born, which is when two energy fields come in contact, they create a unique energy field in the middle. That's the whole MasterCard symbol. Where both of these vibrations intersect, that's what's called the Christ Vesica Pisces. Let me show you something real quick. The old Christians, this is how they artwork try to portray it with Christ. Because remember, all of us is the chrysalis, or the freaking caterpillar in the cocoon. Here go the sacred geometry I'm giving you right here. So what I'm doing, I'm deciphering, y'all. I'm using a science called syncretism. They don't teach this in school. You can only do this if you're in tune with the symbols of the ancestors, which I consider myself to be. Now check it out. This is how you came out your mother's vagina. But they tell you this is Jesus cracking the sky open. This is why we say as above, so below. When your mama's waters broke, that's why the Hebrew cosmos got the waters broke at the top of the egg in our cosmos. It's as above, so below. Where this thing got the waters broke, the moment your soul entered this through this threshold, your water broke. The mama water broke down on the earth. The moment the soul dived into these ethereal waters and entered this realm, in the hospital in this realm, the mama water broke. This is how the ancestors interpreted how the soul becomes into this dimension. To me, it resonates with me, how they explained it. You know what I'm saying? So how as above, so below. Our whole earth is an egg. And there are many souls constantly diving into it. And each time a soul crosses this portal, they land in a different mother on earth, which is why the mother are the micro earths. You're the biological what Nut is, the sky goddess, you know, because she's pregnant with Gab in her belly, which is the earth god right here. Mm-hmm. So this shit is playing out on a fractal code. If anybody it should resonate with, it's the women, though, which is what be getting me, because, you know, they know a woman should know that inside of her belly is a whole soul. Like that's literally what they got in the middle of the earth. Shoal to me is soul. Shoal, their way of saying soul embodied, but just the seed of who you are. You know what I'm saying? But so like the earth is the same thing. Earth is the same thing. I think, look, the innermost, and I'm gonna end with this. The innermost layer to the earth is this chamber called shoal. But the innermost layer to your brain is this chamber called a pineal gland. The innermost aura that you got is this sort of empty, vague, empty space right here in the middle. So, but yeah, I'm gonna stop right there.
No, you're right on point though, bro. Because like the female, the womb is the biological representation of the universe, and so therefore the egg, it's biological, so it can't live forever like the universe. It's got a time out, right? So that's the cycle, right? You know, but therefore when the seed is delivered, like you so they're covered. Then that's when the soul is born, because the seed is delivered into the egg and the soul is born. Yeah, man, you're right on point with
and
all
look,
that.
And the sister, it ain't saying she's wrong on what she's saying at all. And that fetal bag is a liquid form of all of the elements on a periodic table. And that's what exists in the physical human. So what happens is the naked electric energy is what lands in that fetal bag, and that's the consciousness that was represented by the moving sperm. That is what sparks the creation process, or the spark plug. Like she said, sperm look just like a spark plug. You know what I'm saying? I ain't disagreeing. Exactly. I'm just showing how the woman is the vehicle and not the spark plug, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you. I
disagree with the sister. No, the sister was wrong.
I'll let you just give me one more second.
All right.
where bro has led us and showed us how the chrysalis and showed us the Christ formation within the womb, right? A lot of people don't know that Jesus and Lucifer all have the same nicknames. Lucifer is not the devil. Lucifer is not Satan. That's what religion teaches us. But if you will, if you can, real quick, bro, while you got that up, put Lucifer and the female reproduction system and let the images come up, you'll see that the light bringer.
So do you think that Lucifer and lucid, the term lucid, has anything like any, correlation?
They both
Most
mean light.
definitely. Most definitely.
They both mean light. As your lucid being
Lucid,
light. Yeah.
light.
See, let me show you something. The reason why the woman is called a devil, and it used to be God and goddess, but they made the goddess the devil. The one that bears the light, like the Statue of Liberty, is supposed to be a woman holding a torch. The woman represented by the egg, which is the black hole. But that's what bears the light. Light can't shine without darkness, and a son can't shine without that mama allowing him to form or his light to fade into this reality through her. So she's basically, this egg is now at the center of this egg is a black hole. And the sperm is the light recycling itself through the black hole. It's the whole secrets of magnetism. So the thing, what's going on here is that basically, damn it, I just lost my train of thought. I'm gonna stop right there.
Secrets of magnetism.
But y'all see where I'm going. Yeah.
This
Hey,
whole
you can't
conversation
perfect
started because
perfection, man. You gotta stop.
You were talking about the fire. You was talking about the fire. Why the woman,
she's the light bearer. You know what I'm saying? The light bringer, because she holds the sperm, which is the light. You know what I'm saying?
I got a little bit of smoke, if I may. I don't see how y'all could dismiss the whole alien talk. I see how you can with certain people like Young Pharaoh or whoever who try to promote alien talk. But I believe if you believe in interdimensional beings, that you automatically believe in aliens or something before the sperm cell.
See, the tricky thing about what you saying, even though that may be true, the word alien get tricky because people be like, what is the alien? Now, people may say it's a green-headed man, it's a gray alien, or, hey, when I saw him, it was just a shadow creature. Or like Young Pharaoh said, his was like a interdimensional creature, like we sell some. So, but
hey, bro,
so that's what. So yeah, go ahead.
Basically, what I was going to say was like an alien in the dictionary is labeled as a foreigner. So it could come down to that, a foreigner who come over here and label themselves as a citizen, but they're not a original, citizen of that land. They're a foreigner.
We're all
There's no point. We all agree on this panel? So can we all agree on this panel that we believe in aliens?
No, because aliens. No. Because look. Because if we're all interdimensional beings, then we're all aliens. So then aliens don't exist.
Thank you. I was gonna say
exactly. That's what I've been saying. Exactly.
I can go for that.
Yeah, and then see the thing. What I wanted to point out about this sperm cell. Check this out, right? And I'm finna go a little deep. I think that the light of this sperm is so bright, right, that when it began the first part of its journey, its light is already shining into the egg, and that the way when it make its way to the egg is like you walking toward the wall with a flashlight. The circle gets smaller and smaller on the wall as you get closer with the light. And that to me is the body forming in the mama for 9 months. The circle getting smaller and smaller. You getting sealed inside of this body. The light is getting sucked into the body that's being formed in the fetal sac. So as the light falls into the body, the tail of the light, like when the sun set and the rising, would be the beginning and end of the body forming. Somebody sent me a picture of a photo that's in the beginning phases of forming, and it's bright white light just like this, and over time it fade into reality like a photo. Now let me show something with you real quick. Baby stages in phases. If you look at a baby being formed, right, in phases and shit.
Set them right here. They already been washed off. On the side, right there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull these images up real quick. X-ray images will be dope instead of the cartoons. Cause the only way you can see, like if you look at a baby coming into existence in the different stages, I can't find the exact photos right now.
You might gotta type in ultrasound. Yeah.
So check this out. Appreciate that. And the fact that they call it ultrasound, dealing with vibration. You know what I'm saying? I forgot the name. That's the proper word. Thank y'all for that. Thank y'all for that. So check it out. When you look at the ultrasound, you can see how the picture forming into reality like a photo, like the old Kodak pictures. It start off as a fainted image, and over time it develops. Even when the baby come out the womb, all of us are a lighter shade and we darken up over time, like sort of like photography. And they say everything in this realm comes in here through a form of photosynthesis, just like
Hey,
how
bro,
you see what I'm saying.
bro, don't the baby look like what they would call an alien?
Yeah,
Like
it
how it's
does.
formed,
It
don't it?
does how it's
Because
formed.
it don't have no leg. It like at first it don't have no legs. It look like that the sperm. It's like a bigger form of the sperm.
Yep.
Hey,
you're right.
Absolutely. And there's one point when the fetus is exactly like that of a crocodile fetus. That's what's really trippy.
Hey, look, there's one phase of this where every single thing on Earth that's a mammal, you couldn't tell them apart. I forgot the chart where to get to that. But look, when you look at this image, this how you get stuff like Casper the ghost and all that, with the tail on the end and the image of the ghost being all white. So that lets you know our ancestors had ultrasound technology.
So, bro, Sanchez, I have a question for you. You remember when Pharaoh did the thing about the woman, the black woman being God?
Yeah.
When he did the okay. And oh God, I lost my thought. Never mind.
Yeah, they was on that for a while. Hey, but let me point out something you were saying. You see how our legs look like a little genie tail? That's this whole spaghettification thing. We ain't really, see, we becoming a one-eyed, one-legged creature, and that's gonna split into a two-eyed, two-legged creature. So that's done through spaghettification. And by the time you fully form, this tail will be gone. This is the remnants of light passing through a black hole. So the physical, in other words, nothing is physical in this world. This is a holographic universe that we live in. Scientists just admitted it because they can't deny it now. And what's happening is a woman, right? Watch what I'm about to show y'all. Check this out. Let's say one of these buildings is a hospital. And just say this whole universe here is made of light, right? But you see these black holes walking around everywhere. Those are women. Now, in one of these hospitals, there's a black hole on a table, and what you can see coming up out of her is this whole being of light right here. And this is why they said the secrets of you passing into another world was light passing through this whole black hole here, you see. And the way you manifest into this realm is just the way light would manifest on the other side of that black hole, with the Nagini tail, with the big head that you see that the astronaut got right there.
On Harry Potter, this name of that snake on Harry Potter was Nagini.
Nagini, oh my God.
Damn. You know what? I'm gonna have to cut this up and re-upload this on the big channel, because guess what, man? Folks need to hear how deep we going and how the energy led to us all making these.
And also
these
Voldemort on Harry
yeah.
Potter, when he turned into his singular form, like his first form, he looked just like that, what you showing on the screen right now.
But no, he looked like, have you ever seen the movie The Fourth Kind?
Yep.
Anybody? The Fourth Kind.
Yeah, The Fourth Kind. Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, remember when everybody kept having them dreams and they kept describing the
when
person
the
they
owl
saw look
turned
like
into
an
the
owl?
dude. Yeah.
But don't Voldemort's face look like what they was describing? They said, but it wasn't an owl.
It does, absolutely.
Right. His face looked just like that.
OVO. Yeah, it's a reason for why they use those owls in the Bohemian, all that craziness. Yeah, it's a reason for that.
Yeah, because owls are really good at foresight. You feel me? And seeing and cutting through darkness. You feel me?
Exactly. And the night vision, that's right.
You know they got
binocular.
No, I was okay. So yeah, what I was saying was like the Dogon, almost egg. Matter of fact, what I was trying to show y'all how the Dogon was trying to teach this too. They was talking about the cosmic egg. Hold on, let me see. Cosmic egg. And they show you when the sperm, see the Dogon cosmic egg ain't a full egg. It's always cracked. It's always cracked. I got it in my folders, but I'm being lazy right now. But that is this concept of a cosmic egg that's broken. Here it is right here. That's like each of these shells is the left and right brain, and in the middle is the pineal gland. And this pattern here will play out all over the universe. This is Moses splitting each side of the sea with his hands spread, pushing the waters each side. This is all that. This one fractal code here. So this egg, this hold on a second. Hold on. This egg being cracked is what the sperm is doing here. It's that the concept of the how did the yolk get inside of the egg? This is how the ancestors explain it. You know, how did the chicken get in the egg, so to speak? Consciousness falling through this portal. The egg is the edge. If you look up the etymology of egg, it's equivalent to the word edge, which is dealing with what the ethereal, the ethers right here. The edges are basically the eggs, or you know, the inside of the egg is considered the yolk, and the outside is the shell. You know what I'm saying? So only thing I'm pointing out, y'all, with this cracked egg is how consciousness cracked the sperm and cracked the vault of heaven to enter into the fetal bag. That's all the Dogon was saying.
Exactly. Or when you reach a different level, or you reach a different chakra, you crack the previous layer.
Yeah, go ahead, sister. I just wanted to say that because you saw earlier how quick I forget shit.
Yeah, it's okay. I was gonna say that because I think all of this like has to do with, you know, just reproduction or whatever. So like when you were talking about earlier about the light, it made me think about what they have in the Bible about I am the way, the truth, and the light. And so I believe that, you know, the piercing the eye of the needle is the man's penis, and the eye is at the tip of his penis. So the sperm comes out, gotta pierce through that. You know what I'm saying? So, and the sperm is the light. So I believe that it's the man. Like
the man penis is like a laser beam. It's projecting a beam of light into a hole called an egg. Now scientists are reverse engineering this. They're creating quantum universe and building their own wormholes now. And they're saying they can project your consciousness into a universe by beaming it into the wormhole. When the sperm is traveling through the tube, is like a bullet traveling through the chamber. It don't have to aim at all. Now, Now, if the sperm reaches its destination, see, this is one of these shots that can't be missed if it's nature's will. This shot gonna go in every time. If we were in our natural state, a man would impregnate a woman. If he healthy, she healthy, all that, boom. But so the whole way of how consciousness manifests in this realm is aligning a laser beam with a whole with a portal. That's how you transfer. That's where you get the terminology of beam me up, so to speak. So if the man is shooting the shot, which is the basketball, and the woman is the goal the net that I gotta get it in, which would be the egg.
Can you go back to the previous picture where you had the two, like the egg being split, with showing the center? This remind me of like the scrotum sacs, like how y'all have, the two scrotum. So you don't think the energy builds up and comes and forms in the center, and that's what comes up through the penis, like it comes from both sides?
Yeah, that's you talking about a discharge. Yeah, there you go.
That remind me of that.
I can see
Like,
that's definitely true. Yeah.
I think we need to clarify the conversation that's being had, because at the beginning the sister said that she feels like the egg is the baby. You get what I'm trying to say? I feel like that's been like lost in translation. It's like been lost in the conversation, that she said that she feels like the egg is the actual.
It's the being. Like I feel like it's just it's lying dormant, and it needs a spark.
It's 50%.
I disagree with that.
How about this?
I disagree with that in the sense that because the egg is the shell, the egg is the protection for the life that's on the inside, and then the life is what breaks the shell and then comes out of the shell. So I don't know how you could feel like the shell is the actual being that's on the inside that's going to break out eventually.
Look, let me do this because I don't really got a lot of time. So let me take the elders' advice earlier. We'll use reason. We'll say it ain't even a debate here. It's 50-50. You both right, because look, the egg is 50% of who you are, and the sperm is the other 50. That's mama and daddy. They both come together. The sperm, the egg, the 0 to 1, the binary code, and there you go.
The framer, the shaper.
That makes sense.
I was just saying one other cool thing about that is the way the spark or the light even get introduced into the flow of the system anyway is through your eyes, right? So then like you can notice like a lot of your chakras or your waveforms is like directly projected through your eyes, but there's also an inverse going on. So that's where the energy comes through the system. Now, when you get that big bang, that explosion or that laser beam to come out, if you actually figure out how to stop that process and redirect it back up into your crown chakra, it'll make that whole experience last longer and feel better.
That hurt it. That hurt it.
Remember you had that picture where you had the mother, it was like the mother goddess, but the bottom part of her looked like a snake, but it was split in two, like the bottom half of her. And I was wanting to know, like, okay, if you could pull that up, if you could find it, and then also a picture of the uterus. That's what that remind me of. The bottom half of the mother goddess with the two, it looked like two snake legs, kind of like wriggled. You had a picture of that, and then the uterus looked the same way.
Yeah, I understand. I know which one you was talking about. That's the one. Think he just told me to put up Lucifer or something and the uterus. I had them side by side. I may have closed it. My bad. I was trying to close out, but we'll definitely
okay.
We got to pick back up on this because this was real deep though. Because like when you look at this, when he said an ultrasound, like that's crazy when I'm looking at this image, because everything to the way your face look, your whole posture and all that is being molded right here. It's like this empty chamber is literally molding you like cookie in a cookie mold, The light enters the darkness, and the darkness begin to shape the light into your very identity that I'm looking at now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
And I
saying?
have a question. Do you think, because the babies inside the belly, when they show these pictures, I know it's a black and white, but I don't think the babies have eye color yet until they enter into the atmosphere.
That's something we have to look into. That's interesting right there, though, about the eye color and when we get that. That's deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most definitely. So, but yeah, let me get out of here. I want to say salutes to all the sisters. We turned up Monday Madness. It wouldn't have been, it was lit. Check it out. And guess what? It's all love and respect and passion with the information. Everybody is on the same journey, trying to understand the mysteries of all this shit. So salutes to all of y'all.
Shout out to the panel. Salute
Shout out to everybody.
And I want to make sure I clarified it for Bro Sanchez. And when he was saying the women walking around, he says like a bunch of black holes. He was saying black holes, not black holes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't want nobody to get triggered because I brought it.
Yeah,
We follow different platforms.
No,
so
we don't
clarify
all listen. We don't all take everything out of context. Some of us, what I'm saying, have good mind, good sound minds.
Okay, I'll get a good lad. Well, shout out, peace and love to everybody. I give it y'all a best.
Yeah, much love, everybody. We love you, bro, man.
Hey, much love.
Thank
Love
you for what
y'all.
you do.
Hey, be
Yeah, man.
safe,
Peace
brothers
and
and sisters.
blessings.
Appreciate it. Thank y'all. Hey, I appreciate everybody who supported for the time, because yeah, we've been going 7 hours, man. And that shows passion. Let me get on up out of here. Thank you for all the cash apps. Salutes to the OG Leo, Jonathan Walker, Takia, Kilo. Shout out to the sister Mary. Thank y'all. Shout out to Nat Cole and to Kaylin as well. Thank you guys so much for the support. Appreciate y'all. And much love to all of my Patreons. I appreciate y'all's support as always. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Also, shout out to the people who hit me up on the PayPal. I see who y'all are, and I want to say I appreciate the